Hello everyone, my name is Elizabeth Barry and I am the author of Design Your Mind to Be Kind. I am so glad you're here with me on this journey, and I wish you peace, tranquility, and the desire to take this book and put it into a lifestyle, a ritual, and a habit in your life. And if you are so inspired and motivated when you're listening to this program, I invite you to contact me, as I love to hear the positive stories that my fans and my readers and my book listeners like you are enjoying the book as much as I enjoy bringing this work to you. Welcome to Design Your Mind to Be Kind, Finding Your Path to Happiness, featuring the habits of effective communicators and the personalities to embody your highest self, by Elizabeth Barry, with photography by John Dunstan. At any age, I believe that you can speak and act in new ways, gain self-belief, and become an influence to everyone around you, including yourself. The courage that lives beyond your fear is the bravery you never knew you had until it arrives. This book is dedicated to readers with the eyes to see love, the hands to come together with faith, the breath to feel fully alive, and the ears to hear the beckoning call of the Spirit, and the heart that yearns to heal and grow. Design Your Mind to Be Kind by Chief Kindness Officer Elizabeth Barry offers powerful communication tips that inspire readers to find their true path to happiness, challenge habits, embrace change, create boundaries, and nurture relationships. Fall in love with Mother Nature throughout each chapter as you explore the dichotomy of trees and birds, from a rooted, balanced soul to a spirit that flies free. Artfully connect your mind and heart in this practical guide to surrender to what is and become who you wish to be. This is the poem. I call it The Vessel. Prepare the mind and cleanse the soul. Birds will lead where you must go. Release your fear from ego's wall, just as tree leaves are free to fall. What you share can be kind and free. Let the anchor up, sailors, believe in possibility. While many of us don't believe we can change, pick up a shell at the beach. Listen, it can be arranged. Preserve your childlike innocence to add years to your life. Pretend, imagine seagulls for their nature's gift called wildlife. Give yourself permission to love your imperfection, with the sunrise and the sunset as your spiritual protection. Swim through this book and love yourself more. Dive in and float towards self-belief, for it waves in upon every shore. Our journey begins. Everyone we meet is divine. You are divine. Your soul is divine. Nourish your spirit within these pages. You have permission to come aboard. An introduction to kind communication. When I wrote my first kindness book, The Kind Communicator, my desire was to inspire readers to immerse themselves in nature, to liberate, become vulnerable, to speak up, breathe more, and have a compassionate approach to the complexity of self and others, all while understanding the effect that the ego has on our communication patterns. I'd like to continue my mission, my life's work with you here, known as the Kindness Innovation. You can break free from your habits and you can change. Design Your Mind to Be Kind. The second book in a two-part authored series inspiring the use of kind communication techniques that can positively shift your habits. In this book, you will be immersed in the 3 habits of effective communicators. Catch yourself, fly above, and speak your truth. With each habit, you will be offered the chance to feel a deep sense of the ability and the importance of practicing integrity and dignity as you speak and act with more compassion and empathy. Alongside of the 3 habits, you will also read about the 6 personalities and how to embody them to live fully within your highest self. The self-exploration warrior, the awareness chief, the master of let it go, the active listener, the curious sage, and the freedom spirit. This book is written for everyone on a spiritual journey, especially those who yearn for a greater purpose in life, who wish to live happier and healthier at any age. There's no ceiling for life learning because your wildest dreams can become realities and the inspiration to change can be sparked at magical times when you least expect, especially when you're looking at a tree or watching a bird in flight. The principles of the kindness innovation are powered by Mother Nature. Explore the anecdotes inside this book filled with birds and trees to learn at your own pace as you go beyond ego and search for your authenticity. Open your mind towards higher ways of thinking, speaking, and acting because the power of the stimulus to change is always available now. Sometimes it takes a quiet, gentle healing of the mind in order to hear the voice of the soul's desire. If you're interested in personal development, professional inspiration, relationship empowerment, business performance skills, and a spiritual practice for a balanced life, this book will be your guide. Kind communication encompasses all areas of life growth, from business to love to relationships. You have the power to choose what you say and how you say it, when to stand for your worth and how you act, which can create monumental shifts around you. From vulnerability to boundary setting, commitment, purpose, personal values, relationship development, curiosity, respect, and accountability, it is all here, and it's all within you. Communicating healthily is a choice. Many of our relationships can be fixed while others may grow in different directions like tree branches. We must learn to let some of them go with self-respect and courage. When we work on ourselves, we see more clearly. Chin up. This is difficult work, but it's worth it. Most every breakdown is a breakdown in communication, and every breakthrough is a chance to reward yourself for speaking with dignity. If you're aroused by the idea of how owning your awareness in real time can wake you up to live more fully in moments of life, I promise you'll find the rainbow you seek throughout this entire book. When you improve one area of your life, it tends to have a ripple effect and touch everything else around you. If you're reading this book for business, this work can trickle down into your love life. If you're searching for assistance with love, these habits may enhance your career. If you're curious about playing a part in the humanity of your life, practice this work in real time and watch its magical results appear, such as kinder words, compassionate thoughts, increased connections with others, nurtured relationships, and a pleasant way of being during your everyday lifestyle. Raise your standards and then look around. People will take notice. They may choose to rise to meet you as you rise to meet yourself, even if they exhibit a brief glance at your new behavior or a slight nod of acknowledgement. People can and will recognize and feel the shifts that you make within your new habits. You will too. This journey is delicately beautiful, and I'm honored that you're here with me having chosen this book. While you cannot change others, it's time to change yourself. Be kind. Grow. Growth is very becoming on adults, and it has an attractive wake, just like the imprinted waves that follow behind a boat in motion. In fact, using the same word, I want you to wake up happier and be contagious to be around by sailing in the direction towards your desires. I want you to wake up not making the same mistakes and change in real time because habit changing is possible and it leads to personal freedom. Channel your positive energy into the following passages and explore how new healing words can create a lasting impact on who you're meant to be. When CEOs read Design Your Mind to Be Kind, I want them to look for new ways to understand their leadership style. When managers dive into these pages, I'd like to ask them to handle stress better and embody a more empathetic approach towards their teams. For employees, choose kindness towards your work colleagues in written and verbal communication. I want to see more confidence in all of you, followed by less drama talk and more positive collaboration. For lovers and partners looking for relationship and communication advice, read on as you ask yourselves the most important questions. Am I listening to how I communicate? Am I paying attention to how I acknowledge my partner in my relationship? For all readers, I'd like to ask you to simply take more life pauses as you ponder the decisions that can help you discover a healthier, happier you in every way that you show up. The reason for these teachings is to help you honor your commitment to your highest self. Throughout life, you can easily get manipulated by the ego and the ego of others. The illusion of the ego is that you're a victim. Suffering is only necessary until you recognize that it's not necessary at all. Ego pressures your emotional attachment to play small, and you lower your standards. It's a conditioning. It forces you to live in your past, persuades you to feel guilty, or hold on to a mental image that yearns to argue, complain, to be held back, or feel frustrated. You can feel pushed down by your insecurity and pressured by your shame, which sabotages your vocal abilities to say the right things. That's the ego at work. There's hope. The Kindness Innovation has been designed to elevate every reader as they journey towards their path to finding happiness. Beyond ego, you rediscover your purpose and gain motivation that leads you to speak and act from your highest self. We begin by visualizing an infinity sign to represent positive aspirations and intentions. Let infinity loop from your mind, cross at your throat chakra, and circle back around at your heart, over and over again with love and peace. Add rose quartz, which carries the soft energy of compassion, tenderness, healing, and comfort. Infinity is never ending. Put them together, and you have a continuous nourishment for the mind, heart, and soul. Rose quartz is a wonderful healing stone. I believe that everyone can benefit from having one or many in their home. Kindly purchase a rose quartz stone as you read along. Place it next to your bedside or in your pocket during the day. Hold it in your hand as you read this book. Like infinity that continues on forever and ever, this work doesn't work if you don't do the work. You must repeat the tools and the techniques found in these pages over and over again. Make it a practice and a lifestyle. When you do, you let new habitual neural pathways into your mind, which then settle into your heart, open your soul, affect your speaking habits, and ultimately change your life. Think of the self-confidence that you may gain as a result of being more kind to those in your inner circle. Think about what it might mean to your relationships and love life if you are able to speak and connect with more truth-filled words and actions. Think about the dollars that may enter your pockets in business if you are more clear with your proposals, sales calls, presentations, and meetings. Think about your friendships and the value of your social groups if you respond directly instead of react emotionally. Think about your leadership qualities and your personal and professional influence if you can replace lingering bad thoughts with more adequate behaviors. Find gratitude as you read on. As embarrassing flaws become evident on this journey, the ego will challenge you. It will try to block your happiness with its peculiar negative flair. As you uncover personal habits that seem wrong or off, your ego can force you to feel guilty for the patterns that you've accumulated that just don't make sense or fit into your life anymore. When you begin to see it all in real time, you step into your awareness, which is a telling sign that change is coming. Embrace it. The Kindness Innovation asks you to commit to more life pauses that will deliver immeasurable growth potential. Respond instead of react. It's okay to mess up, but try again in the moment and you'll see the magic of this work in action. The 3 habits are meant to help you conquer nervous feelings that prohibit you from speaking up kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. It's time to fly above yourself to see your flaws. I'll teach you how to catch yourself from holding feelings inside. I'll ask you to slow down before releasing unnecessary words that cause pain, regret, or suffering. I'll ask you to seize the opportunity to let everything go that you're holding on to and let everything in that's waiting to arrive. I'll ask you to see the possibility in using real-time apologies and real-time love as you go beyond ego. This is the ask of the kindness innovation. You're invited to participate and embody the 6 personalities in this book as gentle, loving reminders to bring a childlike spirit on your path to finding happiness. It's not easy to look within, but with a little help and fun during the process, you'll enjoy this work a little bit more. Embrace the dichotomy of feeling grounded and flying free as you communicate your truth. Learn how to say what you mean what you say, think on your feet by breathing and smiling, and act upon your will. The deeper you look, the more you find. The more you find, the more reason to live feeling fully alive. Great confidence will arrive in your spirit when you do this work. I can't wait for you to see the new you at the end of this book. Spread your wings. Our journey. Welcome to the journey. There are a few things that I'd like to share with you as we begin our voyage. Walk with me through these words and let their individual expression nestle into your heart and make their own impression upon you. Together we will stride side by side, you and I, leaving footprints in the sand as we embrace the growth of the mind, the power of the spirit, and the warmth of the heart. On we go. Change your habits. Developing positive habits is influential to lifelong success and happiness. The process may be tedious, but it's worth the time and focus. No matter how small of a task I ask of you throughout these pages, perhaps even a simple breath with a smile, please give yourself permission to take the first step in the sand. Your unique imprint has the power and the beauty to transform what lives inside your soul. Change can only be brought out when you are ready. I've based the habits of effective communicators on my personal development work over the course of several years, which now enhances my current authorship, speaking, and coaching practice. With over 2 decades of personally witnessing my own mistakes, overreactions, frustrations, insecurities, BS moments, cries, and losses that led to both failures and successes, I learned to evolve myself as a master of the art of growth. I get it. And now you'll get it in this book as you interpret your own journey with your own patterns and your own changes that can be made from within. While some habits can be shifted easily, there will be others that are harder to change. I encourage you to be gentle with yourself. This book is an inspiration for you to work on your most pressing patterns as you design your mind to be kind. I personally chose these first 3 habits because they positively changed my life. I live a healthier, happier second half of my life because of the work you're about to explore. And now, the task is in your hands to practice and continue what I'm calling the kindness innovation. If we define habits, they can be explained as the tendencies that you have on repeat. Some are conscious, some unconscious. Some are good and some not so good. Continue with the good stuff, but the harsh patterns that you allow and repeat can be detrimental and hurtful to you and others. Disagreeable patterns are especially hard to give up because you might not know they're even doing them. That'll come with awareness, but do know that they can be changed in real time. We are all somewhat guilty of poor communication that leads to breakdowns, regrets, stress, anxiety, and missed opportunities, but there is hope. My goal with this book is to empower you to enhance your communication. Although it may feel like a difficult task, it can be simplified by starting small. Choose a few habits to work on that can be measured. As you let go of one unpleasant habit, you make room to put a new positive one into place. Our brains are wired, but they can be rewired through an intimate heart-mind connection that you'll soon read about. Magical results await. With dedication and commitment, habits change. It's all a process of letting go combined with willpower. I hope that this mighty book of communication inspires you to change your habits in big and beautiful ways. Breathe. My most important goal inside of this book is to ask you to be more in tune with your breath. You will be asked to breathe and smile throughout these pages in order to put new habits into practice that enable you to healthily respond instead of emotionally react as you communicate. We all have the ability to breathe, but do we do it enough? It is said that an average human being breathes between 17,000 and 30,000 breaths per day. This book offers you the special opportunity to pay greater attention to the God-given quality that you naturally possess, breathing. Neuroscientists have identified that deep breath has the power to train your mind, but it's only when you pay attention to your breath that this process works to your advantage. Normally, if you perform tasks without thinking about breath, the brain doesn't really respond in ways that deliver tranquility. However, conscious breathing activates certain parts of your brain that support calmer, more in-control thoughts. As humans, we are instinctively wired to suppress emotions, and we have trouble controlling our thoughts. However, these habits can be repatterned if we learn to manage our inhales and exhales voluntarily. If this is done with mindful attention and awareness, we are able to reach access to specific brain areas that can positively affect us. Results include greater clarity and focus. A study conducted by Dr. Jose Herrero in collaboration with Dr. Ashish Mehta, a renowned neurosurgeon, showed remarkable results about how voluntary and conscious breathing change the way we respond in life. I'll share them with you now. Their study observed brain activity between two focus groups. One group of participants breathed normally while they performed tasks, and the other group was told to pay attention to their breath, with both groups connected to machines and wires that would scientifically speak to the brain. The first group was tasked to click on a circle or press a button without any thought of breath. As they performed their tasks, research showed that no parts of the brain lit up. They pressed their buttons with normal breath, and the brain remained the same. No big changes in neuroactivity. However, in the second focus group, the participants were told to consciously increase the pace of their breathing and to pay attention to their breath as they clicked the buttons. Science spoke. The brain lit up, and they were sent messages to feel calmer, focused, and more peaceful. The increased pace of breath of the second group showed that the areas of the brain that we don't normally have access to can light up when we consciously breathe. It's almost as if the brain said, "Calm down and focus." Responsively, brain activity changes our emotions to feel more tranquil when we are aware of our inhales and our exhales. This study reveals that there are specific sections of the brain that are not normally accessible to us, but they can be tapped into with conscious breathing. With purposeful, focused breath, there's a special area in the brain that comes alive and initiates neural pathways to make us feel at peace. The data from this research suggests that when we are told to breathe, or If we permit ourselves to consciously breathe, our brains can actually help us to produce calmer thoughts and actions. This is great news. In times of stress or when heightened concentration is so direly needed, place your focus on breath and train your brain to light up to bring you more in-control thoughts. Proactive thoughts encourage you to breathe instead of placing yourself in reactive situations. As we dive into this book further and get a bit more spiritual, those of you left-brainers or we need science-backed folks will appreciate this beginning thought. Please stay with me. Take a deep breath. That sentence. It may very well be the path to your happiness and your truth, ready to be lived out thanks to a deep, healthy exhalation. Smile. A smile is elemental. In fact, it's genetic. We can all smile, and everyone has the ability to lift the top of their mouth and their tips up just a tad to show their pearly whites. Think about the last time you smiled at a tiny baby. What happened? The baby probably smiled back, right? Voila! The powerful, contagious, positive genetic mirroring of human beings. When your smiling muscles contract, they fire a signal to the brain stimulating a reward system, which increases your level of happy hormones and endorphins. When you smile, your brain feels happy. A smile is said to equate to the feeling of having 2,000 bars of chocolate, yum, or even better, a sum of $30,000. Tara Kraft and Sarah Pressman, both psychological scientists, concluded that smiling lowers heart rate levels and decreases stress in the body. Even Charles Darwin's theory of evolution describes how facial feedback helps you feel better when you smile. The physical act of smiling sends neural messages to your brain telling you that you are happy. Magic, right? Use it wisely. Smiling activates the release of neuropeptides that work towards fighting off stress. Neuropeptides are tiny molecules that allow neurons to communicate as they facilitate messaging throughout the entire body. The feel-good neurotransmitters, dopamine, endorphins, and serotonin, they're all released when a smile flashes across your face. These endorphins also act as a natural pain and stress reliever. Turn that frown upside down, that sentence. It may not be a cliche after all. It might very well be the secret to finding your path to happiness. Every December when you watch the holiday classic Elf and Buddy quotes, I love smiling. Smiling's my favorite. Perhaps you'll not only laugh at the hysterical delivery of Will Ferrell, but you'll also think twice about smiling with Buddy the Elf all year long on purpose. Smile and breath. They're the principles of my personal development work as a communication expert, author, and speaker. These two elements have been imperial to my growth and to my journey. They have significantly helped me discover a new way of life. I teach this practice to my clients and fans. I ask audiences to naturally embrace a childlike state as they use breathing and smiling as unique reminders to calm down in real time, which helps them communicate more efficiently to themselves and to others. Breathing and smiling can bring out the best in you. This is all part of the kindness innovation. Now, to innovate means to change something that already exists, i.e., your habits. So in essence, throughout this book, when you methodically and spiritually change your habits, you create an innovation within yourself. We all make tremendously embarrassing mistakes during emotionally charged conversations and arguments. If you're ready to step into your vulnerability and become accountable for your actions and words, since you're listening to this book, get ready to breathe and smile a lot. Healthy communication can deliver life-changing breakthroughs. If you avoid conversations when you don't know what to say or how to say it, breathing and smiling are alternative methods to help you calm down and become a solutions-based thinker and speaker instead of a reactor. There's no time like the present to be authentically who you are to the world. Give yourself permission to let your kindest, most thoughtful voice be heard. If you've been disappointed with some of the ways that you've been communicating, if you've hurt people with your words, and if you're ready to develop your influence to speak better, love harder, work smarter, or show up more courageously, it's time to change. Let's take flight. The flight of birds. Research by the American Museum of Natural History suggests that there are about 18,000 bird species in the world. Birds sing, call, drum, thump, honk, tweet, click, pop, squeak, whistle, and perform other types of sounds. They soar, fly, glide, and swoop. Birds represent good omens. They're also symbolic of desires, goals, freedom, independence, peace, harmony, love, balance, and new ideas. I chose to showcase birds in this book as a symbol of freedom for you, to fly away from the fear that your ego mind tells you to believe. Ego, it may hold you back from the freedom, and it may try to clip your wings. Stay the course and believe in the nature of who you are. By learning to admire and study nature in new ways, you can free yourself from the stories, aka your BS stories, currently taking up space in your mind. Every insecurity that your ego tells you to believe must be diffused. As you listen on, you will learn how to hush and pause the mediocrity of the mind, maybe with an arm held up with a palm facing forward, wrist at 90 degrees, and fingers held high in a gentle pushback gesture to say, "Hey, ego, I'm in control, and I want to speak and act from my highest self." The words that sit quietly in your heart represent your truth. Don't get too comfortable with them nestled inside your soul, because they can be set free to take flight into the world. Birds are a wonderful visual for you to become a catalyst for change as you soar towards courageous ways of speaking. You can sing like the birds and learn to speak your truths kindly. Like a songbird with 30 mini breaths, you can incorporate greater breathing habits within your communication. There's a lot you can learn from the visual of birds. Examine them closely, from their wingspan to their pruning habits to their powerful eyesight and their gentle weightlessness as they glide through the skies. Spread your wings and get ready to fly, because birds give you a very special gift, the daily reminder to feel free. I hope that you enjoy their presence throughout this book. Be like the trees. The world is home to over 60,000 species of trees, with Brazil holding the greatest number at 8,715 according to the BBC. Trees are a symbol of enduring strength, recovery from illness, ambitions and wishes fulfilled, stability, shelter, and security too. Explore and admire trees in new ways to skillfully develop newfound strength within your own body and mind as you begin to understand how their roots provide protection and support for their vast and endless vertical length. The nutrients of trees travel upwards as they communicate with their entire entity from below the earth, all the way towards the highest branches and tallest leaves that dance into the sky. The dichotomy of trees alone is powerful if you believe that nature is a healing source for personal and professional development. Tree roots absorb and transfer moisture to provide support for everything that you see above the ground, from the trunk to the branches to the leaves. Water enters the tree through osmosis as nutrients and dissolved minerals travel up the tree to feed its bark and leaves. Just like your veins and cells carry oxygen and blood from your heart to your brain, you too are supported from your inside out. Some tree roots can grow as far as 20 feet below the earth. This is your reminder that the more you self-reflect, the more you dig deep into your soul. Each inch, each distance represents the power that you have within your spirit to live, speak, and age gracefully, no matter how hard the winds blow at your bark. As trees age, their roots slow down in growth. If you apply the same idea to your spirit as you mature, you can identify the beauty of your expansion and life progression, which is deeply affected by making time for more meaningful life pauses as you attain each new year. Every life pause is essential to your quiet wisdom and daily health. Deep reflection can contribute to a kinder, more compassionate way to age gracefully. Surrender to moments as you reach your arms up to the sky, lengthen towards your dreams as you extend your arms towards the direction of your goals. Reconcile with your spirit to accept what is and embrace what will be, just like tree branches that extend in unique ways to the heavens. What a great metaphor for attaining life balance. Oftentimes, branches grow in a straight line and then stop and bend and then somewhat continue upwards in a new direction midway through. Think of your own midline or midlife situations that feel twisted and tangled right now. Your path may have been going straight and suddenly there you are, a twist and then a turn and a new direction. Engage with this thought because it's important to identify that life asks you to take new growth paths. No matter how many times your path bends, it is all divine. Life will never be a straight line. And quite frankly, you wouldn't want it to be. Surrender and be like a tree. Easier said than done. Keep listening. Trees never hold on too tightly to their leaves as they gently let them cascade when they are ready to fall. Apply the same message to your growth potential, to know that no matter how big or small your obstacles may seem, to achieve true success, you must let go and trust in all situations. Letting go is a personality trait and a practice you will soon listen to and learn about in this book. Stay the course. Living in the moment is a wonder to behold, and reaching up to the spirit in the sky is a marvelous task that opens the heart and throat energy center to speak lovingly and freely. Together in this book, we will learn how to balance our thoughts and emotions and let go at the same time. By offering you the visuals of birds that nest and fly free and trees that root themselves into the earth and gently allow their leaves to fall, this special dichotomy is your gift to take throughout your path to happiness as you learn your own power of stability and freedom. Think about your own dichotomies of life. As the sun rises daily, you are offered new chances to calmly discipline yourself in every situation that you face. Chaos or calm, stress or bliss, sadness or joy. The dichotomy of being rooted and the opportunity to spread your wings to fly is powerful and symbolic. You have a choice every day to decide how you want to speak, act, and feel in every situation. In every moment, there is precious, intuitive life wisdom waiting to be told to you. This is the voice of the soul asking you to listen. Quiet the mind and ponder what you hear. It's magical. Let's practice. Let's practice being like trees. Use the following exercise throughout this book and throughout your life. Read this first practice and gently place this book down, or this podcast or app down that you're listening to, and take part. Be like the trees. Sit up straight. And then open your arms wide to the side, almost as if your arms extend behind you a bit. Now lay your head back and touch. Close your eyes if you wish. Let your eyelids gently fall. Remain in this position, breathing through a few moments of time, or for as long as you need to feel peaceful. This opening of the throat chakra extends the heart and broadens the shoulders, gifting you with deep breath as you experience the childlike nature of pretending you're a tree. Permit your arms to soar lengthwise beside you like branches extending to your right and to your left, enabling you to consciously inhale and exhale deeply. Now smile. Let that feel good. Practice being like a tree as much as you need, wherever you like, and even teach this pose to find your friends who may need a little bit of a life pause of their own. If you pay too much attention to your computer, or if you constantly look down at your mobile device, this practice is even more beneficial. The unnatural position of scrolling through your phone or leaning into your laptop screen can cause hunched shoulders, which halt the very breath that you need to release. An open heart encourages deep breathing. So as you sit at your office desk, or if you're situated on a couch or a chair, instead of looking down far too long, take on a new practice to look up, breathe, and smile. Take the pause. Take a moment for you. Be aware when you're feeling hunched, and then be like the trees. Sit up straight, reach your arms to the sides, lay your head back and close your eyes. Ground your heels to the floor and connect yourself to the earth. Whether rain or shine, a tree is nourished from all types of weather. Remember that when the winds change in your life, or if you're going through emotional discouragement, you can nurture the nature of yourself. Be like a tree and reach up to surrender what is and what will be. The world arrives daily. You must be ready to greet her. When I use the term throughout this book, the world arrives daily, you must be ready to greet her, I want you to pause, to create a positive intention for yourself. Think about greeting the world every morning with a meditation or a simple prayer, before you get out of bed, and especially before you reach for your phone. Prayer does not have to signify religion. Perhaps you can place your hands together at your heart, like a praying mantis, which is considered good luck in some parts of the world. The Greek word mantis means prophet or seer. As you will be taught with this book to relax and melt into the earth to achieve peace and harmony, the mantis does the same as it blends into its surroundings, calm, still, focused, and concentrated. Ponder the world arrives daily as your non-religious prayer moment to become one with the earth, grounded and still. This is a unique moment to signify your wish for the day. It's a reminder of the importance of gratitude, joy, and happiness upon your arrival with each morning. If you wake up with a loved one, wish them a good morning alongside of your intention. Sharing love is an intention. Love can be shared effortlessly and straightforward as the simple words, "Good morning," because every minute and every breath counts. Use time wisely. Wake up with the day and silently whisper to yourself, "Thank you for another day. I can't wait to see what the world has in store for me today. I am grateful for my breath. Good morning, world." These are just a few examples that can make the start of your day a positive one, no matter what you're facing, because some days are harder than the next. Use your intention not only in the morning, but throughout the hours when you need the most guidance. Intentions manifest into our lives when we pay attention to our desires and apply our actions and words towards our thoughts. Write your intention now and practice repeating it silently as you greet the world. Change it up as much as you'd like, as you will learn that your greatness story is continuously being rewritten as you grow. You can continue a longer version in a journal alongside of this listening version if you'd like. Begin to write down now. My intention is. Dear readers, it's time to greet the world, for she is a gift, and her arrival is always coming. Her presence is your present every single day, so remember to feel grateful to be alive. The love of my life suddenly left this earth as I finished this book. And although he is not physically present, I am forever touched by the way we greeted the world daily, together. Each morning we addressed each other with loving intentions, a kiss, kind eye contact, an abundance of connected energy that could have very well lit up the entire sky for the day. We shared coffee and conversation in bed before we both stepped into our routines, and it bonded us in a special way. Silent intentions, morning meditations, and early-to-rise compassion routines call you towards your life purpose and remind you to slow down and live in the moment. Continue kind greetings towards the people you love throughout your day, and evening too, as it can and will make all the difference in your demeanor, relationship, and connection to self and to others. Greet the world through your kindness towards people and also through self-healing by being kind to yourself. Look in the mirror and take time to love yourself for who you are, gray hairs, imperfections, and all. As you will learn, your soul is using your body to walk this earth. Nurture the body, but truly take care of the soul, for it is where the essence of your truth lives. Greet your days with an open mind filled with calm words. The sun will rise each day. It is your choice to rise with her. Apply the work in this book to differentiate the new you from the old as you complete each chapter. Kind communication can begin with a simple silent phrase that is spoken gently from your soul as you greet the world. Make it count. Allowing habits. When I use the word allower in this book, I'm referring to people who allow. Allowing is a weak tendency in many of us who disregard boundary setting and experience plenty of consequences because of it. Allowers are the types of people who want to change but lack the inner strength and courage to speak up for themselves. Allowers are possibly unaware of their allowing habits and need a little bit of a nudge to wake up to the moment at hand and live fully for themselves. Allowers are people who somehow believe that they have to be invested in situations that control them. They unfortunately assist these allowed situations to keep them separate and dormant from their greatness. There is hope beyond the allowing habit. Change is beautifully possible. Look for the lessons inside of this book to diffuse any of your allowing habits to healthily create new boundaries that can heal you and inspire you to feel more courageously alive in the moment. Hone in on your values and personal beliefs to encourage the bravery inside of you to be shared. In real time. When I use the phrase in real time, I mean in the moment at hand. Real-time apologies, real-time speaking up kindly and directly and thoughtfully, real-time truth sharing, real-time anything is your chance to own your vulnerability in the very essence of the moment, especially through the thickest of embarrassments and falters in life. Embarrassing moments are heavy. However, with a pause, a breath, and a smile, you can own whatever it is that you're feeling in real time, and you can find the self-love and gratitude to recover and heal. If you have acted in ways that you're not proud of, or if you hold feelings in when you want to speak up, possibility is always available to help you change your habits. As you learn to design your mind to be kind in real time, you are offered a new chance to begin again. That's the beauty of this book. Real time is the moment's offering to you. The choice to change is now, not tomorrow or the next day. It's the hardest choice of all, but it's worth it, and it's the quickest way to grow. Use this book creatively. Please consider writing in a journal alongside of this book. Take every opportunity you can to write your thoughts and feelings down to live fully within each page. Highlight, star, and fold pages of your favorite passages. And now you can't do that when you're listening, but if you do get the printed book, which I'd love for you to do because it's beautiful, you can do that as well. I want you to return to this book or audiobook as many times as you wish. You can scribble in the margins of your journal and let the 3 habits and the 6 personalities guide you towards your next best self. Beyond ego, flourishing with self-love, greeting the world daily as she arrives. Take an active part in the practice sessions. They are imperial to doing the work. Spend real time with each of the practices. You may find them silly, childlike, or a little embarrassing, but there's a reason for them. A light inside of your soul can be sparked, and a stream of consciousness can arise. You can change your life when you're present with the muck that you write down, and can truly capture it all when it's going on inside of your subconscious mind and you're journaling about it. When you go digging for gold, you may just find it. Any spiritual or communication growth constraints that you discover can be rewritten with humility. Journal about everything that comes up. There's wisdom in every one of the one-liners and the paragraphs and chapters that I write about in this book. I like to think of my words as a mosaic of poetic thoughts and ideas drawn from the essence of my deepest wishes for you, dear readers and dear listeners. Design your mind to be kind is my gift to you. Arrange each word like a bouquet. Place the stems as your life's meaning. Arrange tall flowers as daily intentions. Baby's breath for the small steps you will take to change habits, and the roses. Ah, the roses. Use them as your heart's yearnings. Put them in front so that you can see them first. Feel your heart-mind connection open as you take in their scent. Intimately interpret each page as wisdom to water and grow within humanity. Let your interpretations bloom as Monte Cassino aster flowers, yellow and white self-belief reminders to feel fully alive. Take in the scent of self-love and exhale with a life pause, eyes closed, shoulders loose, and a smile on your face. I draw upon what I've been inspired to write from my late great mentor, Wayne Dyer. My practice of yoga, my entrepreneurial determination, my everlasting devotion for the zest of life, awareness of nature, personal empowerment, joy for connections with all people, and the choices that I've made to truly fall in love with every single moment. My words are written interpretations of my soul. Share your favorite book quotes with me, and possibly share them with your social media friends if you'd be so encouraged to do so. Send me an email along the way when you set out to read this book and share your intentions with me. I love to hear from my fans. Please jot down notes in your journal or on sticky notes and place them next to your computer or on the sink where you brush your teeth every morning. Text your favorite passages to your pals to nurture friendships. Share your deepest secrets with your partner and to encourage them to smile as you fulfill your own wishes of speaking your truth in real time. Take a photo of you with this book as it begins to inspire you and share it with me so that I can grin with you alongside of your journey. Listen for the much-needed messages that will appear inside of these pages and find yourself discovering moments of bliss as you experience powerful awakenings. Each chapter offers short snippets of thoughts that are easily understandable and bite-sized to present a glimpse for you to change. I even picture some of you having what I call shower moments. When you're in the shower a week after and you read passages and you shout to yourself, "Oh my God, I get it. I get it now. I'm the reactor." Or, "Oh my God, I'm the yeah butter." Or, "Oh, I understand why I do this and why I repeat this habit, and it has to change." Look, we can all be reactors and we can all act in dishonorable ways. I was a big reactor in my early life, hence why I wrote this book and started speaking, writing, and coaching. This work truly changed my life, and once I began to practice it as a career, it changed the lives of many people. Some instantaneously, some who became valued clients, and others who are close lifelong friends. This is a process. It's a journey, a path to finding happiness. We can change. We're all breathing the same air. Awareness is the first step that we can take as we gently stride through the sands of life and swim through the oceans of our days to try to make sense of what our purpose truly is on earth. Let this book work its magic. Pause and reflect after chapters. Return to your favorite spots again and again and again. Design Your Mind to Be Kind is not meant to be read once and then placed on a shelf or not listened to again. Return to it frequently. Let it call to you. Refer this to friends, to coworkers, and bosses. Be authentic when you take part in the practices, as they can change your life. You can share any moments with me anytime you like. My email is elizabethberryconsulting@gmail.com. On Instagram, I am The Kind Communicator. I have a Facebook group called Beyond Ego. On LinkedIn, I'm Elizabeth Ann Barry, and my website is The Kind Communicator. Your voyage is about to begin. When you empty out the vessel, there is a space to fill it up, and you can fill it up with anything. A love note from Mama Bird. Dearest readers, dearest fans and listeners, it takes courage to speak your truth, and you will be tested along the way, but remember compassion and embrace self-love as you wrap your wings around this book. Remember that life adaptations can take weeks or months for the stimulus to reward you. But the surprise beyond these long periods of time is the magic of living the life fulfilled. The kindness innovation takes time. I have been on my own spiritual journey for over 40 years. I am the risk-taking entrepreneur, the female executive, women's empowerment advocate, men's vulnerability partner, public speaking coach, yogi, old soul, romantic, and writer. I know how hard it is to be authentic due to the embarrassment of opening up to what's inside of your soul. As I work on changing my own habits, I understand the challenges that you face when you begin to embrace the journey that I'm presenting to you. We all have communication habits that we're not proud of, but there's possibility waiting on the other side of fear. It's called faith and truth. I'll take you there. When you let go of the fear that you're holding on to, you lighten the weight of unnecessary guilt. Your relationship with yourself and others today and in the future can be more meaningful. If you commit to design your mind to be kind, you have the privilege of living what I call the life fulfilled, which means to speak your truth kindly with a grounded, open heart and a free mind. Design Your Mind to Be Kind marries your soul with your greatness potential. No matter where you live, what title you have, CEO or corner store owner, crossing guard, teacher, student, parent, retired or recent graduate, connection is the essence of life. And when kind communication is at the center of it all, truth can be released, embraced, and felt. Daily inspiration is provided to you by the flight of birds and the growth of towering trees. Look up. The beauty of a tall tree is the gift of life, reminding us that we all have roots beneath the surface. We all began as seedlings, and we are all continuing to grow. What's inside of us can be shared on the outside with grace, like a beautiful color of a bright red cardinal that shows up to say hello. Sharing a message from the heavens, this is the same idea. Be the color, be the bold color red. Learning about how you show up and how you act shifts your mindset towards making great first impressions every time. From new meetings to old acquaintances, the difference in the way you speak and act can be influential. Patterns that were once cynical or cyclical or gloomy, they can all be worked through and diffused with the help of the 3 habits and 6 personalities. I have flown above myself to see the patterns that I carried that no longer served me. I have caught my meaningless words in the wind. I have soared to great heights and felt the emotional weight that I held on to. I heard the words that I needed to share, but kept them inside due to fear or embarrassment. In the past, I didn't know how to speak kindly, directly, and thoughtfully to say what I felt. In fact, I avoided and resisted speaking any of my truths because I didn't fully understand the benefits of sharing them. My self-belief was small, and my ego forced me into a corner. My focus was on everyone else except for myself. I was a worrier. I thought, well, will someone run away if I share my truth? Will others be defensive? And if so, will I get defensive in return? Will I be embarrassed of what I have to say after I say it? Will I get upset? Will someone else get upset? I sat quiet and idle for quite a long time. I suffered, I hid, I harbored shame, and I played small. I was a walking flaw looking for change. The biggest shift happened when I recognized that I had to transfer my focus from others onto myself. I had to pay attention to how I was feeling and what I needed to say and share. When you begin to work on yourself, you notice that vulnerability suddenly begins to feel good. It doesn't feel good until it feels good. It takes time, but accountability shows up and it wakes you up to recognize growth in real time. When you take this work and make it a practice, the positive, repetitive acts that become your lifestyle habits will change your life. Soon, you'll discover that when you are faced with fear, you won't want to look anywhere else for answers but to yourself and to your truth. The courage that lives behind your fear is the bravery you never knew you had. Your obstacles, they're yours. They're not owned by anyone else. Work on them in real time and watch as magic happens. It's called growth. It's called being truly, fully alive in the moment. Learn how to speak your truth kindly, directly, and thoughtfully, and it will feel wonderful. Life gains new meaning as you gain respect for yourself and receive more respect from others. This process unveils itself when you follow the habits and embody the personalities you will soon read about. Change is one of the hardest things that you can do as an adult, but it certainly can invigorate you when it works in your favor. As you begin to fly above and you see how you show up, you learn to speak differently. Gradual shifts become small successes. Small successes create a grandeur self-awareness party, and you are invited. Kinder thoughts will travel to your words, which then appeal to your actions as you learn to speak beyond the ego. Suddenly you realize that drama is no longer as exciting as it once was. Embarrassment becomes an artifact of the past. Your newfound self-awareness releases courage that diminishes insecurity brought on by fear. Living in the moment becomes your new way of life. When I hid behind my mask of my ego and noticed how it affected me in negative ways, I taught myself to catch my habits, fly above my words and actions, and speak my truth kindly. I became the kind communicator. The work of the kindness innovation will soon formulate a shape of infinity fueled by healing rose quartz that travels into the nebulous of your mind, towards your lips and throat center, to your heart, to your body and actions. You will learn to dust off, stand tall, smile, speak up, breathe, and act courageously. If you're willing to do the work, this book will offer miraculous results to positively improve your relationships, from the one you have with yourself to your connections with others. Life is a gift and a choice. You can choose to be bitter, cold, stagnant, and resist change, or you can open your heart and elevate yourself and those around you. The calmer you become, the more you can manage your fears. The messes you've hidden that live within you will be revealed if you do not take accountability for them. The stress that hides behind your ego and in your broken relationships due to poor communication habits can be diffused if you choose to step into your courage and say what you need to say in real time. Frustrations are nothing but the results of unfulfilled desires. Your bad habits are an unconscious response to your ego holding you back from speaking your truth. A kind mind produces a renewed sense of spirit so that change can take place. You will soon care less about mistakes and more about your approach to getting back up and trying again. Like a bird swooping in and out of the sky, the fall becomes the lesson and the rise, the learning. Life is beautiful and painful. You may feel uncertain. You may feel lost. You may be at the point of frustration with the desire to change. Stay the course of this book and use it as a reference for when you need it most. Fly with me. Love, E.B. Solutions-based thinking. Like an artist, designing your mind to be kind requires focus and discipline with a willingness to practice. By listening to this book, you've already made the decision to paint your present and future canvas with kinder ways of being. You will become a masterpiece, but first, you must keep blending and dipping away with your paintbrush. Use every color that you can imagine. Your life canvas represents moments, feelings, and thoughts. Understand your self-beliefs. They are your mural. This type of life painting in real time is the journey of a brave artist who practices solutions-based thinking. Solutions-based thinkers do not use their paintbrush to point or blame when things go wrong. Instead, they learn to convey their actions as graceful water droplets. They alchemize life thoughts illustrated with positive brushstrokes and listen gently as new spoken words radiate change from within to enhance relationships. Solutions-based thinkers solve problems and act productively towards opportunities and obstacles. They share ideas rather than hostility or fear. They replace blame and anger with peace and tranquility. They act in service of their highest selves and understand the value of quality of life and peace of mind. They replace insecurity with curiosity. They use the pigment of rose quartz to arc and flow possibility from the tip of their paintbrush as they draw infinity over and over and over again with smile and breath. Solutions-based thinkers let go of blockages and encourage their habits to be guided by truth and kindness. This can result in real-time apologies that no longer feel embarrassing and simply become a way of life. Solutions-based thinkers help you to pause, reflect, and make room for more positive behaviors, such as to speak less, listen more, choose not to cast blame, be accountable, use meaningful eye contact, say yes to opportunity, say no to create boundaries, slow down, let go of guilt, ask for that raise you deserve. Take action on your dreams. Gain the courage to voice your truth. Take the risk. Find love. Marry your love. Leave a love that is no longer relevant. Develop problem-solving techniques. Connect rather than compete. Stop making excuses. Repair and strengthen relationships. Communicate directly. Find courage beyond chaos. Think beyond your ego. Acknowledge your greatness. Acknowledge others around you for their greatness. And live with intention. It's time to be courageous and incorporate change. The opposite of conformity is bravery. Do not let complacency, which is created by ego, keep you idle. The ego tries to keep you safe, stale, and rigid as you complain and react or act in mischievous ways. Instead, think of solutions before you speak and bring your highest self to all occasions. When you are not thinking clearly, or if you do not focus before you speak, you let loose the reactor, which unleashes your emotions that often leave you feeling unbalanced. like a painting that will never be finished. Be like the trees and root yourself. If you're reactive and defensive, you're powerless. If you're acting with an ego, your lowest self is present. Negativity can change a room in an instant. Instead of justifying behaviors, projecting, or making excuses, decide to grow. Instead of believing your own BS stories and acting out on drama, pause. Change direction. Breathe. Listen to feedback. Honor the moment. Say thank you. Ponder possibility beyond immediate stress. Smile. Instead of judging, look within. Instead of pointing, tilt your head and say, okay, there may be a point here that I need to think about. Turn it all around in real time. Speaking and acting with grace can increase happiness and can create significant life improvements. Not only will you feel it, but everyone around you will feel your kinder character as positive actions stabilize your emotions and connect you to the world. The world arrives daily. You must be ready to greet her. That was your reminder to meditate on your intention. It will keep coming up, so remember to pause and reflect with this statement throughout the book. Energy matters. Words matter. How you show up matters. Solutions-based thinking influences positive behaviors. People around you may wish to emulate your actions. They may believe that they matter also while in your presence. Polish yourself like a rock and the diamond in your heart shines. You can touch hearts when you communicate clearly. You can influence minds when you speak your truths kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. Let go of the past and live in the moment by evaluating current situations and then respond reasonably with practicality. Paint your self-portrait today as a solutions-based thinker. Sail on, O kind captain, and paint away. Let's practice. Let's create a self-love communications map. Let this map be a guide towards the possibility of solving some of your most pressing communication obstacles with love. Even the biggest challenges that seem to overpower your soul can change. It all begins with small steps in the sand. Every positive thought can become a new idea that creates solutions. Learn to harness your words with kindness and then take action towards possibility. Use humility to get over embarrassments that hinder you from self-reflection. To fasten yourself in communication mode to design your mind to be kind, please complete this self-love communications map. Take a piece of paper or place your journal beside you and open it. And then I want you to be the captain on this journey. This is your destination map. Please fill in the blanks. The last time I knew that I needed to speak less was when I know I need to listen more because I point and blame because I can be more accountable for. I need to create more boundaries in my life because I hardly say no during these times. Learn to say, I will. Speaking up for yourself and your self-worth is difficult, but in this chapter, I'm going to show you how to apply new words to your vocabulary so that you can immediately put your solutions-based thinking to work. Manifest your thoughts towards corresponding situations and circumstances in your life and let the energy of your determination arrive with the world daily. You will receive your dreams when you truly believe in them. That's the power of your mind in action. It's like the law of attraction, the magnetic power of the universe that draws similar energies together. If your mind is unfocused or perhaps too focused on the negative, and you silently speak to yourself in ways such as, well, what if others don't respond in the way I want them to? What if I feel as I'm too old for changing anything? What if others won't accept my thoughts? What if embarrassment overpowers my courage? What if I fear my authenticity isn't good enough? Nonsense, dear readers. The universe wants something better for you, so let's start anew. Replace the phrase, what if, with I will, and spread your wings. It's time to shift to the positive, proactive language of I will. Fear will always be in the way of courage if you allow it to. But when you speak up, you change. When you act, you change. Ask yourself the following questions and journal about it if you need to. Am I sacrificing my time and energy feeling stuck? Do I find it difficult to remain at peace when faced with adversity? Am I a procrastinator? Do I overpromise and underdeliver? Do I hold myself back from happiness due to fearing change? Am I afraid of what someone may say, feel, or do if I share what's in my heart? Acceptance of and awareness of what makes you you helps you to acknowledge your weakness and open up to your greatness in order to bring you closer to presence. Communicating with presence delivers purpose to your doorstep. Answer the knock of possibility and welcome inspiration inside the home of your heart as you greet the world daily. Your purpose on earth can awaken your soul as you commit to the new words and phraseology and step into who you're meant to be. Communication breakdowns may be hiding around the corner, but so are the breakthroughs. Think positive and start to shift. The first step towards any new breakthrough is to commit to change. Commit to the very idea of transformation throughout your entire body and mind, through your words and through your actions. You can't say that you commit to this work on the outside, but not really believe in it on the inside. That won't work, silly. The subconscious knows everything, dear listeners. Change only works when you're fully aware and focused. This process has to be whole. Match habits with life desires and discover your highest self in the process. You will do great. I know it. You can begin your commitment ceremony today by using the words I will consecutively in your vocabulary, and instead of saying I might or I should or I think, say I will. I will powers up your personal belief system of solutions-based thinking and speaking. It's like a mantra of the kindness innovation. When you become used to saying, I will, your dedication to this new practice becomes clear alongside of the positive language that you use. Language ultimately shapes your behavior. Words can change your entire existence and enhance the quality of your life. You'll notice this transition as you learn to catch yourself, a habit you'll soon learn about. In place of a negative word or a negative vibe, you'll catch yourself and choose positivity instead. That changes. These changes are all taking place within you, and they're going to be wholly noticed by everyone around you, including yourself. When you supercharge your vocabulary and practice using kinder language, you grow. Suddenly, you notice your negative self-talk and mind chatter as well as everyone else's around you. Your attention span and awareness opens up as the voices, words, and actions that you choose, as well as the poor choices from others, become louder and heightened. It's as if your bad habits and everyone else's negative ways are reflected through a megaphone. This is a time of great change. These are the moments that you truly see the effect that the negative habits have on words, conversations, and relationships. Awareness is powerful. Pay attention. Do the work. And remember, you cannot change others. Please simply focus on yourself. Positive, habitual vocabulary helps you express your thoughts and your emotions as a better you, your highest self. The words that you attach to your experiences become your experiences. When you commit to changing your language, you learn to speak from a higher vibration and diminish the ego and stop believing in the BS stories inside of your mind. The lies that you tell yourself are not permitted anymore, and you are going to rewrite your greatness story. This is the practice of the kindness innovation. Awareness is nothing without action, and action is nothing without practice. Once you arrive at what you know as your truth, you have to do something about it. And then positively repeat the action until it becomes a new habit. Think about the rose quartz infinity loop that travels from your mind, crosses at your throat chakra, and circles around at your heart. Repeat your new positive habits as you continue your path to happiness, leaving the BS stories out, as well as the ego. Rather than hiding from difficulties, understand that you have them. That's a bold move. Rather than hiding or holding in unspoken words, speak them kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. As you travel heart first into the miracles of life, healthier communication habits will reflect upon how you wish to show up in this world. I'd like to give you the chance to create a few intentions to change your vocabulary. If you're ready to do the work, please write in your journal now the saying, I will. I will. Offer the words, I will, as each statement below is a signature to activate and own this commitment ceremony to design your mind to be kind. I will make an impact on myself, others, and the world. I will transform current patterns and behaviors that don't work for me anymore. I will stop repeating embarrassing negative habits. I will engage in richer relationships. I will thrive on healthy communication through ups and downs, trials and challenges. I will achieve a greater life balance. I will take more me time quietly and reflectively. I will search within myself to minimize conflict with others. I will practice self-love. I will break open. I will stop making excuses. Learn to smile and breathe in the face of every adversity because you can and you will. Let's practice. Prepare. Think about specific thoughts or goals that are sitting idle in your mind or in your heart right now. If you know that you need to speak your truth about them kindly, directly, and thoughtfully, let's prepare. Meditate on them, own them, and be honest with yourself. If there are many things, write them all down and focus on compassion. Visualize. Visualize yourself speaking to whomever you need to speak to get what's inside of your heart out towards another person. Picture yourself explaining what you need to say or something that you'd like to let go of. What does it feel like? What does it look like? Can you allow yourself the freedom to be authentic with your words? Can you let go of any guilt or fear that may be holding you back? Create. Think about what it is that you can create as an approach to let these words out. What scenario can you set up that brings this experience to life that will be comfortable enough so that you can speak gently with a solutions-based approach? Approach is everything, and it can create a sense of harmony so that words and actions flow freely and gently. Priorities. What do you need to do in order to make speaking your truth a priority in life? What reordering of things in your life need to happen right now in order for you to put yourself first? What can you rearrange in your communication habits that no longer block words or feelings and start to enable them to be spoken, felt, and shared. Acknowledge. Acknowledge any embarrassment, shame, guilt, or funny feelings that come up during these tasks. Own them and transform your mind to newly see them as loving guides in order to not keep anything that feels bad on the inside and begin to let everything out kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. Let go. Write out everything that you need to let go of. In one sentence or many, write them boldly and honestly. What is it that you'd like to say out loud to someone about a situation in your life? It might be sitting quiet. It might need its wings to fly. Whether one or many situations, use this time to let go and let it all out. Let in. What can newly enter into your life right now as words and actions are freed from your mind, heart, and soul? What can you newly allow in that's been blocked? Let possibility arrive. Your greatness story. As you practice the kindness innovation, you open yourself up to greater communication patterns, which awakens vulnerability and ultimately tames what I call the reactor. If you're fed up with how you run from situations, if you answer others impolitely, if you feel jealous or guilty, or if you rush through life, keeping your truths hidden, live in your past, pay too much attention to your damn phone, or any bad habit that you can think of that hinders your ability to speak your truth, act freely, or live happily, then it's time to rewrite your greatness story. Open your feathers and prune. Your greatness story can especially be rewritten when you learn about your bad habits and desire new ways to change. There's never a better time to rewrite what's possible when you learn about what's wrong and focus on what needs to shift in your life. If you project your feelings or thoughts onto others or prematurely make assumptions of how others feel and then act on false negatives told by the ego, rewrite, rewrite, rewrite. As you become more aware, thanks to the teachings in this book, you may notice that a lot needs to change inside of you, and that's okay. That's the work of the kindness innovation. Use it. Let it flow. If you read this book and find little to change, your ego is very strong and your self-belief muscles need to be retrained in the gym of your mind. We will get there. This work is not easy. A majority of adults were not taught personal development in school or in their youth, and the mere idea of looking at bad habits is frightening. The mere idea of working on relationships and communication in real time is terrifying and rather raw. Please do not fret. This is the journey. Welcome aboard. The more you begin to love your embarrassments, the more you'll enjoy the work that I write about. The more you apply, the more you'll enjoy spreading your authenticity feathers. You have to trust the process, and you have to love your muck in order for it to diffuse. What you fully own and become accountable for can be easily tamed. It's like pruning your feathers. Birds prune feathers and then look more beautiful and clean. You can do the same, but you have to be authentic. Get rid of the feathers that need to be plucked, because if you pretend that they need to stay, i.e., if you pretend that you're okay and you're really not, that's the false pretense of the ego trying to be, quote unquote, perfect. Be careful. Take a breath and a pause, and then tap into your highest self. Become aware that when you sit idle or stray from growth, old feathers remain. Flaws are going to show up in this greatness rewriting process. Be ready to prune. For goodness sakes, readers, for goodness sakes, listeners, you have flaws. Own them. Your greatness story appears when you become accountable for your actions and your words. When you are responsible, your greatness stories show up at your front door and ring the bell to say, "Hello, I'm here, let me in." You can't rewrite your greatness story until you believe your own truth. Your truth represents your highest self and teaches you to calmly respond in all situations. As you practice, the right words will appear more often. Kinder actions will be repeated, and silence will become a new response before a reaction. You will never be left with blank pages in your heart when you design your mind to be kind. This is the kindness innovation. Your highest self and your truth have the pen, and your heart is always ready to write. Reacting in unhealthy ways may be a habit that you form due to a lack of training in spiritual or personal growth and development, society, or the way you were brought up. This is why you might feel a little bit of shame. Ego tells you to be embarrassed of your past or your present, but fear not. The shift awaits. Humility is the gift that opens you up to breath and a smile. If you're frustrated with how you show up in life, a new greatness story must emerge. Smile at your weakness, and your greatness story arrives. Instead of waiting for issues to work themselves out, become proactive. I like to say, be proactive instead of reactive. Develop your greatness story by owning past and current mistakes. Find humility and learn to newly approach life because of what you've experienced in yourself. Here are 2 examples of how I rewrote my greatness story and put the work of the kindness innovation into action. Perhaps you may have similar stories like mine. Ponder every story from your present or past and diffuse everything that you have to make yourself happier and healthier in the moment, in real time. Please use your journal to reflect upon your own greatness that can be rewritten. Back when I was working at a digital marketing agency in my 30s, I became extremely frustrated with a work colleague who behaved like a spoiled brat. I allowed her behavior to annoy me for months on end until one day I stormed out and shouted, "I quit!" After experiencing her toxic, albeit pathetic behavior, rolled eyes, huffing and puffing, and endless crying when things didn't go her way, I had enough. I was furious because the CEO and the executive team enabled her missteps. They did nothing about it. They noticed it but sat silent amongst it. There was no punishment, and there was a trail of toxicity in the office that could be cut with a knife. So I decided to rewrite my greatness story to let go of my frustration. Here's what I learned. When you become aware of your emotions, you notice dramatic patterns and unhealthy situations that need to change within yourself. Over time, you begin to care less about the mediocrity of others and choose to work on your own personal development instead. I watched this girl cry at her desk, yell at people, and create drama daily. I let it annoy me for months on end, but I had to change the focus onto myself. It was so hard to do at the time without the proper tools, the same tools I'm providing for you inside of this book. The day when I ran out of my office because of the irrationality of my coworker, I knew that it was I that wanted to show up differently. It wasn't the bratty colleague. It was I that desired and needed the change. Although, yes, she was a mess, a complete disaster, but that's not the point here. Remember, solutions-based thinkers do not point or blame. For anything, I could not change her. I had to learn to change myself. And looking forward now, this experience has led my career to become a communications expert, a writer, and a coach based on the exact same situation. So thank you for this past person in my life, because you've made me now loving my career and living my second half of life, teaching everyone else what I learned because of your weakness and because of my weakness. Dear listeners, if you allow your frustrations to get the best of you, your reactor emerges. The reactor produces childish, emotional stories and drama. If you can learn to pause, breathe, and smile instead or in place of a reaction, a toxic behavior, or anything of that sort, you get to easily tame, fix, and diffuse the ego in any reaction. Learn to care less about the immaturity of others and more about the maturity of yourself when faced with stress. The CEO of the company that I worked with knew that I was reacting. He saw that I was not healthily responding to the way this girl was acting, and he knew that I was one heck of a marketing and sales director. He didn't want to lose me. So he said to me, Elizabeth, what are you doing? Come back to your desk on Monday and let's work this through. I know you're stronger than this. I went back the next week and everything felt much better because I chose to work on myself. And I had a mentor to guide me. Not long thereafter, I decided to pursue my career in performance coaching. I was lucky because my boss saw that I needed to be guided to work on myself, but not everyone has a boss, a manager, or a mentor that will stop you in your tracks to help you with your emotional breakdowns. That's why there are coaches out there and speakers like me in the world to guide and lead others. Thanks to my current boss at the time, I diffused my stress and matured in the moment. Instead of letting me leave, he chose to speak to me kindly, directly, and thoughtfully, and asked me to find the courage in myself to show up as a better me, a more accountable Elizabeth. If you don't have a mentor, a boss, or a manager that guides you in the proper ways, I ask you to rewrite your greatness story because the focus must be on you. Every time you feel yourself begin to falter, recognize the courage inside of yourself to show up stronger when faced with havoc. If you're experiencing emotional drama in your relationships, take a pause. Adopt a new greatness story to stop blaming, pointing, and complaining, and decide to work on yourself instead. Choose you. Choosing to work on yourself is personal greatness. When you take the emphasis off of someone else, even if they are acting like a complete pain in the neck, your attention to the moment creates the growth shift. You can then seamlessly lead others towards kindness with you, calmly, thoughtfully, courageously. I've seen it happen in my life relationships, and it works marvelously when you commit to doing the work. Your ability to surrender arrives like a superhero power when you no longer dramatically let your reactor out. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" you say, "Oh no, this is happening to me, and what can I do to better myself because of it?" Suffering is not necessary. Drama is your personal story, so learn to process difficult scenarios in real time. I'll teach you how as you read on, and soon you'll understand the importance of shifting in the moment to speak your truth kindly, directly, and thoughtfully, like a magical release. I'll stand for you as you find your path to happiness. And if you currently have any situations that you're unable to handle emotionally, please write to me anytime. There is always a solution. I promise you that. Another example when I rewrote my greatness story was when I walked away from a relationship that no longer served me. My fears kept me silent, idle, and weak. I stayed because I was thinking within my ego, my lowest self. I was embarrassed to leave because of what others would think. I allowed myself to play small and remain in an unhealthy relationship that was not working. But soon enough, with the habits written about in this book, and calm as my superpower, the courage to walk away became prevalent. I realized that remaining in a relationship that no longer served me was far from the greatness story I wanted to write. I was weak. I was an allower, and I believed my own BS stories until I courageously made the shift to change. I exhaled like crazy, and it impacted my brain to light up and make me feel more calm to make better choices. you can do the same. With the fly above habit you'll soon read about, you can see the unhealthy truths that your ego tells you to keep so that you remain a victim. You watch in real time as your ego pushes you down when you so want to rise up. If you willingly allow yourself to remain in toxic relationships, the years in your life become long and drained. With the ability of possibility and the loving reminders inside of this book, your habits can change in real time. If your life connection with someone is no longer the same, rise up and act. If you're just going through the motions, speak up and act. If there's a lack of respect, or if you feel lonely with your partner, something has to change. If you don't like where you're at, move. If you're not in the right career, believe that you can be. If you want to reconnect with someone, do it. Your intuition is always speaking to you. You'll learn to hear her more frequently with the help of the coming chapters. Reach for the sky like a tree with loving branches. Open your wings to fly. Ground yourself with balance and surrender. All unhealthy relationships must be released. All toxic shadows will follow you until you handle situations with healthier communication. Become a solutions-based thinker. Develop a kinder mind and break free from repetitive bad habits. Ask yourself, what does it truly mean for me to live greatly? Awareness is nothing without action, and action is nothing without practice. Close your eyes and think about the rose quartz infinity loop of possibility traveling back and forth from the mind, crossing at the throat chakra, and circling around at the heart. As you bring this book to life and reflect and act upon your own character, use these tools to build discipline as you show up more maturely and healthily as you rewrite your greatness story. What I mean when I ask you to rewrite your greatness story is this. I want you to vibrationally understand that your story is your life. You're like a character in your own favorite book. There are paths that twist and turn in several different directions, and sometimes you may not understand the frequencies that arrive in people, or cannot envision why your journey is taking such a mysterious right turn. That's okay. Each path that you take is your new greatness story revealed, and you will rewrite and rewrite again. Each and every story will be different throughout your life as you beckon the call of your existence, the divine way of life, not fearing where you're headed, but accepting it and acknowledging it as truth. Trusting the process will get easier, I promise. And when life twists in a really, really, really hard direction, you can breathe first to try and understand it all with less anger, sadness, and fear. Peace will arrive when you do this work. It's a bit unexplainable, but you have to trust the process and commit to action. Think about your life as your favorite book, with a forever changing plot. The type of book that you're inspired to keep turning the pages to see what happens next. A new chapter appears and amazingly the story changes. Heck, there might even be a sequel. New horizons are always ready to be rewritten. New journeys are always ready to take place. Keep writing, keep reading, and remember that your best character is your highest self. You're no different than the leading person in your favorite book. You're the protagonist of your greatness story, dear readers. Joseph Campbell wrote about it in The Hero's Journey, telling the great tale of the hero that goes on an adventure, learns a lesson, wins a victory, receives knowledge, and then returns home transformed, teaching readers that we can live our lives as our very own hero. Or maybe you read The Alchemist, where the young boy Santiago pursues his dreams by following his heart's desires, Turning each page as you listen closely, he tells tales about interesting characters that he meets along his journey, as he tries to make sense of it all throughout the book, only to find that his travels throughout the sands and the seas lead him right back to where he started, under this sycamore tree, only to be revealed that he must not stop traveling. I cry every time I read that part. Or think about Robin Sharma's The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, where the hard-headed lawyer Julian Mansell confronts the spiritual crisis of his out-of-balance life, and then he miraculously and spiritually gains a new life, flourishing with wisdom, passion, purpose, and peace. Each story that you rewrite will have a new foundation for you to build upon as you ground yourself like a tree or spread your wings to fly. It's that simple. But as I said before, your mind tries to complicate everything up there in that head of yours. So the focus must remain on the heart-mind connection as you design your mind to be kind. Keep reaching for your dreams. You are called to live a balanced, humble, and calm life, ready for what comes your way next. Speak up kindly, directly, and thoughtfully to lessen your trail of unspoken words. As you diffuse toxic behaviors and replace them with new habits, you leave the weight of the world and their burdens behind you in your story of life. Running is so very easy, but if you learn to take out the emotion, you're left with reality. Suffering ends when running ends, especially in the love stories. Stand grounded like a tree, reach up to the skies, fly free like a bird, and feel the wonder of designing your mind to be kind with a greatness story to tell and retell, perhaps a new place to land to tell it each and every time. There's one last word that I'd like you to think about as we close this greatness story chapter. The word is trust. Whether you're a believer in spirituality, a higher power, or the mirrored reflection of yourself, it is valuable to understand the meaning of trusting in something, including who you are. Your will, determination, goals, wisdom, dreams, and gifts, you name it, they can become realities, but you have to believe in them. The faith to trust that what is coming towards you on your journey or in your life can reveal your purpose here on earth. Know that your path is your path, and it will lead to happiness, even if it has a few breaks in its branches, a plot twist or turn, a broken wing, waves, or storms. You can still see the sun from time to time when it rains. You can watch the petals of a flower get hit hard by precipitation, but somehow the flower withstands it all. Maybe a little battered, but surely unharmed, as it continues to bloom after the storm. You are no different from that flower. Keep rewriting your greatness stories. We can't control the weather of our lives, but we can provide ourselves with cover from the storm by not running from it, by doing what's right in the face of it. And by what's right, I mean trusting that your highest self is the best character to step into within your book of life. Rewrite, 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 and trust, trust, trust. Let's practice. Please fill in the blanks and use your journal now as a greatness story participation, and let's get started as you own your new character right here in this very book. Ponder this. My name is. I am rewriting my greatness story because I realize that the time is now to speak my truth. I know that it is super important for me to evolve. I want to feel the freedom that I so deserve as a human being, and I'd like to actively put into practice what needs to happen in my life, namely, I fully recognize that my greatness lives within me, and if I am feeling weakness, it is only natural. If I'm an allower, I will find the courage to create boundaries. I am ready to tap into my power, my purpose, and my potential. Writing and rewriting my greatness story plays a part in my self-discovery. I matter. My words matter. My feelings matter, and how I show up matters. My commitment to rewrite my greatness is my chance to fully explore what's inside of my mind, heart, and soul that yearns to come out. These are the current negative thoughts, patterns, triggers, or habits that find me held back. I'm going to write them now. On the positive end, these are the positive traits that I'd like to acquire to newly change who I am into who I'm meant to be. My greatness story can and will be rewritten over and over again. I honor the ability to change. Today's greatness story matters because I'm putting it in ink. I'm going to write it out in my journal as it manifests into my life. And I recognize that writing needs to take action, and that helps it manifest. So I promise to fulfill this work within the next 90 days. Now go ahead, dear listener. It's time. The 3 habits. Welcome to the 3 habits of effective communicators. Catch yourself, fly above, and speak your truth. When you use these habits individually, you create a healthy, functioning way to show up in life. When you use these habits collaboratively, catching yourself, flying above, and speaking your truth, that's when the real power of this habit-changing process comes into play. Spread your wings, lift your head, and let the journey continue. Catch yourself. Habit number 1. The first habit of effective communicators is catch yourself. Like a bird that catches a good flight on a summer wind, you must learn to catch your habits in order to fly free. When you actively participate with your words, attitude, and manners in real time, and you see yourself through new eyes, the result of catching yourself is what I call nowness. Nowness is this great feeling of living in the present moment. It's like a personal illumination that lights the torch towards who you're meant to be, seeing what you need to see, learning from old habits, and implementing new ones as you choose rose quartz healing energy to infinitely loop from the heart to the mind, crossing at the throat chakra and around again at the heart, the mind, the throat chakra, and around again. Catching yourself helps you recognize the importance of not holding back in areas of your life where you feel stagnant. The unspoken words that live inside your soul do not need to remain within the confines of your being anymore. Catch yourself from holding back and live in the moment as you speak your truth. When you desire to speak and you put your strength forward, you learn how healthy it feels to share your words and thoughts kindly and directly in the moment. Holding yourself back from happiness hinders growth. It's suffocating. Advocate to apply the catch yourself habit with a reflective pause, a breath, and a smile to halt and activate flaws and fallacies into positive traits in real time as you exhale and share what you truly wish to share with the world. This real-time engagement with life and catching of the mind and heart teaches you the importance of implementing new thoughts and actions as a life-changing ritual. During emotionally difficult situations, you often don't feel or say or do the right things, but catching yourself provides the option to breathe and smile instead of reacting or holding everything in. The best way I can help you to relate to the feeling of holding everything in is nature's volcano and its sudden eruption. when you least expect, emotions that are held inside for too long erupt, and the consequences can be crucial. Try not to overflow, dear listeners. Try not to be the reactor. Use these habits to breathe and then formulate a spoken apology. Self-reflect, find a moment of gratitude, develop a kinder way of responding, or simply take a minute to yourself. If you don't practice the habit of catching yourself, you succumb to the reactor, the persona inside of you that dims your light and erupts unexpectedly like a volcano. The reactor comes out when you're angry, mean, jealous, hurt, depressed, lost, disgruntled, entitled, bored, embarrassed, sad, or feeling bad about something. When you're faced with havoc, it's difficult to speak or act in honorable ways. The ego unleashes the reactor, and what's left is the lava that exploded in the form of words said wrongly, misguided actions, unauthorized feelings, unspoken words, pain, excuses, and regrets. During the journey of my search for self, I learned that when I became aware of my reactor, I could actively change my habits in real time. When I caught myself, I heard the words I used wrongly. I saw how I reacted to people instead of responding kindly. I watched how long it took me to say what I needed to say and understood every missed opportunity because of it. Catching yourself is a habit to practice the behaviors of a new you in the moment. The catch secrets to transformation. In order to teach you how to catch yourself, I put a formula together with the tools to learn how to stop running from fears and start responding with courage. Time and again, you can impress yourself when you catch yourself. Apologize in real time when you are wrong. Take responsibility for actions. Let things go. Achieve a stress-free release instead of an anxiety-filled reaction. Breathe and smile. Even in the most challenging of circumstances, catching yourself provides results. Here's how you achieve it. Awareness plus knowledge plus mind, body plus breath plus smile equals the catch. Repeat. Awareness, acknowledge, mind, body, breathe, smile equals the catch. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Here are the 5 steps and the 5 secrets to catch yourself. Please refer back to them time and again. And in moments of stress, return to any number below and reread the catch secrets to transformation. Let's break it down. 1. Become aware. Know that your reactor can come out at any given time, especially during chaos or sadness. You'll want to be ready, so become fully present in each moment of your life. Slow down and learn that awareness is knowledge. It's the perception of a fact. And the fact is, without awareness, emotional overdrive is coming. Repeat this phrase when you're facing difficulty with your life dramas. Without emotion, I am left with reality. Without emotion, I am left with reality. Without emotion, I am left with reality. Emotions such as guilt, frustration, or fear can block you from change. Catch yourself when you emotionally hold on to drama. Practice responding with maturity instead. As you learn to let go of the dramatic stories taking place inside your ego mind, you catch yourself and stop participating in the BS. With emotion, there's drama, but with reality, there's possibility. Awareness is a useful personal development and spirituality tool that trains you to connect to your purpose. I use the word tool here with a broad meaning. Think of these tools as new routines or positive self-talk, maybe even questions that you can ask yourself silently. It may take a few tries to repattern your mind as you accept awareness and responsibility for your actions and words in real time, but stay the course. This work works. Listen for the emotional stories that you tell yourself about staying in career positions, working for bosses that do not acknowledge you, or keeping employees that no longer serve your needs. Search for the feelings and emotions that keep you unhealthily stuck and catch yourself with new awareness that wakes you up to act. Stuck in a love relationship that no longer serves you? Catch yourself. Are you remaining with a lover that you no longer love or you don't see a future with? Pause. Breathe. Speak your truth and take decisive action. Are you stuck in a rut wanting to take a risk but are held back by fear? Catch yourself and make the decision to fly free instead of sitting idle. Are you being mistreated by someone or being treated poorly without the ability to speak up? Catch yourself and stand up for yourself. Most importantly, catch yourself when you're acting in dishonorable ways. This is how nowness enters your life, by teaching you to become present with the ability to change in real time. Catch yourself works wonders when you're stuck in drama talk with yourself or others. Drama spreads if you don't catch it or walk away from it. Toxic drama spreading can be horrendous and cause serious and painful consequences. Drama can and will create havoc in your life if you allow it to. The awareness step of catch yourself helps you arrive at the conclusion that brief venting is healthy. However, emotionally drawn out dramatic stories fueled by long-winded whining or complaining must be caught in the moment as you rise to the occasion of your highest self. This is meant for both written and verbal drama, including spoken words, insecurity, poor actions, demeaning emails, letters, or notes. This also includes silent or unspoken ways of acting inappropriately on purpose. Use your bad habits, own them, and have the courage to desire to diffuse them. Design your mind to be kind teaches you to step away from the drama. If you're currently in a situation where you listen to drama talk or are in the vicinity of complainers and want to separate from those situations, use awareness to breathe, pause, and walk away. Pretend as if you forgot to do something and then casually excuse yourself. If you're on the phone with a drama talker, kindly tell the person that you must go and take care of something, and then thoughtfully say goodbye to both the person and the drama. Kindly release yourself from all dramatic situations by taking a pause and creating a healthy boundary. Use self-respect to stop participating in the drama, whether it's being shared from someone else or coming from yourself. Catching yourself with awareness is the ultimate act of freedom. And most importantly, if you're being bullied or allowing yourself to be treated poorly by others, become aware of it, catch yourself, and stand up for yourself kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. 2. Acknowledgement. Whether it's raising your voice, fluffing your feathers, trying to be egotistical, thinking you're right, flying off the handle, self-depreciating talk, lack of boundary setting, boredom, running from problems, shutting down, being defensive, not living up to your fullest potential, acknowledge it all with grace. We all have bad habits. Acknowledge what habits need work and love the heck out of your embarrassments. And yes, my darling readers, my darling listeners, you do have flaws, and they are embarrassing. Start by sitting with them quietly. This quiet time of self-reflection can take days, weeks, months, or even years to fully grasp, but remember, there is no time frame but a journey of self-discovery. Be kind to yourself during this process and enjoy the results. Acknowledging your bad habits is a progression. Over time, it gets easier. The ego that once blocked your view to seeing any change will be overcome by courage. Love always prevails, and the rose quartz infinite loop of healing begins to work its magic. What's lurking inside the dark corners of your mind can be diminished when you get to know and own your flaws. Vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. When you begin to acknowledge what you find, you choose bravery over embarrassment. Live within the ownership of what needs work. Take accountability for it and work towards a better you, beyond ego. It's a heck of a way to live the life fulfilled. This is your path to happiness, dear readers and dear listeners. As you practice acknowledgement, new phraseology will appear within your vocabulary. Sayings will arise such as, "Thank you. May I please fix what I just said and move on healthier? Let me rephrase that and try again." Your vocabulary changes as you catch yourself, and your relationships become stronger as you design your mind to be kind. Flaws hide well behind the mask of the ego, so be ready to examine your depths to awaken your purpose. The more you search, the more you find. With the help of acknowledgement, you'll have an easier time experiencing the things you'd like to fix. 3. Discover your mind-body connection, or as I like to call it, the heart-mind connection. The body knows when you're about to say something wrong, do something wrong, or hold yourself back from speaking your truth. The body also knows that when you are not living within the present moment, anxiety, the reactor, is ready to take charge. You can feel it in real time. The amygdala, the almond-shaped part of the brain that is responsible for fight or flight responses, goes into overdrive during emotional breakdowns, and the body becomes flooded with chemicals that would have been used if you were in a fight. As you begin to catch yourself, you will experience your heart-mind connection in real time. Feelings such as bubbling in the throat, a warmer body temperature, or a swirling in the gut are key indicators that the reactor is ready to be let loose. You have the choice to channel the heart-mind connection, and instead of allowing ego or emotion to disconnect you from your greatness story, you rewrite how you show up in the moment. Smile, breathe, and let go. Take a pause. Use the heart-mind connection to initiate new phraseology to show up with appreciation for yourself and others. A fun exercise to describe this part of the catch yourself habit within the heart-mind connection is tapping. Let's try it together. Take your right hand and begin to tap the top of your head. This is a gradual, loving reminder that your mind can open the channel from the top of your body through your throat chakra all the way to your heart. Tap the top of your head gently a few times with your middle finger and your pointer finger. And with your eyes closed, repeat the phrase, "I am opening my heart-mind connection." Continue for a few minutes, and let's move on. Gently keep tapping as you continue moving your vibrating fingers down your forehead, over the tip of your nose, and land over your lips. Remain there for a few seconds. This is where your words enter the world. Remain tapping gently over your lips for 1 minute or more if you'd like. And then gradually lower your tapping fingertips over the chin towards the base of your chest bone, just below your throat, repeating to yourself, "I am opening my heart-mind connection." After a minute or more, keep tapping. Continue and move your fingers gently down towards the center of your heart, repeating the phrase, "I am opening my heart-mind connection." Stay there for as long as you'd like, and then take your left hand and place it on the top of your head, while you keep your right hand present next to your heart. Remain there, tapping your head and your heart for at least 1 moment or more, repeating the phrase, "I am opening my heart-mind connection," and then pause. Open your eyes, breathe, smile, take a great big inhale and let out a long exhale. This process, when used during stress, can be a calming method. If you've heard of EFT, Emotional Freedom Technique, which is an alternative treatment for emotional distress, you know that tapping the body can balance your energy. I've met the founder of EFT, and I am good friends with pioneers who have taken this technique across the country, channeling positive changes to the audiences that they meet. It's truly life-changing, and although it may be, kind of funny or maybe even look silly, tapping can take any negative situation and turn it into a calm experience. Using breath and closed eyes, tapping physically alters the brain, the energy, and the body. Tapping can heal stress within minutes. You will find success in health and happiness when you keep your heart-mind connection open like a river and let it flow infinitely. Stress blockages build up in between the passage from your head to your chest and obstruct positive thoughts and words that want to travel from the heart to the mind. Blockages halt some of life's greatest moments for you. Stay present. By linking your heart-mind connection with the tapping technique I presented, you open the energy field that connects your thoughts and your feelings with your words. You use less emotion and permit less reactive responses as you trust in the process and keep this channel clear and free of toxicity and blocks. Responding rationally becomes a new lifestyle, and communicating healthily becomes a better habit. 4. Breathe. I say this many times throughout my work, and I'll say it 1,000,000 times over because it helped me become the calmest person I am today. I never used breath as a part of my self-care ritual until I learned that exhaling was the secret to stopping the reactor. It works like magic. Instead of using words that hurt myself or others, I breathed. Instead of reacting, I breathed. Instead of allowing others or their reactions to affect me, I breathed. Instead of thinking painful thoughts that made me insecure, I breathed. Instead of holding things in, I became a professional exhaler. The art of breath takes months and sometimes years to fully put into practice. But once you begin the journey, you'll appreciate it more and more. Deep exhalations allow you to stop and think about what you're going to say before you say it. Breathing is your secret to not saying what the reactor has in mind, and to instead think clearly before your words enter the world. It's the secret behind every solutions-based thinker. The more you breathe in place of actions or words, the less you suffer. You can hide or you can accept. You can react or you can be proactive. The answers are in the exhales. Yogis know this well. 5. Smile. When the reactor is present, you forget that life shouldn't be taken so seriously. Smiling takes the place of frowning or scowling during chaos. When you smile, the body responds by listening. Practicing a smile draws you deeper towards listening to your spirit and your soul. Smiles spark the courage to turn away from anxiety and fear. The power of a smile can encourage others to know that you're happy to be alive. Wow, she had that smile that made her have this air to be alive. That's a nice thing for others to say about you, isn't it? Smiling is tenderly courageous, and it's also contagious. It's a secret communication tool to design your mind to be kind. Try it now. Go ahead. Give yourself a great big smile. Ah, there you go. Wow, you look kind of gorgeous doing it too. By using these tools presented by the Catch Yourself habit, you stop repeating negative behaviors. You learn to apologize in real time and let go of trying to control situations. There's little value in tense situations and great value in freedom of the mind and soul. Self-forgiveness is a practical tool for the heart to break open. Awareness of catching moments connect you to the world at large. When you catch yourself, you forgive yourself. Words are used more kindly, and your actions have new positive results. It's a sign of a greater life at any age. Catch yourself offers the chance to stop reacting. It halts you from saying things that you might regret. When you catch yourself running from a situation, you pause and reflect. And if you say something that doesn't quite feel right, catch yourself is a useful habit that initiates the chance to try again and say, maybe I didn't say that right. Let me please rephrase it and let me apologize and try it again. I didn't mean it that way. You may not catch yourself the second, the fifth, or the 16th time, but soon enough, it'll be something you do in the moment, kindly, thoughtfully, and directly. Remember, awareness is nothing without direct action. Without action, there's little growth. And without practice, there are no results. I didn't mean to say that. That didn't come out the way I intended it to. Can we start over, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. These types of phrases become a more familiar way to respond as you practice the habit of catch yourself. Every once in a while, you say something you don't mean, or you hold yourself back from saying what you'd like to express. The catch yourself habit offers you the ability to start over again, to find gratitude in the moment. Making changes is always available. Let's practice. What's sitting within must be caught. Think of a situation, a dream, or a goal that is currently taking up space in your mind. Focus on what it is that you desire to share with someone, but you may be afraid of how they will react, or what if they want you to do something different? What is it that you really want to achieve? Is fear holding you back? Feel it in your throat chakra and in your heart. Anything that makes you feel hurt, insecure, stuck, or frustrated must be caught and released. Think about sharing feelings instead of holding them back. This is the practice of catch yourself. The object is to not let these emotions get clogged up inside of your soul. You may have more than one of them all piled up, weighing down in your heart. You don't have to unload all of them at once, but you do have to acknowledge them and then take action, even if it's one at a time. Once you share the first release, you'll realize how much easier it was than you initially thought. Sharing becomes easier when you speak kindly and directly, and you do it more often. Catch yourself. Whatever you're holding on to that is holding you back from living your greatest life, share it with the world, release it, and continue doing so in order to feel free from stress and anxiety. You were not put on this earth to keep your dreams and words hidden. Let them fly free. And if someone walks away from you or gets angry with you for anything that you have shared kindly and directly, please remember this. When your intentions are pure, you don't lose anyone. They lose you. Here's another practice. Think about a recent situation when you may have behaved poorly. Maybe it was words that you said that may have hurt someone or hurt yourself, or actions that have been misguided by emotions. If you're unhappy with how you acted, practice catching yourself by writing down some of the things that you could have done or said differently. Think about triggers and patterns that you habitually experience. What are the behaviors that you want to stop? Forgive yourself and meditate on change. The next time you are in the same position, you can be more aware and ready to act kindly instead. Real-time apologies can be made as you catch yourself. It's all a part of the growth experience called self-forgiveness. Please also remember not to allow yourself to be bullied or spoken to in demeaning ways. Remember that you matter. If there's a current situation in your life that you're allowing to be spoken to in not so great ways, when you practice catch yourself, you can easily learn to stand up for yourself, which is important for humanity. It is important for leading a stress-free life, and it is important for your confidence as a human being. Do unto others as you wish for others to do unto you. If you're on the receiving end of a mean person, learn to catch yourself, walk away, let it go, or stand up for yourself. If you're the mean one, choose integrity instead. Fly above. Habit number 2. Fly above is the second habit in Design Your Mind to Be Kind. This habit is nourished with self-belief. So open your wings and get ready to love yourself a lot. I mean, really love yourself. Self-belief is the power to know that you are beautiful, capable, confident, wise, empowered, and loved. When you fly above, you can see it all in real time, especially when you're lacking. But that's why we're here on this journey, right? To fix everything in the moment. Your discipline of self-belief gets supercharged when you level up your positive communication habits. As you evolve, your character produces a kinder, gentler mind that shares kinder, gentler language towards self and others. With every struggle comes an opportunity to expand. Self-belief is the ability to love oneself, own mistakes, find solutions, and stimulate action. Action then invites your vessel to sail forward, knowing that the seas may be rough, but every shift that takes place in your lifeboat will allow you to gently open up a new authentic space to keep afloat. My love sent me a quote as he returned to me in spirit after his passing. He said, "When you empty out the vessel, there is a space to fill it up, and you can fill it up with anything." He wanted me to know that even though my vessel was empty without him, I had the choice to fill it back up with love and happiness, peace and harmony. So now I ask you, dear listeners, what will you choose to fill up your vessel with? How about happiness, love, peace, joy? And how about the timing of now? If you remain at odds with yourself, your spirit will eventually break down. Make the choice today to fill up your vessel with the greatest of positive habits, attitudes, and action, and begin this very moment. Your vessel is waiting to be filled. If you cling to the past, you have a big price tag to pay. It's called stress, or living in a fake reality. Learn to simplify your behaviors to create magical results called change. How do you simplify, you ask? You start by halting any overcomplication of your thoughts, whether they arrive from negative things, people, or situations. This is easier said than done, so let's get into detail. Your mind overcomplicates almost everything. When you experience something relatively simple, somehow, some way, the mind wants to make it complex, wrapping up emotions like a ball of yarn similar to one that a cat would play with for hours. It's tangled and torn and not even close to being unevenly unraveled. There are ripped up pieces and they're this long fuzzy string. It's all fuzzed up and pulled from the beautifully colored, once neatly wound soft center. Feelings, emotions, triggers, and patterns get in the way of your present way of being. Just as difficult as it is to ravel back up tangled yarn into a neat little ball, obstacles present the same disheveled scenario. Your heart, the center, and the torn pieces and lengthy matted line, your resentments. You need the scissors here. Being able to cut off bad habits, people, and situations that no longer serve you is difficult and painful. You can't see so much from the ground level. Your BS stories and guilt get in the way, and similar to an anchor, you remain chained to negative beliefs. Negative beliefs are designed by the ego to block you from growth. Ego stands with its folded arms at the doorway, demanding you to remain feeling hurt. As you design your mind to be kind, you get to pause, release, and turn it all around as you simplify your actions and break free from the chains placed on your soul. Ships cannot sail with the anchor down. Birds cannot fly with their wings tied. So we have to use height here as a new vantage point to lift the spirit and go beyond ego. Reliving old patterns and repeating bad habits creates a continuous anchor-like suffering. It's like a feeling of suffocation or stagnation. Instead of feeling like a ship held back from sailing towards the horizon because of a rusty anchor not budging 1 inch, you can change your behaviors. When you fly above, you get to see how many anchors there are in your life that keep you chained and idle. You experience life in the moments as you see how and when your allowing habits are halting you from life progressions, happiness, success, peace, and maybe even love. When you're an allower, you let your habits enable you to do what you don't want to do. Stop that and fly above. Fly above yourself like a bird to experience words, actions, and phraseology that may not be presented so well. It's that higher vantage point that assists your vision to see how you act in real time. This is a humbling exercise and it might be a bit hurtful, but I promise you will find comfort while you experience your uncomfortable habits seen from above. You can also use this habit to watch how others treat you unfairly in real time so that you can create a healthy boundary. As you design your mind to be kind, you ravel yourself back up and cut the strings that make you feel tangled. Flying above helps you cut the ties in your life that you hold on to, that represent a past that doesn't quite fit so well anymore. You may not notice so much from the ground level, but when you fly above, you see everything. The past can often be kept alive by ego and fear, but flying above helps you see the honest, stinging truth in order to take new risks, fly free, and show up in life authentically with newfound self-belief. This higher vantage point offers you the chance to halt unhealthy patterns and replace them with more positive actions. By mentally flying above your physical body, you watch how you're acting, listen to how you're speaking, and learn your ways of being, i.e. your habits, your triggers, and patterns that you negatively repeat over and over again. You also hear pessimistic mind chatter and BS stories that are unconsciously told by ego and believed by you. These are the lies that initiate and keep life dramas alive and your insecurities heightened. We all see with different eyes and through different lenses. So a bigger picture is always available. While others may see gray skies, you can stand courageously facing the sun. A tree doesn't have branches that fight amongst themselves. Your bravery does not come from truculence. It comes from integrity and inner strength. Be brave as you fly above your habits. Watching your behavior from above offers new revelations and a burning desire to apply practical solutions to change in real time. Fly above yourself when you feel anxious, to examine your feelings such as fear, anger, and insecurities. Watch from a bird's eye view when you use poor actions, misused words, and misguided meaning, sometimes without even knowing you're doing or saying them. Fly above when your relationships feel torn or when you're feeling taken advantage of and need to put boundaries into place. This practice is helpful in recognizing that real-time personal growth is a chance for change. Words, actions, and emotions presented by your ego are not always pleasant to see. That's the magic of fly above. Watch in awe at how you point and blame, run and hide, act inappropriately, or suffer on purpose. From above, you actively watch the breakdowns and all of the messes in your relationships, as well as the consequences that you receive from unchanged habits. In disbelief, you watch negative behaviors and fears as they block your happiness when you allow the ego to overpower portions of your life. It sounds a bit frightening, but there is purpose in pain. The arduous yet humble transformation that takes place thanks to the work of the kindness innovation will lead you to redefine your habits as you rewrite your greatness stories. With height, you see and feel mistakes, bad habits, rampant emotions that hinder your highest self. If you're an allower, this habit is effective in helping you make significant life changes that create boundaries for you. You learn to say no more in a kind way instead of pleasing others. I define allowers as individuals who let other people or other people's habits overrun their lives. Allowers make plenty of excuses not to change. Allowers provide reasons to remain the same. They're people who feel riddled in fear and guilt. They focus on staying weak, which locks the chain on the anchor and hauls their courage boat from sailing forward. But when allowers practice the work of the kindness innovation and fly above, they truly see what they allow and realize their toxic patterns. When allowers newly discover bad habits, miraculous results take place. Soon, they acquire the desire to change, let the anchor up, and take the scissors to start cutting past or present fallacies, people, and negative situations. If you're an allower, I want you to say no when you don't want to do something. Say no when you don't want to move on with someone. Say no to relationships when they don't work anymore. Say no to FOMO. Say no to a job or career that is making you sick. Now take a moment, and I want you to say no right now by writing in your journal about something that you just don't want to allow in your life. Say no, allowers. You can do it. Why is it that we don't say no more often? Great question. Guilt provides false self-belief that you have to be something to someone else. Guilt tells you that you owe something to someone. Insecurity holds you back from standing up for yourself in the face of adversity. Everyone in your life should honor your words and truth when shared kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. And if they don't want to accept what you say or don't accede with your truth, I suggest that you think twice about having them close to you. My late great mentor, Wayne Dyer, said, "What you resist persists." If you resist change, suffering persists. If you resist breaking free from negativity, pessimism will stand to you, in front of you, every which way you are, and it'll be your shadow. But if you fly above, you learn to swallow pride and open your wings as you take action upon habits that need to change. This habit of fly above, it takes honor and integrity and dignity. In real time, it brings you nowness with your wings. Nowness, yes, that new word, that new vocabulary of a kindly designed mind. Nowness in real time. These are great mantras for life to be lived fully. When you take an active role in seeking out bad habits, you value your behavior and respect your worth. If you don't accept lessons and apply them, mistakes return. Awareness is nothing without action, and action is nothing without practice. As you instill this habit of flight, I want you to learn to own your vulnerability. Try this vulnerability exercise with me now. Take a breath in and let it out. Good. You can take another breath in if you need to. And let it out. Now sit up straight and wiggle yourself into a comfy seated position. Take your right hand and make a fist. Now bend it at the elbow so your hand is at shoulder height. Now lower your hand and stretch your arm out in front of you. Let your pointer finger stretch out as if you're pointing to a bird. Yes, that's right. Now curve your pointer finger in and drag it in a curved way towards you. That's it. Now gently make pointing patterns towards yourself. Yep, that's it. You got it. Now smile and exhale a few times. This is really powerful. Maybe close your eyes with a smile. Keep pointing. Aha. This vulnerability exercise is an accountability and responsibility technique that enables transformation to be seen and felt in real time. It shows you that you're responsible for your behaviors, your words, and your habits. You're responsible. Say it to yourself silently or aloud. I am responsible. This humbling exercise is your moment of truth to realize that any flight that you take above yourself must never follow with an excuse or a pointed finger towards someone else. This is your growth. Feel it and become one with it. Fly above yourself to watch your patterns. Take action upon them. Although the soul may be a bit messy and unpredictable, the journey towards truth is always available. And while I have to say say no more if you're an allower, I also want you to think about fly above to consider this. Consider saying yes more because it'll be advantageous to your life journey. Spontaneously say yes. Say yes to risk-taking. Say yes to freedom as it knocks at your door. Don't let ego stand guard with its folded arms, with the lock and key. Get out of your own way. If you find yourself holding back from taking risks because the comfort of normalcy is cozy and you'd rather sit idle than try something new, it's time to pause and reflect. Trust and change. Remember, I told you about trust early in this book. Bring back that word. Bring it now into the forefront of your vocabulary and your mindset. To trust in opportunities that scare you is part of the kindness innovation. When your fear says, stay comfortable, trust is the determining factor that helps you change the habit of being scared as you transform with courage. Life pause. Learn to say yes to more opportunities that you're scared of. It's a great little habit found when you fly above. Advance yourself towards the latitude of life and take more risks that are presented to you in the moment, in real time. Learn how to become more comfortable saying yes to things that frighten you. Remember, you are your favorite character in this very book called life, and you're on your very own hero's journey. Greatness stories will arrive during many twists and turns for you to take a pen, choose a blank sheet of paper, and say yes to start writing. This, dear listeners, is your authenticity stepping in as the road less traveled. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Good old Robert Frost. This is the repatterning that happens after you fly above and suddenly get the urge to drive your boat in a new direction. One that is less traveled, new, and fresh for the spirit to fly free. Everything is possible. Trust and fly above. Take flight. For the next 30 days, I want you to take an active role in flying above yourself. Journal what you see, what quirks you may have, what words you use that can be diffused, what body language you possess that can be shifted in a more positive direction. Pay attention to your actions such as folded arms, rolling of your eyes, cursing, ignoring people. Be prepared, it's a song here. Running long, drawn-out emails, slamming doors, allowing inauthenticity, walking away from people disrespectfully, lying, interrupting others during conversations, projecting your anger, lack of attention, lack of eye contact, lack of acknowledgement, running from fear, and lack of listening. Pay attention when you allow yourself to be bullied or don't stand up for yourself. Journal about it and even write about ways in which you can communicate your truth as you stand for your self-belief. Watch your non-actions too, such as running from risk or adventure, or the fear of saying yes to opportunities that your soul wants to try but your ego says no way. Pay attention to it all. Journal about it and learn more about the things that you'd like to change within yourself. This is the path to happiness as you rewrite your greatness story with a little help from flying above. And keep using your new phraseology of I will during the process. Fly, my birds, fly, because you can and you will. Speak your truth. Habit number 3. To avoid the common trap of excuses that hinder change, focus on the power of the third habit of effective communicators, which is to use words wisely, also known as speak your truth. Words can be detrimental, especially when they don't land well or sit inside your heart unsung. This habit teaches you the ability to sing beautifully like birds with a healthy breath. As you communicate in new ways, you share a more graceful character personified by truth and personal growth. Lessons from the birds. Before you nestle into this habit, imagine yourself in a forest. Quiet your mind and listen for bird songs. Sit back, look up, and picture the natural chattering of 1,000 birds in a tall tree, all chirping away in harmony. You can even do this outside in nature in real time if it's available to you. The songs of many bird species are wonderful and also very complex, very similar to the language of humans. Let me share a few things that I've learned while researching and writing this book. Did you know that certain songbirds take as many as 30 mini breaths per second to keep up their tune? Imagine that, 30 mini breaths per second. That's incredible. So the question becomes, can you begin to capture the art of your breath as you communicate? Humans speak in not so harmonious ways at times due to a lack of breath. If there's conflict, quite often breath is not present. Irritation and frustration halt any positive habits of speaking healthily. But if you take the time to remember songbirds, you can reclaim your breath power. Try to be like a songbird that takes 30 mini breaths to harmonize with other birds as she sings. If a songbird's mini breaths help her chant with others nicely, imagine how the breath in between your words can help you communicate within your relationships in more effective ways. Proactive breathing, especially in the midst of chaos, helps you to remember to sing instead of shout. Speak up instead of holding back feelings. Connect with the spirit of other birds. People, but you get the drift. As you take in this habit and feel more connected to your breath, speaking your truth is shared more easily. Did you know that birds are not born with the knowledge of their songs? Alike to how humans learn language, birds imitate their parents to learn how to sing. Some scientists even study birds to understand how humans came an understanding of how we speak. Imagine that. I equate this to human mirroring. We mirror one another using the mirror neurons in our brains. Whether it's good or bad habits or phrases, bad moods, specific words, societal norms, or the way we were brought up, we mirror, mimic, and pick up patterns from one another. If you use the 2 previous habits, catch yourself and fly above, with speak your truth, you can see, hear, and experience how and why your language and actions may need to change for the better, especially if you mirror negative habits of others, whether it's family, friends, organized groups, the past, or society. On a positive note, you can use mirroring in a productive way in your conversations. By repeating or mirroring at least 3 words or pieces that you take from a conversation, you create an understanding that you have received what someone has said. Listening is kindness. And for your conversing partner, they will feel heard, which is extremely valuable in all relationships. In dating or marriage, positive mirroring can keep you together longer and stronger. In business, it can increase your worth, your salary, or earning potential as you embody likability and others favor having you around in the office. People who feel heard feel loved. Becoming a better speaker and listener at any age is possible. And just think, we took this little tip from a bird. Did you know that several songbird species don't sing their own tunes, but they sing the tunes of other species instead? Humans replicate words, phrases, and actions. Think about what phrases or actions that you mirror from others that may be lingering in your habits. Think about sayings that you may have picked up by mistake or phrases that are not yours that you repeat unnecessarily that may have a negative effect on yourself or others. Hot phrases like, "it is what it is," or whatever, or the worst, "I'm fine," may take on detrimental meanings if you're not careful or if you don't catch yourself when saying them. The repetitive nature of poor mirroring can cause breakdowns in friendships, romance, or business partnerships. Negativity can bring down a room in an instant. Sometimes we don't know that we're negative, and other times we're so guilty of negative patterns and habits on purpose. This is called awareness, dear readers and listeners. Either way, you can change. This book is your guide to humanize your communication, develop empathy for others and compassion for yourself to try again, be vulnerable with your mistakes and own what's wrong to make it right in real time. Take a moment to pause and think about repetitive phrases that you'd like to diffuse. Write them down and then cross them out. Meditate on eliminating unnecessary words from your vocabulary. This is the power of the habit to speak your truth. When you focus, you can shift your language towards the use of new positive words and phrases as you communicate kinder. Did you know that the brown thrasher bird sings over 2,000 songs? We all have many songs to sing in our lifetime, and some of us have thousands of stories inside of us. Take a pause now and think of the many stories that you tell yourself. Some stories, they may be dramatically told by ego, and other tales might be your greatness stories just waiting to be written and rewritten. But they sit inside your heart unsung, held back by ego, yearning to travel through your heart to your lips to someone else. You may have stories that you simply desire to get off your chest in order to breathe more healthily through the rest of your life to leave stress behind. There may be greatness stories that you're on the verge of telling on a stage, in a new career, to a new lover, or to the people that surround you. It's now time to let it out, like the brown thrasher bird and her 2,000 songs. It's time to sing. The stories that ego tells you to believe, or the ego uses to hold you back, somehow convince you of your lack of self-belief and self-words. Those are the stories that must be owned and then hushed. Courage is always available, but it's like a muscle. It must be trained to become a discipline in the gym of your mind. Meditate on what songs and stories you have inside of your heart, and think about how you can share them more healthily and diffuse them to move through life with a lighter spirit. Replace filler words and phrases with purposeful, kind phraseology. Write down what you are harboring inside of your mind and gain the courage to take action. Tell someone you love them. Go for the career you desire. Help a friend out. Reach out a hand to an old friend if they need it. Forgive yourself for anything that you haven't shared, but are now ready to let it all be sung. Take a trip to actively go outside this year and listen to nature. Use nature to help you reflect on your own use of words and language in your conversations and communication as you speak your truth kindly, directly, and thoughtfully. Make it your year to see and hear bird songs. Look at trees and notice the natural surroundings such as the sun, the clouds, the moon, stars, shells in the sand, flower petals, grass, and rocks. They will become powerful guides, reminding you to speak and listen in a kinder, gentler manner. When we speak clearly, kindly, and directly, the songs that we sing, words that we use, can make a powerful difference. As you take part in the nowness and presence of the moment, while listening to birds singing or chirping, remember that your subconscious is always listening. The subconscious pays attention. Everything you say out loud or in your mind is heard by your subconscious. Be cautious of your thoughts as they become your words. Remember, the law of attraction is always at work. Thoughts become things, taught Wayne Dyer. Reflect upon this habit as you gaze at nature. Let wildlife become your chance for change. Let the air, the clouds, or the ocean breeze become your reminder for presence with a calm, reflective, supported, and loved heart. Use your language more positively this year as you design your mind to be kind, and watch in awe at how you fly more freely through life, relationships, simply because you learn that you can speak your truth and rephrase at any time. Speak from the heart. Remember, the heart-mind connection from early in this book, this is where we put it into action. Speaking from the heart is the driving force of healthy communication. Speaking from the heart is the very essence of all productivity in relationships because it's based within empathy and compassion. I said it before and I'll say it again. Words matter. Use your heart-mind connection to relate to yourself and to connect with others. Use the heart-mind connection to share messages from your spirit. These are the stories that your soul wants to tell you, but you must be quiet and stop talking over yourself to hear it all in real time. Any lack of healthy communication can produce feelings of disconnection. Doubt and insecurity lessen life inspiration when ego holds you back from speaking your greatness. Relationships break up, friendships break down, revolving doors in business leave employers with empty desks, and unnecessary pain and suffering are felt by many. By learning to speak from the heart with humility and an open mind, you learn that authenticity is far more important than self-image or ego. It feels better too. Why do we fear speaking from the heart? Perhaps it's our dire need to be right. Perhaps it's our dire need to justify. The ego uses embarrassment to conceal flaws. Ego supports the hiding of flaws while it makes you believe that you're obligated to show up as perfect. Our fear of being seen or seen as authentically who we are is frightening. But it's a breakthrough that we can make to live happier and healthier through our lives, all the way until the end of our days. Relationships cannot thrive when there's a lack of empathy. Relating to self and others initiates a boundless energy that can be so deeply felt. Use your words wisely and train your self-acknowledgement and self-belief muscles. As you practice this as a ritual, your words, spoken from the heart, can be life-changing. Words are like the arc of a shooting star that can move through time. As you practice speaking your truth, your heart's meaning can have a tail of light that reflects positively on the people around you. And like a shooting star, each word leaves a ray of shine behind. Speaking from the heart simply means to speak honestly and openly towards the people around you and to yourself. Articulating your words with compassion brings love to the practice of language. And while most people don't think that they can speak from the heart at work or in a professional high-level career position, I beg to differ. I believe they're focusing on or succumbing to the pressure of trying too hard rather than the very act of being in the moment or nowness that I speak about. Connection versus separation, especially in office environments, can be the very meaning to profit, employee retention, effective team communication, and performance skill sets. I'm not telling you to walk around saying I love you to your employees or to your boss. What I mean here is that when you give yourself the choice to breathe, smile, become a solutions-based thinker, and respond to emails, meetings, and coworkers with less emotion and more empathy, you'll grow faster within and beyond your career. Compassionate leadership, empathy, and soft skills ultimately create rewarding careers. Thought leadership is kindness. It's found in the most profitable, productive companies that prosper from positive habits. Integrity plays a big role here, and rather than the need to be right, the bigger picture presents itself as respect. Communication breakthroughs are always available. Careers can become a scene of beautiful waves that glisten towards the sand on a summer morning at the beach. Imagine going to work feeling like it's your beach. I'm telling you, it's possible. Offices with compassionate leadership skill set training can be more productive and efficient with thriving, happy employees. I can train your teams if you want. Just ask. Now, as you learn to practice the habit of speaking your truth, using your words in kinder ways, all of a sudden, your connections become heightened in each of your relationships while stress dissipates. Arguments are diffused. The need to be right is no longer as important as listening with care and concern. It all begins to feel more clear as you walk with a lighter stride through life. Words that are spoken from the heart simply feel right. Fear and guilt that ego grasps onto in spite of your spirit to keep you from speaking your truth and enable you to show up possibly as rude or bossy or superior, those behaviors begin to lessen as you train your self-belief muscles. If you show up as cunning, coy, or defensive, maybe ruthless, insecure, or jealous, it all begins to melt away as you design your mind to be kind. The enlightened power of speaking from the heart greatly improves your communication as you redefine and enhance your authenticity and influence from this work. The key to speak your truth is that you matter. And when you matter, your words matter. And like the ripple effect of the sea, you show up as a beautiful blue ocean or as a sailboat ready to tack or jibe, as your sail brims with positivity while you glide forward in the wind with kinder words steering at the helm. People will take notice and want to be on your boat. Permission to come aboard? Absolutely. As you become aware of any guilt that attempts to hold you back from what you want to say or do in life because you feel as if you're leaving someone or something behind, or if you fear that you will hurt someone's feelings by speaking your truth, you're not using this habit correctly. Give yourself permission to speak up, bring up the anchor, and watch in awe as self-worth and self-love become your way of life. Excuses become a thing of the past. You matter. Love matters. Let's practice. Take a few mini breaths, like songbirds, and watch how your words, spoken honestly from the heart, create monumental life and relationship shifts as you experience the power of this new habit in action. You'll want to continue speaking your truth more and more each day as you notice your inner bravery show up to say, let's try that again. Make a list of the phrases that you often use that are unkind. Write out the words that you use that you kind of want to get rid of and let go of them. At the same time, make a list of kinder words or phrases that you'd like to add to your vocabulary and your phraseology. Practice catching yourself if you repeat unhealthy words or phrases. In the moment, try to rephrase them. This practice becomes a discipline that will change your life. Soon you won't have to rephrase as better, kinder words naturally show up. And make a running list of how you feel on certain days or during certain moments when you incorporate healthier ways of speaking. Include feelings that you exhibit when you share greater compassion, empathy, and connection. Notice less angst and stress in your life when you're kinder. Journal about it. What we feel manifests into our lives, and the more we capture it, the more we practice it, the better our lives become. A reflective next. Make these habits part of your daily lifestyle and watch how maturity becomes something that you actually look forward to seeing in yourself when you let go of drama and celebrate the use of healthier communication patterns. Becoming maturely aware of the life you are committed to is a joy to behold. You'll be amazed at how incredible these new habits will transform your way of being as you design your mind to be kind. By catching yourself, flying above, and speaking your truth, you differentiate the old you with the new you. Running from situations is exhausting. Lying to yourself or justifying circumstances with excuses is even worse. These 3 habits will help you own your courage as you take actions towards a reflective next. The magic of the word next can be anything you dream of. The magic of the word reflection can be a magnified view of your desires. Your journey is noteworthy. When you practice these habits as your chosen way of sailing through life, you become the captain of your ship of self-belief, greeting the world daily as she arrives with the horizon. Reflection of the soul inspires authenticity. As you live more fully in each moment, you'll be able to hear your soul more calmly as you kindly respond to yourself and others in new ways. As my late lover told me from the heavens when I so patiently asked him to speak to me when his soul left this earth, he said, "You will hear me when you will hear me." He meant that he is here with me in everything at every moment. It is so valuable for all of us to quiet ourselves in times of duress, to simply listen more, which further permits us to focus on a calmer way of acting and speaking. Speak kindly, and the mind becomes free to fly. Speak openly, and your words grow wings. Speak your truth, and feel the roots of your words hug the earth with grace. A reflective next helps you discover the ability to put down the weight of what you're carrying and return to the moment of what matters. The very essence of the ground you are standing on can be tremendously frightening, but when you live with authentic presence, moments become an opening for freedom to rise as you release fear. A quiet life pause replaces your need to rush or feel stressed. Physically, spiritually, and emotionally, when you speak with love and act with grace, your authenticity shines with freedom and breath. It feels difficult at first because you have to disconnect from who you think you ought to be. You have to disconnect from anxiety and ego. You lose who you have been, and you gain who you newly wish to show up as in the world. It's frightening because you can become a whole new person, very different. Perhaps someone you may have never even met before. A calmer you, a lighter you. It's a chance from the old you to become the new you that I spoke about in the beginning of this book, and I will continue to remind you, change is possible. Put this practice to work and you will find your way home, which is the heart. In the midst of chaos, the heart, is connection. Fully connect with moments and you'll never lose your way home. Apply these 3 habits to your relationships to experience and achieve an up-level desire for self-intimacy. Enjoy the art of becoming one with yourself. It's a simple act, but it's a noteworthy part of this growth journey. Get a little closer to who you really are. It's a marvelous feeling to get to know oneself. Practice catching your habits, flying above yourself, and using your words wisely. And then reflect on how you feel thereafter. Journal about it. The more you see yourself from a new perspective, from that higher vantage point, the more intense your yearning will be to halt the habits that show up that no longer serve you. In disorder, you still belong. In discomfort, you can be comfortable. You can still be home in the muck. That's the place of aliveness I'm speaking about throughout this entire book. That's the authenticity that you can walk away with at the end of the last chapter, and ultimately at the end of each day. The goal of designing your mind to be kind is to bring your healthiest communication to the forefront of who you are as a symbol to live the life fulfilled. Healthy communication is a choice. Give yourself permission to fill your vessel with the greatest next desire and begin today. What's next can change your life when you truly trust in possibility. Let's practice. The key to reflection is being humble enough to know that actions must be taken in your life. Pause to think about the difference between choices and decisions. You have choices and decisions. Many of you have too many choices to choose from. Those who are deciding between 2, 3, or more choices right now, this very minute, know exactly what I'm talking about. Choice paralysis can prohibit you from taking action as you sit idle, thinking, pondering, and wondering about this choice or that choice, and soon enough, you're in the same position days, weeks, months, or even years later. When you have many choices, you don't take action. Choices give you so much to think about, and the obstacle here is that once you start thinking, you circle your thoughts around and circle them around and recycle them and continue the pattern. This is called analysis paralysis, which is the difficulty in making a decision in fear of making an error. You end up weighing results and options for far too long. This is information overload, dear listeners. The presence of choice is appealing as a theory, but decisiveness is where you need to rewrite your greatness story. Decisions and the choice process, and you commit to take action. I'd like to consider anything in your life right now that you're thinking about or considering, or have been for a while. Is it time for you to take action? Is it time to make a decision? If so, do it. Take the risk. With risk comes reward. Decisions are tools that can change your life. Action creates momentum that can produce transformation in a short period of time. What you do differently and how you act differently produces results and provides clarity on where you can go next. Make a committed decision and use language that supports this process, such as the difference between I'd like to versus I am going to, or I might versus I will. Match your words with your decisions and make a go of it. Decide what you want to do and take action now. Notice what's working or not working about your decision and tweak your strategy until you're happy. Commitment doesn't mean that you can't be flexible. It simply means that you've made a decision and you're moving forward. Have more fun with your decisions. They show your ability to be and feel fully alive. And don't forget to love the decisions you make, even the wrong ones. That's called nowness. A healthy mind is healed of all infections. Design Your Mind to Be Kind is written to heal the minds and hearts of readers by teaching the practice of changing habits and embodying the highest self with a touch of nature's inspiration. Nature changes your mood and physically alters how your nervous, endocrine, and immune systems work. Furthermore, the more time you spend viewing nature, you live with a healthier well-being, increasing your attention span towards real-time happiness. Paying attention is a big learning, and I'd like you to take from this book the attention spans and awareness provide respite for your overactive mind as it refreshes your soul to start anew. The opposite of a healthy mind is an infection. And in this book, I use the word infection uniquely. I see infection not as a sickness, but as in a painful habit that you grasp onto that produces stress, anxiety, and sadness. The results of these infections cause a decline in your life, making you idle, weak, and insecure. Infections stray you far, far away from the feeling of freedom that your spirit so rightfully deserves. Being in nature, or even viewing nature, is a remedy to reduce fear and increase pleasant feelings. Even a small plant in a room or a planted tree can have a significant impact on your anxieties. I suggest picking up a small bouquet of white flowers with little yellow centers today. Ask your local florist for some Monte Cassino aster gerbers with white petals and yellow centers. Let them be symbolic of the little things that can make you happy. A sign that one small step at a time can develop into a bouquet of life's miracles. If you're currently allowing toxic people into your life, this is your time to reflect on your habits. Perhaps it's even yourself that causes destruction and infection in your own heart and mind and relationships. Some of you, dear listeners, give other people too much power in your life. Stop that. Choose to fly above. Actively watch the consequences that happen because of your allowing habits. Breakdowns, arguments, sadness, separation, and depression all result from your lack of boundary setting. This is how infections begin. Maybe you blur lines of what you say, how you act, what you do, and how you speak, and strained relationships occur as a result. Some of you may not even notice you're participating in these sorts of behaviors, and it's creating messes around you. Awareness can heal infections as you take watch. What happens when you begin to notice these behaviors? Well, first you'll be a little embarrassed, but you'll get over it. Embrace the shame and recognize that this new attention span towards awareness of patterns unveils your personal power to replace bad habits with positive ones. If you don't pay attention to the infections in your life, they continue. Infections become a toxic infinity loop, and you need the scissors to cut the tangled yarn, and you need rose quartz to heal. What and who infects you makes you weak. From manipulators to unhealthy situations with people that do not serve you, or situations that you're allowing in your life, it's time to slow down, breathe, smile, communicate your truth, especially through the muck, so that you can open up to your embarrassments and move forward courageously with healthier habits, i.e., letting people and situations go. Speaking up kindly and directly creates a shift towards newfound freedom from infection. The ability to healthily share words and thoughts that live inside of your mind provide you with powerful self-expression to fly free from imaginary chains that you believe you're tied to, and help you fly towards new desires. The fragile science and the fragile silence of not speaking your truth and remaining silent due to fear is a toxic infection. You have the ability to put down the stress and the weight of what you're carrying and proactively step into your highest self. The conviction to change as you rewrite your greatness story throughout the goals, intentions, and practices in this very book will deliver you with the possibility to heal. This is not to say that you cannot feel upset, vent, or feel bad for leaving people or situations behind. By all means, let it all out. But participate in these acts with bravery, which can prescribe a new level of freedom that you never knew existed until you arrive. The more weight you carry, the heavier you feel. Healthy communication is a choice. Choose possibility to infinitely loop around your mind, crosses your throat chakra, and circle around at your heart with rose quartz emanating peace to your spirit, giving you wings to feel lighter. Speak up for you, for your self-worth, for your freedom from infection in the soul. Take a moment and close your eyes. Imagine never-ending oceans or vast mountaintops covered in snow that soar across the skies. Think about gigantic, magnificent wingspans of large eagles that fly above the trees and forests. Picture the endlessness of towering evergreens, one after the other, standing tall next to the water's edge, reflecting their image like a painting on a perfectly still lake. These attributes are within you. Nature is within you. Use your infinite power of purpose, your infinite power of imagination, and your childlike spirit to embrace and become the authentic nature of who you're meant to be. Smile at the geese at the lake. Flap your wings like a duck. Nature is the world, and she arrives daily. Greet her infection-free, healed, and happier, childlike, and free. Look upon your little yellow and white flower bouquet and take in the much-needed self-belief and healing that's available from each petal and each leaf. As flowers take in the water that nourishes their growth, you can take in their healing energy and their scent to experience a calm smile with a deep inhalation and a nice, powerful exhalation. Repeat, repeat, repeat. As you heal from life infections and choose possibility, let me present to you the following personalities to incorporate into your daily habits so that you can embody them and tenderly grow within. Let's keep sailing and keep flying. The 6 personalities. Introducing the 6 personalities to embody your highest self. The self-exploration warrior, the awareness guru, the master of let it go, the active listener, the curious sage, and the freedom spirit. You're about to discover the personalities that will help you nurture the communication habits of catch yourself, fly above, and speak your truth. By practicing the 3 habits while taking in the messages and meaning of the following 6 personalities, you can learn to master the art of the kindness innovation. As you read into each personality and lean into their lessons, you'll receive a nod from me to become one with them as you embody them. Enjoy the journey. The self-exploration warrior. The first personality. Let's begin with a visual image. The yoga pose, peaceful warrior. I know, the words peaceful and warrior together sound a bit contradictory, especially if you don't practice yoga. But I promise as you explore this personality, you'll understand self-exploration more clearly. Train your mind to feel balanced during times that you feel unbalanced. Peaceful warriors in yoga and the self-exploration warrior observe themselves in the moment, beyond the illusion of the ego, and especially during times of struggle. They explore the depths of their defensive habits and recognize the ability to balance it all with an attainable truth and a strength that lives inside the soul. The yoga pose of peaceful warrior is your visual to embody the self-exploration warrior. It's the vision of you as the Zen master of your mind with grounded strength and courage and the ability to reach and extend beyond your limits towards the abundance of anything that you can imagine in life. The Zen-like spirit of this personality helps you focus on the much-needed healing of the soul. As you embrace the possibility and availability for greater personal inner peace, the warrior inside of you arises to fight off insecurities, infections, and stress. Picture yourself standing in peaceful warrior pose now. Close your eyes. Bask in every ounce of your goodness and not so goodness while grappling with the pose. Burning muscles, sweat pouring down your face, and a mindset to maintain composure, even through the fear of the fall. Picture yourself with boundless conviction to remain calm in the chaos with your mind balanced and your muscles tussling to hold you in place. My yoga mentor, Brian Kest, says it best. We're all going to fall in life, but fall with a little grace. Fall with a little equanimity. Don't let the fall disrupt your way of life. The self-exploration warrior represents the peaceful power that you have inside of you to look deep within yourself to examine layer by layer who you are and who you wish to be in this world. The awareness of a fall in life with the knowledge that you can rise again is the power of this personality. The deeper you look to uncover your obstacles, the faster you can achieve with your highest self. Breakthroughs of the self-exploration warrior include the ability to see with new eyes, think with calm thoughts, and speak with kinder words. Imagine yourself soaring like an eagle who has the strongest vision of the bird kingdom, with an estimated 7 times the vision of a human being who can see perfectly. Use this eagle analogy to explore deep within your heart and your mind for the habits that you need to change, the habits that need to shift or maybe be diffused. Explore the parts of yourself that don't fit anymore. What can you get rid of? What do you desire more of? You must look deeply. Flaws hide well behind the ego. Like an explorer's journey or a bird in flight, exploration of self becomes a search for something beyond what the eye can see. Self-exploration supplies you with necessary life lessons that help you recognize gut feelings and intuition in the moment as they teach you to pay attention to what the soul has to say. Life answers live within the soul, and when you take the time to pause, or what I call experience nowness, you achieve the patience to hear your intuition as it speaks to you. Rather than rush through life moments, you acquire the skills to authentically listen to what the soul is telling you, and then you respond appropriately. Intuition is always telling you truths, but in order to hear the beckoning call of your spirit, you must be quiet and calm the mind, and like in peaceful warrior pose, grounded in purpose and integrity, you're offering a sign of peace to yourself. Intuition is your ability to understand something immediately, without the need for conscious reasoning. To immediately know to trust someone, to leave someone, to take a risk, or acknowledge a feeling, that's intuition. You know the truth by the way it feels. People may not tell you how they feel about you, but they always show you. Pay attention. A quiet mind is able to hear intuition over fear. There is a voice that doesn't use words. Listen. Those are all wonderful anonymous quotes. The power of intuition gives you the ability to hear your inner voice in real time. And as you get to know your intuition, you can achieve an intimate heart-mind connection. It is very important to keep that channel free and clear of blocks as you hear more than you ever have before. Self-exploration warriors are dedicated to listening for answers. As you quiet your mind and catch yourself, you begin to see and hear limitations and learn to transfer them into possibilities in real time. Fly above, listen, guide your heart to trust, leap, take a risk, try a new situation, or be courageous enough to leave an unhappy one. Your ability to take more life pauses will naturally produce a positive impact on your communication habits that will be victorious in the way you live and speak. The answers that arrive when you quietly interpret what your intuitive mind has to say will sanction you to speak in kinder ways. The quieter you become, the more you hear. The more you hear, the more you understand. The persona inside of you, your highest self, yearns to light up with life and respond with respect and integrity. Too often, it's exceedingly hard to accept what limits you. So you're going to run, right? You're going to run. You're going to hide. You're going to make excuses. You're going to justify and react. It's okay if you do. Remember, we're learning in this book together. The patterns and the habits that you newly notice must be recognized first and then acted on. It's a humbling experience designing your mind to be kind, and a unique feature of the kindness innovation. It's all a chance for change. If you run when pain presents itself, please know that you are not alone. However, running is a sign that something needs to change. Begin to listen to your intuition. Stop running and take a life pause. The self-exploration warrior trusts their intuition to reflect, to see without speaking, to explore without a word, to know because of deep reflection and connection with the self. That's the arrival of the world greeting you daily. As you become quiet, you'll never miss her arrival. There's a healing that happens when you enter the broken pieces of your soul. When you experience what needs to change, you'll understand why the ego hands you fear to hold on to. It's within those weak moments that you learn to not let your nerves drive your boat as you diffuse anxiety and choose purpose and possibility, sailing towards more positive winds. Your deepest secrets are discovered within self-exploration, and they unlock the imaginary chains that you hold on to, or the chains that hold on to you. As you discover your spirit, you will no longer feel like a perched bird with clipped wings, and you fly freely as your highest self. The first step to becoming a self-exploration warrior is to acknowledge who you are, accept who you've been, and desire who you wish to become, chaotic or rest, stressed or calm, wanting to change or hiding idle in fear. With transformative assistance from the soul, you train your self-belief muscles that make your spirit stronger than that pesky ego. The self-exploration warrior inside of you sometimes has difficulty showing up due to your tough shell, otherwise known as ego. But your self-belief muscles are stronger, and as they grow with courage, you break through any wall that ego puts up before you. This is truly transformative work. The ego is the creator of your regrets, which can be anything from thoughts that remain unspoken, words said in less loving ways, arguments that are not apologized for in real time or shortly thereafter, or the lies that you tell yourself to believe and hold on to. Self-exploration warriors use the power of honesty and humility to understand the mediocrity of the ego and use strength to know when it needs to be hushed. When you are honest with yourself, you honor your mistakes. Changing habits offers you the chance to let go of the things that no longer serve you and let in newfound courage. Like an inhalation and an exhalation, habits change with persistence, commitment, and daily practice. Imagine yourself sitting on a sandy beach holding 2 buckets of rocks. The waves are crashing at your toes. You can easily take one rock from one pail and place it inside the other, and vice versa. Think about this beach analogy as a methodology to change your habits in real time. When you notice a negative habit, you can take it and gently and consciously take it out of the buckets and replace it with a healthier one. Just as easy as placing one pebble in a different bucket on repeat, like rose quartz infinitely looping. Play around with healthy and fun ideas to design your mind to be kind as you accept the power of creativity and wave the magic wand of adulting with a childlike spirit. Self-exploration warriors have this amazing ability to open their minds and tell fascinating stories of transformation. As explorers of the ancient past identified new beginnings, searched historic places, and shared ideas with communities, they spoke highly about maps and countries, colonies, languages, artworks, castles, architecture. Self-exploration warriors tell similar tales, but instead, their journeys are more enveloped in the learnings and the results from the victorious self-belief presented by this book. Great explorers of the past looked far beyond the bows of their boats, and they saw more than those who sat idle on land. Kind minds are deeply explored minds that see more than the eye can see as they act upon their will. The self-exploration warrior is your quest to heal your soul of infections as you sail towards new life. New beginnings create new branches. New words create new bird songs. The dichotomy of rooting yourself while reaching your hands towards the sky in a peaceful warrior pose creates a harmonious grounding and a release so that the vessel that is your life continues to sail balanced upon any unbalanced winds that come your way. The yoga pose Peaceful Warrior is a great practice to embody this personality. This pose improves your focus, clarity, and stability. It encourages respiration and circulation similar to the focus of this book, to breathe, to exhale, and to be conscious of breath. Peaceful warrior is a beginning yoga pose, reminding us all that there's no ceiling to life learning, that we're all beginners, every single one of us, every single day as we greet the world daily. And as many yogis know, sometimes even the beginner poses are the most difficult. I call upon Bruce Lee here as a mentor for you to remember to remain calm, as he is an exceptional warrior that uses kindness and wisdom in any battle. Here are some quotes that are appropriate to share with you on your path to finding happiness. The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. Not being tense but ready, not thinking but dreaming, not being set but being flexible. Liberation from the uneasy sense of a confinement. It is being wholly and quietly alive, aware and alert, ready for whatever may come. If you love life, don't waste time, for it is time that life is made of. Life itself is a teacher, and you are a constant state of learning. Those are all quotes by Bruce Lee. Okay, dear listeners, are you ready? Are you ready to create new beginnings? Are you ready to embody a calm warrior that looks deep within, ready to take on the day, the challenge, and the heartache? Can you be flexible to rise with life, to feel fully alive, activating your readiness for whatever arrives next? Dear warrior, are you ready to be wiser, kinder, an explorer of who you are and who you can become? You are? Yes! Great! Wonderful news! On we go! Put up the sail as we gently steady our gaze and become laser-focused explorers and observers with our heels grounded to the hull of the boat that kiss the ocean of our days as we spread our arms like the mast gliding towards the spirit in the sky. You're now the self-exploration warrior. Tip your feathered captain's hat because you're discovering who you are from deep within. Balancing your thoughts and emotions from your past, remaining in your present, and designing your goals towards your future. Like the pebbles that you continuously place in new pails at the beach, change your habits. Like the yarn that gets cut when the tangled lines of your life are matted, you're ready to use the scissors. Like the beginner pose, peaceful warrior, that is sometimes the most difficult. Become an everlasting pupil of flexibility, understanding that you'll be forever an explorer of your soul when you do the work of the kindness, innovation. Define a newness for everything around you daily and discover more of who you are. Similar to the explorers who search for new lands or how birds often fly to unique spaces to build their nests, your awareness steps in to help you say yes more, while you're encouraged to take a leap. Namaste. Set sail. Fly. Believe in yourself. Look upon what is arriving next that your inner warrior is called to heed. Become the kind communicator that you know you are inside. Now I want you to ask yourself, what do I want to newly explore about who it is that I am? Please journal about it now. The awareness chief, the second personality. How do you show up in this world? Now the big question is that how others see you? You see, most of us don't spend enough time thinking about how we show up in life or how the world perceives us. And if you deeply ponder about this idea, I want you to ask yourself now if you're presenting your authentic self or your false self to the world. Take a pause now and answer truthfully. Could it be time for you to reveal a better you, acting and speaking within your highest self? This is your path to becoming the awareness chief. I like the choice of the word chief here because it reminds me of the mastery, spirituality, and the intuition of the Native American chiefs that grace their lands and their tribes with wisdom and pure, endless love for Mother Nature. I'd like to share quotes right now from Red Cloud, who was one of the most important leaders of the Algonquin, Lakota, the Sioux, from 1868 to 1909. Red Cloud was one of the most capable American Indians that the United States Army faced. I'll also share a few quotes about Wakantaka, known to Native American tribes as the Great Spirit. In Lakotan spirituality, Wakantaka is the term for sacred or divine. Now, as you embody the personality of the awareness chief, picture yourself sitting across from Red Cloud and his tribe amongst a bellowing, burning fire deep in the night as you explore the depths of your own spirit and its divinity. We do not want riches. We want peace and love. Even if you live for 40 or 50 years in this world and then you die, you cannot take your riches with you. Those were quotes from Red Cloud. The Wakantaka says, "The tragedy of life is not death, but what we let die inside of us while we live." Are you scared to introspect amongst the fires in your own life? Is fear clouding you like thick black smoke that smothers your truth from being shared with the world? Do you feel held back from the courage to look deep within your own soul? Embrace the spirit of the Native American chiefs such as Red Cloud and the divinity of Wakantaka, and let's get to work inside of our kindness teepee. By purchasing this book, you've already taken the first step towards habit-changing introspection. So thank you for that. Thank yourself, too. Perhaps you chose this book because you're looking for the courage to change. Or maybe this book chose you because what matters in your life right now is ready to be brought to the surface. Let each page spread its gentle, loving wings around you. Let the kindness innovation adorn you like a Native American headdress brimming with white feathers as you embark on your practice of the awareness chief. The communication alchemist inside of you is ready to awaken and dance around the fire. Awareness is your reminder to speak and act with humility at all times, silent and vocally, in front of tribes and alone. If you're not aware, you cannot see. If you're not quiet, you cannot feel. If you're not present, you cannot hear. If you don't look, you shall not find. If you don't know, you cannot grow. And if you don't break open, your heart is unable to fly free. Breaking open awakens your awareness that helps you believe that on the other side of difficulty is where great transition lives. It's where the strength and enlightenment rise up like Native American spirits. Awareness wakes you up. It's the new you that will be ready to come out dancing to the beat of a Native American chant or drum. The new you arrives at this book's end. The heart that yearns not to be idle is the one that beats. Your spirit wishes to dance. Open your wings and listen to the beat of your intuition. And since you're a self-exploration warrior now, exploring what it means to live a more balanced, stable life, you are ready to combine exploration with awareness and action. The way you show up in the world in front of others and behind closed doors, how you handle all situations, silently and out loud, are all a direct result of your awareness. Here are a few questions to ponder. Do you slouch or sit up straight? Do you stand up straight? Are you aware of how your posture reflects your persona and your ability to breathe? Do you fold your arms when you're mad or upset? Do you roll your eyes when you don't like what someone says? Do you participate in gossip talk or drama? Do you slam doors? Do you huff and puff? Do you lie? Do you rapidly react instead of healthily respond to things that you don't like or don't understand? Do you close yourself off or shut down when you don't like what's currently happening? Do you interrupt people? Do you see yourself as superior to others? Do you have silent vengeance? Are you currently using someone in a manipulative way? Are you angry, or do you feel signs of anger towards other people? Are you currently allowing others to manipulate you in any way? Do you raise your voice when you want to get your point across? Are you scared of hurting others by speaking your truth? Are you fearful of showing your authenticity? If you said yes to any or many of these questions, you're ready to become and put to work the awareness chief personality. When challenges arise, an effortless smile and deep breaths can create massive shifts in how you present your words and actions to the world. Instead of reacting or pretending as if nothing is wrong, the awareness chief reminds you to remain calm and to respond with courage and presence, especially when faced with fear, bullied by ego, or embarrassed by flaws. Awareness is defined as knowledge and understanding that something is happening or exists. Your perceptions, your cognitive reactions to conditions, experiences, and events are all a part of how you show up in this world. They can positively shift when you become newly aware. Heightened emotional reactions are not becoming on you, and they cause destruction of relationships while weighing heavily on the spirit. When poor actions or words are exhibited, such as being impatient in the grocery store, the demeaning email writer, the manipulative narcissist, the entitled employee, the bossy manager, the weak allower, the lying lover, the fake friend, the sudden cold shoulder person, yuck, the passive-aggressive arms-folded blamer, or the person who always needs to be right. You see, awareness is the mighty personality trait that can help you harness flaws and turn them around. Reactions, non-reactions, silent gestures, lack of acknowledgement, not listening, misguided body language, blurred lines, and misused words can send the wrong communication signals and hurt relationships. If you're not aware of how you show up, you cannot change what you're not doing right. Sometimes your flaws are masked so well by the ego that the practice of awareness is profoundly needed for any realization to change. Becoming awareness qualifies the process of transformation to begin. Apply the habit of fly above here, and you can see in real time when you are acting or speaking without awareness. You'll notice the things that you can't see from the vantage point from the ground level. This requires honesty and humility as you newly see and admit to your not-so-great moments. It's not a pretty sight, and it may be painful to hear. Awareness is the chance to notice that when you don't show up with dignity, awareness opens the curtain for you to handle all types of conversations and actions with new positive habits. Awareness helps you fly above and say, I'm not being who I wish to be in this moment. I have the choice to change or remain the same. I also have the choice to apologize in the moment and breathe and respond instead of react. I have the choice to stand up for myself. Action must be exhibited after each pause, word, or phrase. Whether spoken silently or as an intention or shared with someone else to fully put this personality to best use, action is needed. You see, when you let go of emotion, you're left with reality. Awareness is nothing without action, and action is nothing without practice. In the moment, awareness can be ugly and embarrassing for sure, but it can also be freeing and beautiful. This is where the magic happens. Stay the course with me. Owning how you act and what you say in the moment provides you with the chance and the choice to want to change. When you harness awareness and you notice the habits that you'd like to shift, it's almost as if your childlike spirit comes alive and the magic of placing pebbles in pails becomes your creative way of growing and learning about yourself as an adult. Go ahead. Put your toes in the sand and let the waves crash amongst you as you change your habits by placing a few rocks and pails by the sea. For those of you who try this practice for the very first time, you may feel a bit of a pit in your stomach as you resist, and that's just because of ego. You might say, I have done nothing wrong, or I do nothing wrong. Or maybe even you say, I am so drastically embarrassed of how wrong I am. Aha! That's it. This is how you identify with the ego at work that is protecting and holding your lowest self in place. The ego will tell you false stories, fake stories, and you believe them. You believe they're right. You believe you need to be right, and you actually may have misspoken or acted improperly or impolitely, even the slightest bit. The ego doesn't want you to believe that, but it's time. It's time for you to believe in yourself, in your highest self. The ego loves to lie to you. However, the awareness chief opens up new ways to hear your intuition speaking, as well as the choice to hear a different point of view. It is then that you can change, and you can newly, openly admit to mistakes large and small. It's not until you become exceedingly aware that you are able to feel especially humble and admit to even the slightest wrongdoings. Misused words, blurred lines of communication, body language, and actions must become aware of in the moment. Your actions and words may hurt others. The way you speak, act, or show up may not be presented through the best approach. Have some humility here. This work takes work. Practice the habit of fly above. Any moment of truth can be seen from a higher vantage point. Many of the obstacles that I faced during my life have been completely and utterly embarrassing. I pushed loved ones away when I was scared or ashamed. I ran. I acted improperly and smug like a child. I was drastically humiliated. For me to see myself in the moment acting in such a pathetic way, but I had to learn to breathe and apologize to myself and to others in real time. And then no matter how embarrassed I felt, no matter what, the gratitude and the awareness of possibility arrived. You see, listeners, my purpose was not to react. My purpose was to show up as my highest self. I'm asking you to start anew and change in the moment. Choose an I'm sorry. Choose to say, may I start again? That can follow any wrong behavior, and as you watch in awe as these new words and actions lead you to inner peace and seal your relationships with love, you may begin to feel the slightest, greatest connectivity of all. The connectivity of love that you never even knew existed until it arrives. That is the magic of this work. When you learn to apologize in real time, your relationships embrace connection without fear of separation. There's possibility in every opportunity. Life happens in moments. Become aware of them daily. Adults who adopt awareness into their lives are open to having a silent, internal conversation with the mind. Learn to channel these types of inner conversations and pay close attention to them. This is what an awareness chief would sound like in your head after you notice yourself making a mistake in the moment. Ah, you reacted poorly there. Okay. I see what you did. Yeah. Okay. Goodness, you said that? Well, I know you didn't mean to say it in that way, but oh dear. Well, are you happy now? No? Well, obviously. Okay, listen. You've been here before, so let me ask you this. How are you going to fix it? You know that fixing this in real time will make you happier, right? You need to act on this now, in the moment. First, I want you to forgive yourself. Every time you make a mistake, it takes time to work on who you're meant to be. Continue breathing, rise up, and try again. This is your process in your time for truth. Inner conversations clear away the mediocrity that the ego is holding on to at any given moment. The ego can be a great liar and a strong gatekeeper that holds you back from your happiness. Don't believe the lies presented by the ego. Practice those inner conversations like the one you heard above as a daily check-in moment with yourself. It lessens stress, diffuses anxiety, and alleviates fears as you embrace healthier communication not only with yourself but with others. Draw upon your newly designed mind to share healthier words and phrases in real time. Fix the obstacles in the moment. Apologize. Experience your complexities with breath and steer through life currents of embarrassments in healthier and happier ways. I'm about to share with you some real-world examples of how individuals, they may have needed an awareness chief guidance. Now, I want you to imagine Red Cloud watching over the presentation, the actions, and the words of the people you are about to read about and learn from. What wisdom would you portray? What wisdom would Red Cloud portray for them to become more aware as an awareness chief? What knowledge can you take away from this portion of the book right now about your own habits of awareness? We cannot change others, but we can learn from their mistakes and then apply what we've learned to heal ourselves as we incorporate change. I'm sure you can write your own examples as you read further about the people who could use a little awareness help, the ones you're about to listen to. Whether you draw upon your own experiences from past or current situations or habits, I want you to embrace the patience of unhurried learning and the true art of awareness from these stories. You might even recall people that you know who exhibit these types of behaviors. Please recommend this book to them. Use your journal to write down any thoughts that come to mind as you use the Fly Above habit. And read each section below, and in this case, you're going to listen to it. Awareness training teaches us to replace bad habits and initiate more effective communication skill sets. This is the sign of maturity that can be achieved at any age. Remember, there is no ceiling to life learning. Consider your own situations similar to those below and journal about them. Fly above and become aware. The Sloucher. In 2016, I attended a meeting with my digital agency in an effort to sell a large website contract. We were pitching a $300,000 website design, and while presenting at the head of the table, I peered upon a man, and I was in shock of his posture and his behavior. This person was about the age of 50. He sat slouched in his chair, so much so that his neck almost touched the top of the chair. His shirt was wrinkled and untucked, and he was slurping the froth from his fancy coffee drink for about 10 minutes. Completely unaware, showing up as arrogant. He either had no idea that he was slurping so loudly or didn't care. Either way, it wasn't the type of persona that could win the minds of anyone of that project large in size. His actions spoke volumes for the brand, a Fortune 500 company no less, let alone the type of people that the brand housed. My agency walked away from the project. The lesson here for him, is that how he showed up in a pitch meeting? If so, how would he act as a business partner? The lesson for you, dear listener. Are you a sloucher? Are you a slurper? What are your habits when you're in front of other people in meetings? Do you know them? Are you aware of them? Think of what you can change in a positive way with regards to your career and office habits. I can honestly tell you that before I incorporated personal and professional development work, I used to interrupt people in meetings all the time. I remember that I always felt as if I needed to say everything that was on my mind at the time. I thought that what I had to say mattered so much. However, none of that was true, and brevity as you'll soon read about in this book and listen to, is far more important than speaking too much. With the work defined in this book, becoming aware in the moment and quieting yourself will give you a great deal of influence as you show up as a better, wiser, calmer you. You see, we all have embarrassing patterns that we can newly become aware of and change. This is our journey together as we design our minds to be kind. Kindness comes in all shapes, sizes, sounds, and reminders. The slurper could have shown kindness by showing up respectfully in the meeting and sitting up straight in his chair. Maybe his ego told him to slouch and make him seem above the pitch, who knows? But awareness could have helped in this situation. He could have finished his drink before the meeting, or he could have drank it in a normal, adult way. Awareness can be the signing of your next contract or not. Pay attention. The loud ice cream opener. I attended a yoga certification information session because I was inquisitive about becoming teacher certified. 10 minutes into the meeting, there was a woman that barged in late and made her way into the circle of potential yoga instructors. She abruptly overspoke during conversations, making a 30-minute meeting more than 45 minutes. And if that wasn't enough, the worst habits took place. The woman began to squeeze a pint of frozen ice cream that was between her knees. The top plastic layer that covered the ice cream was difficult to open, so she pulled on it and prodded it loudly. It took her a few minutes to open off the top of this odd snack. As the group of potential yogis tried not to look, she finally got it open and then began scraping the top of the very frozen ice cream with a plastic spoon over and over and over again. Scrape! Scrape! Scrape was all we heard over the trainer explaining the program. As I sat across from this woman, I thought to myself, oh gee, I don't know if I can invest a few $1,000s in a semi-private yoga training with that type of person over the course of 6 months. If she overpowers group talks with frozen ice cream loudly with interruption, I don't think I could spend several hours with her doing yoga. What might she do or say that might be obtrusive to peaceful yogis during teacher training classes? Her lack of awareness was prominent. Imagine if she had used the fly above habit. The lesson for her? Please stop taking freebies off the street and into meetings. And if you do, please wait until the end of group meetings to proceed to eat or open them. And if you do open them, please do so gently and quietly in another room or without interruption. The lesson for you? How do you show up during meetings? Do you open loud food products and then eat them in situations that may be uncomfortable for others? Do you often talk too much, too loud, or too long? Take a mindfulness check now. In private meetings, kindness shows up equally in how you show up. Manners matter. You can design your mind to be kind through awareness by focusing on small gestures that can equate to sizable results. Ask yourself, are your actions shown with integrity? You'll become more aware of them when you catch yourself and fly above. Bask in your embarrassments, dear listeners, and choose to breathe and smile as you train your awareness muscles. The mean, anonymous letter writer. I co-owned a Pilates studio, and during one summer, myself and my business partner began receiving typed-up anonymous letters from an unhappy client. She wrote 8 letters over the course of 5 months. She included notes that she didn't like our Buddhas or our chalkboards, as well as personal jabs at our staff, my hair, my thin body frame, and more. She delivered the letters inside taped-up envelopes and slid them under our door on random days. Many of the letters spanned from 3 to 6 typed pages filled with rambling, hurtful words and immaturity from this deeply disturbed woman, who happened to continue coming to classes during her anonymous letter-writing phase and even said a fake hello to me at the front desk. Unbelievable. After a while, we got tired of this anonymous game. It was unhealthy and it was hurtful to receive her letters over and over and over again. I went to the local police, a local lawyer that I knew, and a local postal inspector as we sought to find out who this woman was. This person. Sure enough, it was a woman. The postal inspector caught her, red-handed. She actually did have reddish blonde hair. When he called her to tell her she was found out and enforced her not to repeat her habits, she became chaotic, frantic, animalistic, and rude to the postal inspector on the phone call, who was a federal agent, mind you. She was irrational, deeply disturbed, and she was caught. This woman worked at a well-known credit card brand as a communication executive. Can you imagine how this woman talks to her employees when she's unhappy with something? How about how she talks to her husband at home? Needless to say, she was warned to never step foot within our space ever again. Lesson for her. When you buy stamps at a machine, your photo is taken and your credit card is copied with the photo. If you send hurtful anonymous letters with those stamps, especially after 9/11, it is a federal offense. If you don't like something, have the courage to share it kindly, instead of showing up as a rude, anonymous, disturbed human being that writes hateful letters and consecutively places them under a business owner's doors to cause purposeful harm. Lesson for you. Are you a reactive person? Do you send mean emails to coworkers on purpose? Are you demeaning to others? Do you use all caps in emails as a defense mechanism to yell at someone or seem above them on purpose? If you don't like something or someone, do you react poorly towards them? Again, I'm asking if you do this on purpose. Are you communicating in ways that may seem childish? Do you allow toxic behaviors of others to continuously take place in your life? If so, it's time to catch yourself red-handed. Take a deep breath and do the right thing. Speak up kindly, directly, and thoughtfully, and act with integrity. The idea in this chapter is to live your life with greater awareness as you take action and commit to change. When you don't like something, you have the choice to kindly communicate what you don't like and why, and shift situations in the moment with concern and care. Keyword, care. Caring about how you show up in life is a brave quality of an influencer. If you wish to grow personally and professionally, awareness will help you to create healthy, mature boundaries. Awareness will teach you to discover the valuable lessons of what to accept and what not to accept, and then how to show up with poise in order to live happier, healthier, as a human being with dignity, integrity, and respect. By placing an emphasis on your personal values as you embody kinder behaviors, you'll actually enjoy being a better person in real time. The awareness chief inside of you will help you to lessen your grip, set your soul free, and instill a more caring way of showing up confidently in front of your own life fires. Sit across from Red Cloud proudly with a smile as you become aware of what needs work. This process takes time. Don't expect instant change, but do expect to personify kinder, calmer characteristics in the moment as you learn to say, I'm ready to change. I'm open to change. I am humble. I will try again. I will begin again anew. There's a Greek aphorism. It states, know thyself. I appreciate the thought of this phrase because when we place our life focus on truly knowing who we are, we tap into why we're placed on this earth. We can transform into the person we wish to be as we greet the world daily. The psychologist and best-selling author Daniel Goleman, who wrote the renowned book Emotional Intelligence, tells us that knowing one's internal intuition is the ability to monitor our inner worlds, thoughts, and emotions. Emotional intelligence is the epitome of knowing oneself. When you know who you are on the inside, you show up wiser, calmer, and more courageous on the outside. Confidence will radiate as your influence speaks volumes about how you project yourself. When you focus your attention on your personal values and behaviors, you elevate who you truly are and become who you're meant to be. It's the inevitable task, isn't it? The awkwardness of learning about your flaws and what you can and cannot accept about yourself. This is the freedom that results as the awareness chief. Having the ability to monitor our emotions by flying above yourself helps you to own vulnerability and use words more wisely as you develop a calmer, more intuitive way of showing up in life. As the Bee Gees sang, "How deep is your love, how deep is your love?" Sing that verse to yourself. Sing like a bird, out loud or in your heart. Awareness grows within you as you journey within your pursuit of deep self-love. I believe in you, and you know you're the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. Go deep with your love as you now have your nod as the awareness chief. Dear listeners, close this chapter, close your eyes, take a deep breath and smile and ruminate on how you truly show up in this world. Awareness check-in moments provide powerful insight. You're capable of living with dignity as you catch yourself and shift in real time. Mistakes will be made, but change is always available. When you incorporate awareness into your everyday being, you can show up as the leaders, the pioneers, the lovers, bosses, employees, mature adults, and life chiefs that you set out to be. Greatness transitions from being a lofty goal to simply becoming the way. Here are some Native American tribe quotes filled with wisdom that match ever so gently within this chapter and this book's teachings. I think you're going to like them as the awareness chief that you have newly become. Every seed is awakened, and so is all animal life. It is through the mysterious power that we too have our being, and we therefore yield to our animal neighbors the same right as to ourselves to inhabit this land that was Sitting Bull. Every part of this soil is sacred. Squamish. We thank you, Mother, the Earth. Delaware. The Earth has received the embraces of the sun. Sitting Bull. Spirits are all about us. Wintu. Now, I want you to ask yourself, how can I look deeper into my own awareness and how I show up? And how can I make a more valiant difference in my life? The master of Let It Go, the third personality. Let it go! You hear this phrase all of the time, but how do you actually do it? What does it actually mean? What do you let go of? How can you release the negative patterns that you hold on to? How can you truly release the stress? What does it really mean to let it go? And how do you begin this practice? These are all valid questions. So let's begin by placing our focus on possibility. When chaotic situations arise, and they always will, possibility is available. While you may desire to run and hide, possibility is a much healthier recourse. You have the chance and the choice to breathe and smile, but alas, it is very difficult to do during moments filled with chaos or pain. We have choices, and we have to make decisions. Decisions create movement, so our choices must include actions. Every opportunity contains a possibility, and every decision creates action. Becoming a master of let it go means that happiness will set you free when you apply this new personality to your life. Like the Lady Liberty who is courageously positioned in the Hudson River, shining her torch to the passing ships daily, she never falters. You too can become a beacon of light for yourself. Happiness and freedom can continuously shine within the harbor of your heart. Keep your light on as you let go. I picture the Lady Liberty asking you to let it go as you sail by her grandeur in your lifeboat, looking up to her greatness and her reigning torch, which stands 300 feet in the air. Liberty is freedom. When you are free, you answer the call of the master of let it go. It's time to unlock the imaginary chains that hold you back from your personal freedom. These chains can be negative situations, experiences such as pain, the past. It can be people, relationships, or situations that hinder you from success, goals, love, and peace. You see, these chains, they have to be set free and let go of in order to pursue the purpose of this personality. Pull up the anchor that keeps you stuck. The Lady Liberty is waiting for you to sail by with self-belief. Thanks to the vulnerability exercise in the beginning of this book, you've already learned that to point, to blame, to run and hide is not an action of a kind mind, nor is it reality. You are you ready for this? You are personally accountable and responsible for every action, including your non-actions. Additionally, you learned about tapping, the EFT technique, right? And opening your heart and mind connection to rid those blockages that live heavily on your heart and your mind. It's now time to let it all go. In an effort to provide you with the tactical and practical tools to let things go, I have written 3 approaches to embody this personality. The 3 approaches include understand breath, remain calm in chaos, and brevity. Release the stress you're carrying and learn to breathe and smile as a result. Let's go. Here's how. Step 1, understand breath. Back when I learned that I was an allower, I realized that I was authorizing toxic people and their behaviors inside of my everyday life without setting healthy boundaries. I enabled frustrations to persist, and I had to dig deep into my courage and humility to put a stop to my allowing habits. I now have the ability to feel the goodness and not so goodness in people. If I feel dark energy, I block it. As it's not meant to be carried by me, I don't allow negative energy to sour my mood or heart. Do you sometimes feel like you're carrying the negative energy of others? Would you like to stop allowing their weight on your shoulders? I bet you do. First, you have to understand why you carry the negative energy of others, and then figure out what results you're getting from it. What result are you getting from carrying their pain, or simply put, reacting to them? They want you to react to these negative people. It's silly. They get a rise out of it. You know, some people project their pain onto you because that's all they know. Their actions and their words are detrimental. They're crude and they're wrong. This is definitely a painful process, and it's time to let it go. Breath helps you overcome shame, frustration, and guilt. The physical exhales help you stand for your worth. This is a moment of self-respect earned and learned during this growth process. It wasn't until I understood my breath that I was able to transform and let situations and people go. From relationships that no longer served me, to unruly clients, family members who were irrational, friendships that I grew out of, and even material items that I held on to. Using breath to let go offered me a positive physical response to releasing myself from uncomfortable situations. I learned to stop controlling situations. I even learned to stop to try to do it. I halted any of the people in my way, and I breathed instead as an act of integrity. This is hard work, dear listeners, but it's worth it. Breathe in, let it out, and you're going to watch as you halt the negative energy, as you encourage freedom to arrive. So I ask you, dear listeners, because energy can be so heavy, do you feel the dark energy of others? Do you carry it? Do you feel hurt by allowing their patterns into your life? This portion of the book right now is meant to help you pause. Stop any of those habits of allowing the heavy weight or the pain from other people who bear their burdens on you. Don't let yourself be rattled. Their pain is their pain, and you are on your path to happiness. Stay the course. Work on yourself. Breath offers a release, a reach up to the sky like a tree without grasp of its leaves, a surrender to what is. Patience, compassion, and empathy arrive with the help of breath as you rise to the occasion to handle your communication and actions with grace. Moments matter. Time matters. Let whatever is holding you back, let it go, and do it now. Do it today even with this book being listened to in this very moment. Speak up. There's no time to waste. Time waits for no one. Misery is a sign that something needs to change, and maturity arrives when you develop the self-respect to move forward courageously in the face of pain or insecurity. Whether you're in an unhealthy relationship in love, family, or career, breath will assist your movement towards letting go to help you proceed forward. When you feel pushed, judged, or placed in fearful situations, learn to exhale during stress instead of reacting to it. Sometimes if you inhale and then exhale a few times deeply, one after the other, you develop such a deep presence that you suddenly and even miraculously embrace a tremendous feeling of inner peace within you. Your heart settles into a compassionate beat, gently circulating with empathy and humility in real time. It's magical. Nothing matters so much to keep you feeling heavy. Learn to let it go. Exhale and do it often. Try it now. Purse or pucker your lips. Take a deep breath in. And then push the breath out deeply with your abdomen with a loud sound coming out your mouth. That's the sound. Try it again. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Whether long or short, please know that breath is your channel for peace. The act of inhaling and exhaling on purpose is recognized as conscious breathing. Remember I told you about the science-backed results of conscious breath in the preface of this book? In the moment nowness, that is conscious breath. Conscious breathing takes you away from reacting and departs you from anxious thoughts. It brings you towards the moment at hand. The oxygen that you breathe in builds healthy cells, helps you heal, and honors your well-being. Understanding breath will have a wonderful impact on your energy levels as it offers healthier life functioning. When you use breath in lieu of a reaction, it provides purposeful observation, limiting wasteful words and actions. Let breath guide you towards listening to your intuition in the moment. How much time are you wasting with someone who will never be on the same page as you? How much time are you wasting not speaking your truths to someone in your life? How much time are you wasting not cutting someone off physically when you mentally have done so years ago? How much time are you wasting in a job or a career position because you're too scared to speak up for your worth or happiness, or to let an employee go? How much time are you wasting not going after your dreams or your goals? Inside every exhale lives the secret and the answers to letting go. And every inhale provides the movement to let in what is next to arrive. Do you want to release tension and decrease stress? Think of something, someone, or a situation you're involved with right now. I want you to let go of it and breathe into your thoughts. You can't comprehend new habits unless you practice the release of old ones that need to change. Pebbles and pails, dear readers, pebbles and pails. Place yourself at the water's edge with your bucket as your reset button. As you place rocks in and out of new pails to fulfill your desires, as an analogy, that as easy as it is to place one pail into a bucket, it's as easy to change those habits. The world arrives daily. The possibility to greet her as you let go is a remarkable way to live freely within the kindness innovation. The inner knowledge that you gain from this work will tell you exactly when your insecurities arrive, and like a magic wand, you have the choice to react or respond. This moment becomes a gentle teacher that urges you to apply the wisdom of maturity to express the essence of your truth in the moment. When insecurities are let go, the strength to artfully speak up kindly, directly, and thoughtfully arrives in the form of courage. One of my most favorite passages in stories of Wayne Dyer was when he said, "Don't die with your music inside of you." I tell everyone I know about this story that he expressed over and over again through his books and live talks. What Wayne meant by the phrase, "don't die with your music inside of you," is that you should never let a moment go by without speaking your truth. You never know if today will be your last, so when you speak your truth to share your thoughts and your words with the world, you begin to understand the miracles of being a master of let it go and living in the nowness. The words, "don't die with your music inside of you," help you to pursue the life you were meant to live. It's a phrase that asks you to listen and to act upon your intentions and purpose to live the life fulfilled, to speak your truth now in the moment. The art of surrendering is a perseverance story. It's a part of your greatness story that is always ready to be rewritten. Over and over and over again, letting your music out is a sign of a mature release of the soul. Tell someone you love them today. Do it over and over again, out loud. Hold hands, skip, smile, send love notes, send cards in the mail, reach out to friends, share memories, toast to more memories, laugh, and discover moments, because letting it all out is the way. Like the love of my life said, as I've written earlier in this book, when you empty out the vessel, there is a space to fill it up, and you can fill it up with anything. What you let out, you can fill up with beauty again and again and again. I truly understand the meaning of the master of let it go as breath, and I hope that you fill up your vessel with the greatest abundance of love and peace as you let go of what needs to disappear from your life and let in what is ready to arrive. Fill up your vessel, dear listeners, even if it's simply filling up your lungs with a deep inhale as you let go and exhale. Step 2, remain calm in chaos. One summer morning at a Pilates studio that I once owned, I witnessed the glass door was broken at the front entrance. I was to meet the handyman who would fix it at noon that day. As I made my way to the studio, turning to walk towards the helpers who were securing the lock, I keenly watched as they moved the door a nudge too far. The entire 10-foot by 13-foot front door shattered into a million tiny glass pieces on the sidewalk. Crash! Within milliseconds, glass kissed the top of my flip-flops, revealing an open studio with hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment inside. I stood there in shock, and I thought of the old me. I would have thought it was catastrophic, maybe even cried or acted dramatically. I might have pointed and blamed at the men for breaking the door. It was through my own process of designing my mind to be kind, that I remained calm in the chaos. I had a choice to let it go or let it bother me. Now, in my life, I've learned to be a kinder communicator, especially in stress and chaos. I understand that I needed to let go of my past emotional reactions and let in a pause to remain calm. I look back at the unnecessary dramatic behaviors that I used to emotionally exhibit, and today I smile, breathe, and teach my clients and readers to do the same. This work works. Learn to fly above in order to share words and actions in new ways as you become a master of let it go. Embarrassment, shame, judging, and anger can be replaced with freedom of the mind, happiness, and healthier patterns. It may take a while to fully install this lifestyle of personal and professional growth and development, but every day is a blessing and every lesson is a gift. I watch in real time at how my influence expands when I fly above and I show up in my life as a calmer human being. As I looked down that day upon the tiny reflective remembrances of the Pilates door on the sidewalk, I took a breath. I shrugged my shoulders, smiled, and I asked them to fix it, and then I walked away. I think I even laughed as I turned around to go back home. You know, that type of laugh that brings tears to your eyes as you laugh out loud? Yeah, that one. I definitely made that laugh, and I definitely most 100% had a glass of wine that night, maybe two. Learning to remain calm in the chaos is a wonderful lesson for anyone in duress, because we cannot control most of the stressful moments that enter our lives. We must look for ways to design our minds to be kind, that will teach us to respond with logic rather than emotion. The reality of the situation was that the door was broken. Yelling or screaming at the men who broke it did not do me nor them any good. It was an accident. Calmly and with a smile, I asked them to make it better. It was an empowered moment for me to handle the situation with maturity. Think about a similar situation that you may have recently experienced when you could have let go instead of reacted poorly. Think about this personality trait and its power to change your life. Remaining calm in chaos can make you a happier person. It's like a superpower, like an Avenger or Marvel character. What's your superpower? Remaining calm in chaos. Wow, that's awesome. Welcome to the Design Your Mind to Be Kind Club. You're a superhero. Now the truth is, you never know what will happen in your life on any given day. When chaos arrives, arguments will take place, or when you're confronted with stressful situations, people, and hardships that can frustrate you, you can make the decision to act out or surrender. When calm is your superpower, you'll never want to go back to being the reactor again, as you harness being calm in the chaos as a master of let it go. Calm teaches you that when the world arrives, how you act when you greet her is your moment of truth. Awareness, balance, breath, and a smile help you to remain present with a mind that is kind. Be calm in the chaos with happiness at your lips in the form of a smile. Let's practice. Let it go. Think about a time when you overreacted, or think about any stress in your life that you're reacting to in a negative way. Fly above yourself in these situations and examine your habits. It might even be negative people lingering in your life that you allow to cause bad energy that you're going to carry on your next journey. Take notice of when these situations arrive, what harmful things people may say, how they act, and how you react. Stress can be alleviated with breath. Breath replaces words that you do not wish to say with more positive choices. Life pauses, create self-reflection that can help stress dissipate so that you don't carry unnecessary baggage or the bad energy of other people. Think about how you will handle your next chaotic moment and remember this part of the book. If your door breaks, smile and breathe. If bad people come into your life door, close that damn door. If anything breaks in your life, know that it's going to be okay. There's always another door. Step 3, brevity. In my coaching practice, I have a phrase that I use to help clients understand that when they speak too long, they stop making sense. When they write dramatic, emotional emails that lack integrity, I say to them, catch yourself, fly above, speak your truth, and then silently whisper, shush. The whispered shush is a fun, creative adult narrative to play around with, As a reminder not to go on a rant or a tirade and to keep conversations, meetings, emails, and talks brief and on point. That's how you show up with integrity, and that is how you influence people. Be brief with a smile and gently, intuitively make your points known. The secret to the shush is that you can add as many yous in the shush as you desire or need. You can do a shush or you can do shush, depending on what situation you're going through. Now, only you know your limitations, so add as many yous as you wish to emphasize a silent yet transformative habit. Sometimes I need a longer shush than other times. You may feel the same way, and that feeling is part of owning your vulnerability in the moment. Being brief is a tool for letting go because the idea of it helps you shorten your speaking habits rather than intensifying or elongating them as you rise with the world daily and greet her with a respectful, quiet bow. With as little words as possible, your passion can be shared with your emotions intact. Brevity will remarkably change your life when you begin this practice. If you show up as a long-winded speaker, or an emotionally reactive yeller, or a mean email writer, disaster is bound to happen. When you silently whisper to yourself, shush, you put forth this creative inner mindset and funny little habit as your weakness of speaking too much, too long, or in a nonsense way can really come to a halt. When you use the habit of catch yourself with a shush, it works really well. Brevity is a practical communication tool that you can practice daily. Speaking your truth kindly and directly, with clarity and integrity, versus the need to be right or the need to overspeak, trains the mind to be the master of let it go. Fly above yourself to see and hear how you overspeak when you are uncomfortable. Examine your flaws and habits and experience how often you speak out of turn if you feel threatened. Watch how you use words unkindly if you don't like what someone is saying, or see how you may have this little silly need to talk over others to make yourself feel right. Explore your possible passive-aggressive behaviors and fly above to say to yourself, enough is enough. Pause, breathe, and start over. Watch how you forget to breathe when you're hit with stress. Remember the songbirds that take 30 mini breaths. Use the birds as your reminder to be brief and to sing your songs with rectitude and beauty. Fly above yourself when you speak too long and realize you may have lost your point in the first place. Overspeaking is an emotional response. It can be diffused and intended to with love. The aha moments of letting go become apparent when you silently whisper to yourself, shush, which can also create a moment for breath and a smile. Practice it now. Say it in a silent whisper to yourself. Shush. The shush feels good, doesn't it? Say it again. Shush. Go ahead. There we go. I like that. You sound good doing it too. I've been coaching public speakers for many years, and I've curated, marketed, and hosted 17 TEDx events and several other large-scale conferences. One of my biggest secrets to train public speakers for the stage is to help them stay on point, which is rather difficult to do. As an event host, this approach is critical to success. Brevity can surely differentiate you in many ways, from how you own a room, shine in a meeting, influence people, build and nurture relationships, or how your conversations can make more sense and have flow. When you silently learn to shush yourself, you speak kindly, directly, thoughtfully, and calmly. The power of letting go helps you care less about speaking too much as you focus more on showing up as brief, loving, and influential. Design your mind to be kind by saying less. Think of the childhood game hot potato. If you were born in the 90s or above, bear with me, as you may not know about this game, but it's kind of fun. The game is as such. You sit in a circle with friends, and you pass around an actual potato, which is room temperature, but you pretend it's hot. So you quickly pass it to the next person in the circle, and the next person when the music plays. Think of your words sayings, and conversations like this. Be the hot potato holder in the game. Say what you need to say in a brief, kind, and direct manner, and pass the conversation along. Make it a secret game with yourself in conversations and meetings to be the influential person who speaks on point with pause, poise, character, and charm, maybe even a smile. You don't need to hold a potato to do it, but you can be childlike as you imagine yourself doing so. Over time, as you practice this habit, your maturity will deepen as you listen and pause more than you ever have before. Brevity provides the leadership qualities of a kind communicator and the happiness qualities that cultivate a better life. Before you respond with useless fluff, negative actions, passive-aggressive behaviors, or ways in which you won't be proud of, please ask yourself to let it go and be brief as you calmly find your point. Try this more often in your life, and don't forget to silently shush yourself or shush yourself. One you or many yous, it's your choice. You're now a master of let it go. How does it feel to have the desire to surrender rather than to fight to be right? It feels nice, right? Of course it does. Now, try to let go of whatever it is that's inside of you right this very moment that doesn't feel good. From thoughts to patterns, anger and frustrations, to guilt and boredom or life idleness. Breathe them out and find the calm. The master of let it go is especially critical when you find people annoying. It sounds a bit immature to say, I know that, but you know there's truth to the statement. Some people are quite annoying, and many of them are sadly surrounding you daily. You may unfortunately have to be around them, whether family, friends, or work colleagues. Practice patience, strength, purposeful action, and as time passes, you magically put this personality to the test as others bother you less, and you rise to greet the world daily without grasping onto tension. Angst is a feeling that can be diffused in real time. It will hold you back if you allow it. But with this book as your guide, you'll respect yourself enough to let things go and become an active participant in the kindness innovation. Life is too short to hold on to feelings unnecessarily. Find your path to happiness and let it go. Talk it out and let it go. Let the anchor up. All right, new master of let it go, you're ready to practice this personality in real time. Oh, and remember to be like the trees. Place your arms to the side, tilt your head back, breathe and smile, knowing that a release is easier now that you're a master of let it go. Anchors up. Ask yourself, what is it that I hold on to so tightly that I just want to let go of? Please journal about it now. The active listener. The fourth personality. Now that you're a master of let it go, you're also an awareness chief and a self-exploration warrior. Wow, you're ready to become the active listener. Paul Tillich said, "The first duty of love is to listen. If you desire to love your life more fully, quiet your voice." I'd like to bet that most conflicts that you face in your relationships wear you down, and they make you feel depleted, and much of it has to do with overspeaking. In this personality, I'd like to ask you to lift yourself up by quieting your mind. The choice to act within your highest self is delivered by your willingness to listen. If you dig a little bit deeper into the work of Paul Tillich, you'll learn that he was an existentialist philosopher widely regarded as one of the most influential theologians of the 20th century. If you don't know what existentialism means, it's as such. Existentialism is a philosophy that emphasizes individual existence, from freedom to choice. It is the view that humans define their own meaning of life as they try to make rational decisions despite existing in an irrational universe. Now, the focus of Tillich's work is based on the idea that faith is conscious and unconscious. And as a conscious act, it relies on unconscious elements. It sounds a little complicated, doesn't it? But if you break it down with the art of listening, and if listening is an act of love, and faith is defined as a complete trust in something, I will conclude that to listen is to have faith in yourself. And when you learn to listen both consciously and unconsciously, you grow in love. If you desire more love in your life or want to share more love with those around you, it's time to listen more intently. I'll show you how and why in this chapter. When you consciously listen, you formulate the knowledge of how to respond rather than to emotionally react during conversations. A reaction can come off as a lack of respect for yourself or for someone else. Don't let this happen to you, and if it's happening now, diffuse the habit. The active listener is fueled by love. Active listeners become more aware, thanks to graduating earlier as an awareness chief. And they learn that listening brings great joy and new loving attention to their immediate surroundings. Let's take a closer look at listening from the perspective of loss. I want you to think about how you feel when you're lacking attention. I'm quite certain you feel a personal withdrawal and a numb feeling in the soul. I'm sure you've felt this way before. I know I have. When you don't feel like you've been paid attention to, or if you don't feel like you've been listened to, you disconnect, feel hurt, or even discouraged. Disconnection is a hurtful feeling, but as you learn more about the active listener, listening more intently to the world as she arrives, you affix yourself to the moments in real time more quietly than you ever have before. Intuition gets its chance to season your soul with love as it flows through your quiet mind, so that you can truly connect to your spirit and hear what's ready to be told to you. A quote that was shared with me by the love of my life who lost his life as I finished this book was as such: "You will hear me when you will hear me." He was trying to tell me to be quiet and to listen. He wanted me to stop crying and worrying and to be guided by the strength and power of nowness. He was asking me to pay attention to my intuition, to my truth, by telling me to actively participate in the silencing of my mind and my voice. We all need this wake-up call. We all require the gentle reminder to be quiet and calm. Use profound listening as a buffer. Learn not to speak up too soon, too abrasively, too much, or too long. Pay attention. Silence your words. The word listen has the same letters as the word silent. I always found that fascinating. Silencing the mind invites the magic of intuition to enter your soul, and then as the soul speaks, you will hear her more clearly. For those of you who listen only to respond, i.e., talk over someone before they're done speaking or interrupt them to get your point across, this chapter is wrapped up in a big red bow with your name on the tag. That includes the little justifiers in my little reading nest. How do you know you're a justifier? Justifiers usually insert a "yeah, but" into conversations just after someone is done speaking to interject and make their point, not only to be heard, but to be right or get their way. "Yeah, but" is a dire need to justify what you think before accepting what you've heard. I'll even go a bit further to insist that "yeah, butters" are a tad selfish. It's only their thoughts and opinions that they think matters. Now, if you're reading this and suddenly feel like you might be a "yeah, butter" or a justifier, this is good stuff. Heck, you might even have a shower moment in the next few days as you're washing your hair and realize that you may be, in fact, be a "yeah, butter." This is all relative to personal growth and positive habit changing, and it's a good sign if you admit to your flaws. Vulnerability gives you the courage to say, "I'm accountable for my actions and words." This is how change begins. Stay the course. The attention and care for your communication to manifest into positive, long-lasting, thriving, and trusted relationships is to say less and listen more. When people feel heard, they feel loved. When you learn to speak from the heart, you can also listen from the heart. Intuition is always talking, and it certainly has something to say. In today's modern world, technology may steal your precious attention away from actively listening. Instead of heart-to-heart contact, you are dialed in, scrolling, liking, commenting, texting, and memeing. Put down your damn phone and be with people in your presence. Practice eye contact, too. Eye contact, in my opinion, is on its way out as a lost communication art form. People often look down instead of up. Their texts, their notifications become more important priorities than the people in front of them. You forget that there's a really nice human being just a foot away from you. Look up, dear listeners. Notice this behavior in any elevator. Look around you the next time you walk in, press your floor, and turn around. What are you going to notice? Everyone's looking down, even if they don't have their phones in their damn hands. Lack of eye contact is a disrespect to the art of communication, and its consequences trickle down into work meetings and loving relationships. Not sharing eye contact portrays a lack of attention or the absence of acknowledgement. Stop that. Look up. Use eye contact. Use your damn eyes, for heaven's sake. Use the inspiration of the birds and the trees in this book to look up. Don't let life become a blur. There are flowers to see, birds to gaze at, tree leaves to brush your hands against, and people to share moments with. Listening is a lesson in love. Let's all become active listeners as we find our path to happiness. As you pay greater attention to your current situations in the moment, or as I like to say, in real time or with nowness, you acknowledge people. You provide active feedback. You look people in the eye. You defer judging and excuses and respond appropriately during conversations. Life is stressful enough, and it's difficult too. Sometimes very difficult. As you read this book to release tension, to unravel wrongdoings and stress, as you design your mind to be kind, I hope that these habits and personalities deepen your intuitive connection to pay attention. The invisible weight once carried by owning your vulnerability, that your overthinking mind is now being diffused. You become to a person that lets it go, and you evolve into the active listener that pays attention more often. The most impressive influencers, the greatest leaders, the most loving relationships, the best bosses, the most effective managers, and dearest friends are the ones who listen. In my previous book, The Kind Communicator, I included 2 chapters about listening gardens. One is called The Listening Garden, and the other, The Rose Garden. Both tell tales about how quiet the mind can be. And when the mind is more quiet, the power of inner change comes into play. Here's a little bit of a glimpse. When we are quiet, kind, and free, we listen without judging and speak less to be understood. We are like seeds, blossoming and hearing the world more clearly as we ourselves become broken open. That was from The Kind Communicator, The Listening Garden, Chapter 18. Being closed off is like a rose without fragrance. There is no sweet scent when the bud is clenched. We waste so much time in the waiting for things. A flower doesn't wait for the right moment to bloom, it just blooms. That was The Kind Communicator as well, The Listening Garden, Chapter 19. In this book, I ask you to use the active listener personality as a trait that helps you carry less defensive habits. The active listener accepts, acknowledges, and speaks kindly in a mature fashion with patience and virtue. This is a personality filled with self-acceptance and positive self-expression. When you show up as a genuine person that listens, you naturally become contagious to be around. There's inspiration that flows, and legacy is told by the light that you shine. The power of your influence can be showcased by simply, quietly lending an ear. When people feel listened to, they feel inspired. When they feel listened to, they feel understood. And as I said above and before, they most importantly feel loved. The active listener says thank you often. Incorporate active listening into your life by watching birds in flight, admire trees, and reach up to the clouds as your secret reminder to thank nature as you connect to the earth, to feel grounded and balanced, yet free to fly. Nature's magnificence and quiet wisdom offers you the desire to become a better person, living and speaking delicately from your highest self every single day. I never really felt like I matured as an adult until I sat without sound. I noticed nature, and then I became grateful because of it. The more I sat quietly, the more I learned that I had been believing my own BS stories. I hadn't been listening to important feedback from others about showing up in a healthier way because I didn't want to face my flaws. But once I opened up and began to embody this personality trait, I was grateful to know that I could do better. That's when change made great sense in my life, in my present moment, and towards my future. When I incorporated the habit to fly above, and I began to see the truths that I held back, I began to use my words more wisely in the moment. I sat quietly. I listened intently to my intuition. I made calm my superpower. It became crystal clear that whenever I was in doubt, I can look to nature as my preeminent life teacher to purposely become aware of who I was meant to be. Living and speaking with less defensive habits and more reflective behaviors will expand your gratitude beyond measure. Appreciation for moments, people, and opportunities will bring considerable results to the maturation that occurs because your attention gets wiser to listening habits. Instead of running with embarrassment from being called out on mistakes, you pause. You take the time to learn about them instead, apologizing in real time. This takes divine inner strength as you decipher which you that you want to bring into this world. The one with bad habits or the one who is working on himself or herself. This is your time to newly, actively say the words, "I am sorry," or "thank you," in the moment. When you listen, you learn, then you change. It's that simple. Mistakes and flaws don't become something you fear when you learn to pay attention to their consequences. Instead, the consequences become something you're courageous to know more about so that you can make in-the-moment, real-time shifts. During stress, the active listener gives themselves permission to choose the words, "thank you," instead of reacting or feeling wronged. Whether vocal or a silent phrase, "thank you," becomes a new language ritual filled with calm appreciation for the moment at hand. This two-word phrase is especially useful when responding to constructive feedback. Saying thank you is a wonderful new habit. Knowing that you can control situations helps you lessen your need to demand or control. You choose in-the-moment gratitude as a result of listening and responding calmly. I failed at this part of the work for years. I was embarrassed of my flaws. I hid, I ran, I spoke too much, I told myself BS stories, and I believed them too. It was a horrific cycle that I was completely unaware of until my personal and professional development work truly kicked in, and flying above myself showed me the madness that I needed to see and hear in real time in order to take action against my mistakes. Not wanting to face my horrific patterns was something that had to be diffused. I swallowed my pride, I learned to breathe and smile, and to take life pauses with a silent or vocal "thank you." Things began to shift at that point. My ego, it was no longer in full control. The beast of anxiety began to hush itself. And whenever I found that my pesky ego was trying to block my happiness, I responded accordingly by listening in the moment and choosing not to respond to it. That was the most powerful plan of action. Not responding when the instinct of my ego wanted me to react. Like a burning slap to the face with a gentle, affectionate hug, I woke up. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to change. I sat quietly in the muck that was mine, and I chose vulnerability in the face of fear. I remember this phase of my life so vividly because it opened my heart to empathy, compassion, and happiness in the moment, which naturally and instinctively blocked unnecessary stress. It also helped me block negativity and projection from mean people. I deflected their dark energy back onto them. Sorry, that's your dark journey, not mine. This is magical work. Since then, I've designed my mind to be kind. And thanks to this book, my coaching practice, my talks and workshops, I have dedicated my career to sharing what I've learned and how I grew. Readers, clients, fans, and audiences worldwide now have a chance to heal their infections when they connect with me and learn from these tips and tools. Let's try an exercise to practice our thank you together. Imagine yourself receiving feedback from a friend, a boss, a lover, or a colleague. Think of someone right now who has given you recent feedback or constructive advice that you're not happy with. Feedback may not always be artfully delivered by others, but bear with them. Bear with yourself as you become the active listener. Instead of immediately thinking you're wrong or thinking that they're insisting you're wrong, which is a natural defensive tendency, of course, or instead of thinking that they're wrong for giving you constructive advice, take a deep breath. Learn to say thank you, and then shush. Use that step from the last chapter. Instead of justifying, listen. Instead of reacting, pause. Instead of putting context and meaning onto words, simply become quiet and grateful for feedback and advice. Over time, as someone who truly listens to others instead of reacting to them, you'll learn that active listening is the secret to self-love, as well as the act of loving life in the moment. The ability to say thank you is a gift. The ability to love yourself for being wrong is an even greater gift. Thanks to being a master of let it go and soon taking on the personality of the active listener, saying thank you followed by a loving communication pause, especially during heavy conversations, leads you to real-time forgiveness, real-time apologies, and personal peace and happiness. Now, some of you stubborn folks out there are listening to this and thinking, why would I say thank you to someone when I strongly disagree with the advice they offer me? Aha! That is the best time to say thank you. Instead of turning yourself into a victim, instead of insisting that others are wrong or placing blame, the gold mine here is to be one with the moment. Become the solutions-based thinker. Active listening enables your intuition to kick in as it shares with you the wisdom and strength to let go. You don't know what you don't know. You can't see or hear your flaws until you fly above or actively listen to someone's advice when it's given to you. You might not know how you're acting or speaking until you're provided with constructive feedback, so be quiet and listen. And if someone is projecting their BS stories onto you, a thank you is a great way to kindly turn away from carrying their burdens. The more you thank others, silently or out loud, the less they bother you, and the less they project their stuff onto you because their methodology to upset you won't work anymore. It's almost as if you teach them to stop their own bad habits when you say to them, thank you, and seamlessly turn away. It's also known as self-respect. Sometimes your blinders are on so tight that you don't want to think of yourself in any other way than right or perfect. Lessen the grip and realize that spiritual messengers come with many faces and in many forms. And life offers up possibilities when you least expect them. You can be aware, open, and learn, or you can be closed, harsh, and right. Active listening is a crucial element of the kindness innovation. Constructive feedback is a gift. You don't have to let it define you, but listening and saying thank you may help you define yourself. And that's just a little piece of how communicating with a thank you as a response can further develop your sacred listening skill set. Sacred listening offers presence. It teaches you to be in the full moment, capable of hearing thoughts, emotions, needs, and desires without reacting to them. Without attention, You don't have anything. You can't see or hear anything. But with care and room for a response during conversations, sometimes with a simple breath and a smile, a newly spoken thank you, or even a silent shush, can make all the difference. Sacred listening, it's such a great phrase, isn't it? Say it out loud with me. Sacred listening. Go ahead. Sacred listening. You're gifted with a voice and an opinion, and too often you may feel compelled to overspeak, speak too soon, too brash, or quite frankly, you might not speak your mind at all. Some of you keep every thought and feeling hidden inside of your heart. With sacred listening, and as you become the active listener, you explore a newfound relationship with yourself that's remarkably different from the you that you knew before. Whether in personal or professional encounters, listening in greater detail allows you to redefine who you are in ways that are meaningful and free. The results are remarkable as you go through life's challenges and inspirations with a new set of success principles. Perhaps ones that you've had all along, but they have been unused, unheard, or unspoken until now. Active listening is a positive life habit. There will be no more clipped wings, no more shackles, no more handcuffs, no more rusty anchors, no more needing to be right. Just listen. How can you learn to listen more? Open up to inspiration. Here's an example of how inspiration can lead to greater sacred listening. Let's use music as an in-spirit moment, as inspiration comes from the Latin word inspiratus, which means to breathe into. So I'd like to ask you to breathe into a song, the Italian collaboration of Perfect Symphony, sung by Ed Sheeran and Andrea Bocelli. When I first heard this song, it brought tears to my eyes. Sit quietly and listen to it now if you can. Perhaps take it a further step and listen to Bocelli's The Prayer, Time to Say Goodbye, or Ave Maria. There's something sacred about Bocelli's voice that opens up the soul in all the chakras, which can be defined as spinning wheels of energy and light. Chakras give us the loving responsibility of taking in and emanating our energy to keep us functioning at optimal levels. I promise that somewhere deep inside of yourself, you will find the sacred part of your soul as you hear your intuition come alive with the voice of Andrea Bocelli or with any symphony. Using music as symbolic to listening more intently is one of the most powerful secrets to put this personality to proper use. When you recognize the importance of words that you choose, tones that you use, and the quality of your voice, you speak less but with more intent. You choose concise words with less abrasiveness. You speak with peace rather than stressful intonation. Your thoughts are less rushed and more melodic. The idea of listening to beautiful music is a metaphor to become splendid music yourself, like a bird song. As you slow down, pause, and breathe, your words become the melody, the refrain, and the chorus. Let the music of your mind take on new words that heal instead of cause pain. Make active listening a new reflective practice. Sit outside with a quiet mind amongst the trees to become whole as you listen for peaceful solitude. Place yourself on a park bench as you open your ears to the childlike chatter of birds to connect to the moment. Play an Andrea Bocelli song when you feel stressed or sad as a reminder to return to self. Any fears or tears that may be shed are your body's response to the loving inspiration that arrives as the active listener. As you return to your heart, which is the home, a nest of self-love, you become one with who you're meant to be. The more you listen, the more you love. The more you love, the happier you become. Your voice becomes an inspirational tool as you quietly greet the world daily as she arrives. Now please join me by the water's edge. Let's journey to the ocean, the sea, la mar. It was the singer-songwriter Leonard Cohen who said, "If you don't become the ocean, you'll be seasick every day." The best way to live in this world is to become the world. Float amongst the waves. Let go of fear and become the ocean. Become one with moments and nowness. In any ebb or flow, you can still be you. That's the secret. Some say that you can hear the ocean through the unoccupied holes in beach shells. This marvelous little trick, whether fable or not, gives adults a playful reminder to feel spirited, because listening to a shell is a creative way to carry peace and tranquility, breath and a smile. A shell can be your quiet reminder for a life pause. Shells can also be messengers for you to listen more intently to the oceans of your life. Commit to the idea that you are unable to hear anything until you are fully living in the moment. Pick up a shell and think about what little creatures Mother Nature manifested that once lived their lives in those shells. Think about the stone, mother of pearl, the common name for nacre, the material that coats the inside of a pearl oyster, freshwater pearl mussels, and abalone shells. Mother of pearl is the material secreted by oysters, deposited inside of their shells, coating and protecting them from parasites and foreign objects. Aha! Think about this as a metaphor, as the teachings of this book advise you how to protect your own shell, your own soul from infections. Mother of pearl is a protection stone of the ocean that brings the healing power of the sea as it stimulates intuition and adaptability. Hearing emotions become balanced and harmonious. Your life is the oyster and you are the pearl. Let the waved imprint of the sea teach you to listen for what really matters in life. To listen in a way that allows you to be touched by every single waking day. Let go, listen, set sail, and love. Instead of holding on too tightly, like an anchor stuck on the ocean floor, release, smile, and breathe. Go make some footprints in the sand as you quiet your mind. Pick up a shell and listen. Purchase a mother of pearl calming stone and place it next to your rose quartz as you read this book. Your intuition is always speaking to you, and until you're quiet, you will not hear a word of what it's trying to say. Become the ocean with me and let me wrap my mama bird wings around you like a white feathered seagull on this beach, as you are now the active listener. Do you feel one with this moment? Are you happy to join me as we dance in the waves and turn our face towards the wind created by the sea? May I now ask you to please try this practice in real time. For the next 365 days, yes, a whole year, can you listen for birds every single time you're outside, if it's available to you? Can you permit yourself time to listen to the ocean, if it's available to you? Can you ask Alexa to play their soft sounds as a meditation, as a musical, to sit silently, quietly alone with the rhythm? Can you play songs by Andrea Bocelli if you feel sad? Can you listen to yourself more often to pay attention to intuition? Can you actively listen to others as a peaceful sign of communication and living the life fulfilled? Pick up a shell that you may have collected from the beach and put its cavernous hole to your ear and simply listen. Remember the lessons in this chapter to become more at peace with yourself, become more at peace with others and the moment through the silent act of listening. The greatest life lessons arrive when you're quiet enough to hear them. Possibility is the belief in yourself to embrace your ability to discern the arrival of the world as you greet her daily. You will hear me when you will hear me. The curious sage. The fifth personality. The career of a sage is of two kinds. He is either honored by all in the world, like a flower waving its head, or else he disappears into the silent forest. That's a quote by Lao Tzu. It's time to become the curious sage. I use the word sage here because it's a spiritual realm that enhances your intuition and the knowing of yourself, the knowing of thyself. Sage is known to help solve spiritual dilemmas. A sage person is described as studied, wise, and knowledgeable, the type of person that thinks before they act and speak, which in this book we call a solutions-based thinker. When we marry sage with curiosity, we get a personality trait that flourishes with inquisition, harmony, and the will to discover truth as a good and virtuous person. A curious mind uses questioning instead of assuming. The curious sage practices and shares positive thoughts that lend their actions towards dignity, integrity, calmer life experiences, and conversations. When a person takes on curious tendencies, they tend to seek out information in well-rounded, mature ways. They unite with the pleasant motivational state of being spontaneously curious. They replace fear with curiosity. The curious sage asks you to ready yourself as you embody this trait and light the spark that lives within your soul. Explore your communication in new fearless ways. When you're curious, you enter relationships and conversations with something to learn, rather than holding ground to be right. This repatterning leads to a happier life with tremendous influence and healthier relationships. Curious individuals find joy effortlessly because they're open to surprise and wonder. And now that you're the active listener, you recognize the power that listening has on the mind. You can't be curious if you're not quiet. In the quiet, you see, inspiration arrives daily as you greet her with spirited zest. Curiosity helps you respond healthily to situations that you feel uncomfortable with. During any type of defeat or hurt, any type of pain, trauma, or drama, negativity can be diffused and replaced with love. Fear can be diffused and replaced with curiosity. The curious sage challenges habits by replacing blame with an emphasis on possibility. Curiosity is like an offering to rewrite your greatness story. I can also be a little bit more blunt here by saying that if you're not curious about situations and you assume the worst and then point and blame, for heaven's sake, get out of your own way. Step aside yourself and stop feeling angry, stressed, sad, or like a victim. Get curious instead. Ask the questions that you need to ask, and your sadness will dissipate because the answers arrive. You can choose to respond with curiosity instead of using stress as a methodology to attack. Get out of your head and into your heart as you discover the answers you need by simply and openly asking what you're curious about in order to get to the heart of matters. If it doesn't work, try another route while remaining calm. This inner strength and wisdom is within you. It may just be unused or not tapped into as strongly as of yet. Want to build your curiosity muscles? Strengthen and train the gym that is your spirit in your mind. Strengthen your soul. Believe in yourself. Believe in your inner truth, the truth that is yours by birthright. One step at a time, one footprint in the sands at a time, one infinity loop of rose quartz at a time. Curiosity will disrupt the mediocre mind chatter of the ego. You know, that one that offers you that misplaced aggression, that anger. Curiosity brings calm in as a chance to show up respectfully in conversations, with less defense, more inquisition, less demand, and more love, with the vantage point and habit of fly above. Your curiosity, or lack thereof, will be seen in real time. The curious sage is someone who delivers great presence to conversations and relationships. Begin your practice today. If you feel uncomfortable with something, get curious. If you're upset with someone for what they said or did, curiosity helps you to shift from anger and fear to questionable and inquisitive with new simple conversation starters. Ask why, or perhaps ask yourself, how can I do better? Or ask someone, can you help me explain what you mean? The simple act of asking questions is so powerful, dear listeners. Ask away, because asking leads to answers. Not asking causes assumptions, and reacting ushers in drama. This is when you smile and breathe, the space between. Before every question, deep inhales and exhales deliver the courage to ask. Instead of reacting, running, justifying, pointing, or blaming, get curious. Try to use buffer statements. I'll give you a few examples. I'm not comfortable with what I said. Can we talk about it? I'm not comfortable with what you said. Can you help me better understand you in a different way? What you said hurt me, and I'd like to discuss what I feel so that we can move forward. Why are you feeling this way? Can you open up to me and share? Why did you behave in such a way? Can you please give me a chance to rephrase what I just said? Curiosity opens up a new dialogue in all relationships. And I recognize that in some relationships, curiosity won't open anyone up. And there's a possibility that we have to move forward without the answers. But as long as we ask, as long as we get curious within our souls, stepping into the curious sage personality, we can do no wrong. As you learn to ask more questions throughout your life, you examine each situation with intent. Now, this is a pride-swallowing moment, dear listeners, because the above questions are difficult. To be able to calmly pause and ask questions in especially chaotic or stressful situations is difficult. You want to rely on your self-belief here, to know that the answers you seek will provide the peace that you deserve in every situation. Once you begin this questioning phase, you will notice the surprising impact that curiosity delivers as you live the life fulfilled within the kindness innovation. It provides a much healthier result than acting or feeling wrong. I use Lao Tzu as I open this chapter because he speaks about the intelligence of a sage mind that does not fight or get angry nor hoard, but instead a sage opens doors to people and himself, herself, with wonder and contentment. When you're curious, you see each day as anew. I have 3 rescue cats, and every day they wake up and ponder around the house like it's their very first day entering the living room or the bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, hallway, or even the closet. Wow, the couch looks so soft this morning. Wow, look at this new spot on the rug. I never saw the way the light reflects on the desk like this. Let me smell this for about 2 minutes more because it seems so new to me. Now, cats really can't speak, but if they did, I bet they'd sound similar to the previous statements. It seems a bit funny to think about cats talking, but I mentioned to you many times throughout this book, we must practice living with a childlike spirit. We must think uniquely about life moments and have more fun doing so. Cats can teach great presence. They can teach you about the wonder of entering each moment with nowness. When they approach a room 5 minutes after they've left and then they return back, they look at each piece of furniture in a different way, almost as if it had moved or changed position, or if it wasn't even there before. They act as if they've never seen the table or the chair ever. It's so beautiful to watch. Curiosity is quite magical. If you have a cat, watch it in action. You'll be surprised at what it can teach you beyond its gentle fur. Now, the idea here is this. Cats don't take the furniture for granted. They see everything as new every single day, sometimes every hour. This is a great analogy for designing your mind to be kind. With newness readily available to you in each and every moment, you can become a relentless life learner, seeking greater happiness from a mere moment ago. As you learn to diminish ego and grow into a self-loving adult, perfectionism becomes a thing of the past and curiosity a part of your future. You get to see things as they are and work through them more seamlessly. Curiosity is a chance to see every day, every relationship, and every conversation as anew. I created 5 steps that can assist you with bringing more curiosity into your life as you practice this personality. Step 1, evolve unwanted behavior. Do you run from responsibility? Do you become so wrapped up in drama that you participate with the pettiness of the ego? Negative emotional tendencies nudge you to make excuses for unwanted behavior, which can harm relationships. It's very exhausting. Using defensive excuses or hiding from truth causes human suffering on purpose. Snap out of it. Get curious. Take unwanted behaviors and respond to them with curiosity. Ask, why am I acting this way? Replace each excuse that you make in life with curiosity. Change the habit. Step 2, stop allowing. Your life journey towards happiness and peace relies on the courage to be resilient. Guiltily holding on to things, people, and experiences is the root cause of suffering. Your mind interprets allowing as something that's okay to do because you easily make excuses for yourself. And then you believe your excuses and continue the pattern. If boundaries are not created, allowing habits will continue. Get curious. Remember that time is valuable. If you're an allower, time will get you in the long run. It'll get you with regrets. Ask yourself what results you're seeking by allowing poor behaviors and replace that habit with boundaries to achieve magnificent results. Curiosity asks you to actively participate in identifying what you allow and put a stop to it. Replace allowing with curiosity. Change the habit. Step 3. Adopt a new attitude. Change your mind's energy field with a proactive, positive attitude, and you can more easily admit to mistakes and move towards healthier ways of speaking and acting. Get curious. A positive attitude results in increased health. Health is wonderful and happiness is even better. That new attitude that you adopt will help you get curious about why you feel pessimistic or react negatively towards certain situations or people. Adopting a lighthearted attitude lessens the weight of any burden. Replace stress with curiosity. Change the habit. Step 4. Truly get to know yourself. By looking within, becoming quiet, meditating, and experiencing private self-love time, a new you is always ready to be revealed. Get curious. Think about your habits that hinder alone time. Willingly practice self-acknowledgement and spend more time being quiet in order to understand who you are and who you wish to be. Replace not knowing your purpose with curiosity. Change the habit. Step 5. Ask others what you truly need to ask them. When someone says something that potentially upsets or hurts you, you have the choice to ask why. Since we don't necessarily know what people mean from what they say, we jump to conclusions. We unhealthily assume. Too much, too often, too many times, we are fearful to ask for the truth. One of the healthiest habits is to ask someone what they meant by what they said or what they did. Get curious. Ask questions. Ask why. People may not be aware of their blurred lines or misguided words. Curiosity opens up a chance for change in everyone. You can be a light to someone by simply applying your own healthier communication patterns, by getting to the heart of the matter of what you say, what they say, and by asking others what they meant. Replace the assumptions of the ego with curiosity. Change the habit. So there you have it. The 5th personality is becoming the curious sage, and you've made it. And if you want to take it a step further, you can purchase some sage incense and use it as an offering to clear the energy in your home or office, to infuse positivity within the space. Plus, here's another curious tip. In addition to being curious like a sage, using sage, or being inquisitive like a cat, be childlike too. Kids are unaffected by mediocrity, and they have this cute little head tilt when they don't understand something. They pose questions when they simply don't know what things mean. They ask, why? Can you be more childlike in your conversations when you're upset? Can you create an opening, a gateway to the younger you, which will ultimately lead to your own head tilt as a happier, healthier adult when you ask more questions? Ask for what you need to ask today and get clear on your tomorrows. You're now a curious sage. With the wisdom to incorporate newness into your days, you can become calmer and kinder to yourself and to others. Greet the world with surprise daily and let your spontaneous curiosity and contagious smile light up a room. The freedom spirit, the sixth personality. A free spirit is a kind spirit. One of the greatest feelings that you can achieve as you complete this journey to design your mind to be kind is the rediscovery of your freedom. Truth be told, we're not really ending our voyage together because this book will live on within you. The freedom spirit is the blessing of this book's passage towards your heart. It's the sixth personality and the completion of these traits to embody as you discover and live within your highest self. Everything that you have learned up until now about catching yourself, flying above, speaking your truth, self-exploration, awareness, letting go, active listening, and curiosity, when practiced, will lead to freedom within your spirit. Your spirit and your soul are alive. Your body is just the unit that is using your soul to physically walk this earth. I traveled home from a vacation on January 5th in 2020, just a few days after the new year, and I was forced to enter my home without my true love by my side. He tragically and suddenly lost his life on January 3rd that year. I immediately honored him by arranging special photographs of us that I gifted and framed for him for Christmas just 2 days before we left for our vacation. As I stared weepingly into the rectangular encased memories, I thought back to the moment that I was able to say goodbye to him in the hospital. He was the most beautiful man with features like a Roman god, like a chiseled statue of art created in the Italian Renaissance period. I grazed the little hairs on his head like I always did. I brushed his eyebrows with my fingertips. I kissed his cold face and held his cold hand. My tears dripped onto his cheek as I said my last goodbyes, the cheek that I had slept on so gracefully the night before. I thanked him for being my truest love. He was at peace. As I looked closely at the framed photographs on the shelf in my apartment, and I thought back to the man that I held for the very last time in that hospital, the idea of spirit and soul became very clear. The man that I said goodbye to in that hospital was just a body, a beautiful body, a handsome face, but his spirit and his soul had left his physical being. The man in the hospital bed was very different from the man that I gazed upon in the photographs, who was alive, who smiled and had spirit and life. The spiritual beauty of our physical purpose here on earth is one that is very sacred. Dear listeners, it was his soul that flew free that day. It was he who became the freedom spirit. When we are called towards another purpose, away from this earth, we must separate from the connections that we had physically made. I share this with you now because I want you to truly understand the power of your spirit and your soul today in this very moment. Listen to me closely as I share more. Take care of your body, for it houses your soul, but take care of your spirit, for it houses you. Wayne Dyer said, "Begin to see yourself as a soul with a body." You've been provided with a perfect body to house your soul for a few brief moments in eternity. Fathom your truth during this space and time within this very book, and let every word, every paragraph, every learning that you have read and are about to read or listen to, let it all become clear. Let this chapter fill up the vessel that is your heart as you manifest the continuous cycle of kindness, connection, nowness, and real-time greatness that is available to you. Freedom can be defined by each of you in different and unique ways. So I'll let you write down your own definition of freedom. You can even let your thoughts flow to convey a longer version in your journal. Perhaps draw a picture of what you feel. Maybe an image comes to mind. Maybe you'll paint a masterpiece. Be inspired, be empowered. Close your eyes now and meditate on what freedom truly means to your spirit. This exercise is an important practice because it will deliver you with joy as you release what's inside and apply it to the paper in your journal. Take a moment to write down your definition of freedom now. To be free is to live with an open heart as you consciously listen to the guide of your spirit. The freedom spirit spreads its wings, burgeoning with gentle white feathers, and then it effortlessly flies towards a winding branch as the sky graces its backdrop. Do you see it? Can you hear the whispers of each wing flap? Listen to and seek Mother Nature, for she shines a light towards the path to happiness, and she will show you the way to feel free. Mother Nature paints a recurring daily picture of the trees, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sky. Admire her, be her pupil. She whispers to you continuously throughout these images that constitute freedom. Freedom is weightless, boundless, infinite. It produces a genuine way to greet the world daily as she arrives. Freedom capitulates life balance like a rooted tree to this earth, strong, magnificent, and unexplainable at times. Imagine a palm tree nestled on the beautiful island of Hawaii during a heavy rainstorm. No matter how big the storm or how powerful the winds, the palm tree classically bends from one side to the other side, back to the other side, swaying, but never losing ground from its roots. You too can bend like a palm tree. You too can be balanced during any storm of your life. That's the surest essence of the freedom spirit personality. You can sway, otherwise known as feeling weak or frustrated, depressed or sad, maybe even devastated, but pay attention to your sways. Be aware of your feelings and thoughts and let them provide you with the strength to survive during the storms of your life. Remember that vulnerability may be your greatest strength. Weakness has a purpose. Bend with it. Like this book's cover states, finding your path to happiness. This journey is your pursuit to discover your habits, to change them in real time, to experience joy and nowness. Happiness is the balance of knowledge between your strength and your weakness as you own, love, and become aware of who you truly are and who you're meant to become. When you permit yourself the time to look at your habits, you actually nurture them and you set your spirit free. The introspection asked of you throughout this book is a necessity for freedom to enter your soul, the soul that is using your body to walk this earth, to speak and act as you. The deeper and more inward you search, the more you notice how strong the spiritual beauty of your purpose truly is. Fixing your flaws in real time as you self-reflect and shift from victim to hero, it manifests your spirit as your own personal hero and perhaps even a hero to others. The freedom spirit asks you to reframe shame to ease your suffering, which enables you to fly free. It asks you to answer the beckoning call of your spirit and your purpose here on earth. Quiet time, alone time, self-care, and reflection time are mandatory for your purpose to appear. Unfortunately, somehow, someway, we forget to give ourselves the permission to be quiet or alone. We unconsciously rush through life's miracles and forget to look up or look down, or even at each other. Gradual acceptance of habits and the embodiment of these personalities, completing with the freedom spirit, brings you ever closer to your truth, your birthright. Let's practice the freedom spirit now. Walk over to your window. I want you to peer outside. Look for a bird flying, the way the clouds are formed, the green grass, the rocks, or even look deeper, farther. Search for the delicate petals of flowers that attract the bees to pollinate. Peer up at the sky or look down at a garden. Throw a pebble across the water or graze your hands amongst the leaves of trees. Feel the ageless bark. You can do this all through your window by imagining and discovering the nature within yourself. This is your personal freedom. To be one with the earth while you have the chance to do so, even if through your window. Use this childlike spirit that you have within you to see it all and feel it all in its nowness. Practice the freedom spirit daily to feel free at any time of the day, week, month, or year. Remember the infections that we spoke about earlier? Those allowing habits that you currently harbor in your life? Those infections can be healed when you let go of your control and your grip. As you pause, you recognize the virtue of personal freedom of the mind. This includes freedom from your insecurities, your BS stories, the bad energy of others, and the mediocrity that you believe that your ego tells you to be true. The ego shares many falsities, and when you become the active listener, as you graduated earlier in this book, you understand the importance of listening for what's true or not. Quiet your mind to know the difference between when you're being foolish and use the catch yourself habit to pause and begin anew. Freedom of the mind is vital to growing within the kindness innovation. If you have a tendency to hold on to things, people, or situations too tightly, a painfully foolish habit, the freedom spirit says, slow down, pause, let go, be like the trees. Freedom helps you cherish your innate ability to take a breath and turn your face towards the sun. The sun is energy. It is the sunshine that wakes up your soul and welcomes you to the world daily as you greet her. She speaks with gratitude and abundance to say, hello, you. Wake up with me. Walk with me. See me. Use me. Learn from me and feel my warmth. It is my purpose and my mission to help you make sense of the nature around you and within you as you use this book as your guide. Nature is among us every day, yet we seem to forget her nowness and her presence. We forget to notice her beauty in real time, the dent in a rock, a bent leaf, a cracked shell left on a sandy beach. It's all a sign for you to look inwardly at your own life imperfections, to see them as unique and beautiful, to feel proud of your authenticity as you embrace your very own you-ness. When I am asked to speak at events on the topic of my first book on kindness, The Kind Communicator, I pass out packets of sunflower seeds within each book purchase. This physical gift to people asks them to seek the beauty of nature and reflect upon its growth journey from seed to flower. I stamp each packet with a sign that says, stand tall, turn your face towards the sun, be happy, breathe and smile. I ask clients, audiences, and friends to be heliotropic, like sunflowers, and be aware of the personal growth that they can achieve when they plant their sunflower seeds after spending time with me. So now it's your turn, dear listeners. Will you be heliotropic with me? Can we practice together? Let's play pretend. Imagine a flowering field blossoming with hundreds of sunflowers, a field similar to what you might see while driving down a winding Tuscan road. As you pass by, gazing out the window of your Italian Fiat, notice that each and every sunflower in that field has their heart center towards the center of the bright, glowing sun. It's a breathtaking sight. They look to her, bow to her, and perhaps are even saying to the sun, thank you. The sun is where energy flows. Heliotropism is practiced by sunflowers to make the best use of light. Heliotropism enhances photosynthesis and increases growth rates. It also increases flower temperature and attracts the bees and other pollinators. This is the energy that I want you to truly understand. Connection is everything, and it's contagious, just like your smile. Each chance that you have to be like a sunflower and turn your face towards the sun with breath and a smile, take it. In a childlike way, you'll connect to the bees, become one with the rain that waters your roots, and curl up with the worms that nestle into the earth as they turn over the soil. This is your reminder to pay attention to the relationships in your life and nurture the foundation that they grow within. Use your energy wisely. Use it in good ways, positive ways, to live, speak, and act within your highest self on this earth. Finding your path to happiness is found in nature. Nature is your guide to open your eyes to see each day anew, like the curious sage asked of you. Let the nature that's outside your windows teach you every single day. Be her pupil. There's no ceiling for life learning, just like there's no ceiling to the abundant sky that the sun plays within as she rises to greet the world daily. This energy is infinite, and its power is also within you. While on some days there may be no sun, what do the sunflowers do? They turn their face and heart center towards each other for energy. An instinct like that is magical and marvelous. Can you practice a sunflower connection towards your relationships? Can you think about ways in which you can turn your heart center towards others for energy? Can you gift your energy towards the people that you love? Think deeply about this idea and ponder, who needs your loving energy right now? Who is it that you can gain loving energy from for yourself in this very moment? Let these questions and their answers touch your spirit. The time is now to feel the freedom of your positive energy emitted through each and every connection in your life, including the special relationship that you have with yourself. The freedom spirit is nature's reminder to take an imaginary drive to see sunflower fields whenever you need a break, whenever you need a breath or there, a life pause. Whenever you need a smile, this field is waiting for your gaze. By permitting yourself to be childlike, by thinking in a heliotropic way, you understand that the power of nature heals your soul. Become quiet upon this field and listen deeply. Peer into the petals and stems and begin to notice any wasted energy that you may harbor. This is your chance to find the freedom to turn your relationships around with the right words and actions. Just like sunflowers that receive their energy from the sun and then turn towards each other when there is no sun, you can gain the energy from your spirit to turn towards your truth and then towards other people in your life for a deeper connection, or even permit yourself to turn away respectfully and courageously. The time is always now. Remember that real time is where you live your fullest life, in the moments, in the nowness. Whatever is not bringing you joy or happiness, shift your energy and focus on the right things, better things that can deliver you with calm presence. It's all possible. Turning your face towards the sun or to others in your life to experience peace is symbolic to the freedom spirit. This practice opens up healthier conversations. And remember what I told you about the importance of eye contact. Eye contact is imperial in the sunflower analogy because you place your focus on the eyes of those in your relationships. And when you do that, your energy guides you in a positive direction. You connect in a way that I call kindness electricity, which is simply humanity uniting in the spirit of kindness. Eye contact helps you feel valued, understood, and validated. And when you look into someone else's eyes, you help them connect with you as they too feel valued, understood, and connected, validated. As we conclude with the power of freedom, I want you to solemnly consider time. Time waits for no one is a proverbial phrase. It first appeared in Chaucer's prologue to the Clerk's Tale in 1395. Time Waits for No One is also a beloved song by Queen's Freddie Mercury. Please listen to the song alongside of this book. I prefer the a cappella version. Freddie sings, "I know that sounds unkind, but it seems to me we've not listened to or spoken about it at all. The fact that time was running out for us all. Time, it is not waiting for you, dear readers. Dear listeners, it is not waiting for any of us. My love completed his journey on this earth when I finished this book. He came to me in spirit before he crossed over, no longer as the physical John, but as his spirit. He told me that I completed him and that I was the love of his life. His spiritual connection with me in the afterlife helped me to heal and honor his passing. It was he who was completing his journey as John, and it was I who remained alive on this earth, ever expressed as this book's dichotomy of the flight of birds and rooted trees. The day that I lost him, the day that we swam hand in hand, we did not know he was leaving to become the freedom spirit. I did not know I would remain grounded to this earth. I did not know he was going to fly to the heavens. All we knew was that our connection was beautiful, as we embraced every moment without knowing that time was soon prohibiting us from being fully alive with each other that very evening. So I beg of you to learn from me and these teachings. Learn from him and our tale of true love, which will follow in a coming book for listeners and readers who desire real connection in their relationships. Learn that your soul is using your body to walk this earth, to speak and act as you, and your spirit must be infused with love daily to empower you to live within your highest self. Every day in my loving relationship with John, I told him that I loved him. Free as a bird, I flew into his arms, wrapped my loving wings around him, and my words sang to him like a songbird. I love you, John. You're amazing. You're an amazing man. 4, maybe 5 or 6 times a day. We said good morning and good night to each other daily and nightly. Those were our intentions as we greeted the world and laid our heads upon the pillow with each sun and moon's rise. I held his hand as he held mine, on the couch, in the car, in the kitchen, even in the grocery store. I sat on his lap when we were together because sitting next to him was not close enough. Connection is everything, and it's available to everyone who is ready to tap into its power. I taught him intimacy and forgiveness. And when things didn't feel right, or when I was a big old pain in the neck, I apologized to him in real time, and he accepted my words because they were shared vulnerably. He genuinely appreciated my truth and my habits because I openly admitted to them and spoke freely to him about them. I asked for forgiveness and to try again in the moment, in the nowness that I speak of. And he too learned to ask for his own forgiveness in his painful moments and mistakes. He learned to apologize in real time, and he practiced kindness by admitting to his flaws and weaknesses openly with me, to me, and for me. We shared that bond. It was breathtaking, and it freed our souls as a couple. John and I, we had a true connection, the connection I speak about and write about throughout my work. He asked me for true love, and I supplied it to him beyond words as we both embraced the love that we shared and the love that grew within us minute by minute, even after his passing. I am extremely fortunate that he came to me in spirit. He sent me flowers, wrote me letters, shared videos with me that he wanted me to watch. He sent me powerful song lyrics and appointed many, many signs and loving words before he crossed over and completed his soul as John. I feel very fortunate for the spirituality that took place. Please understand this idea of spiritual connection in your own way. I share it with you solely to ask you to ponder your own relationships and to understand that time waits for no one. Relationships can mean so much more if you walk this earth feeling fully alive and connected to life, to others, and to your own spirit freely and in the now. As you venture closer to the end of this journey, to change your habits as you design your mind to be kind, I ask you to understand that your time is an unknown. My love is no longer by my side, but I had imagined him at my book launch, standing across from me with a gentle, handsome smile on his face, leaning against the window as he did when we first met in my book launch for The Kind Communicator. Unfortunately, that time was not permitted to me, to us. We planned our lives. We had coffee in bed every morning, paddled in kayaks, scootered around town, talked for hours, baked our own bread, looked at turtles, talked about the goat we will get, where he will surf. We discussed where we were going to live and how I can inspire people with my body of work. We spent every waking moment together, connected and fully alive in life's smallest, most tiniest moments that we captured in time together. The little things always counted most. He was the epitome of life, a grand marvel of manhood and courage. John embodied every honorable quality that a person could yearn to be and admire to have. He taught me so much about life and then made sure he came back to encourage me and to share my own truth and continue my path to happiness. He made sure that I truly believed in myself, in the way that he saw me. Everything that happens to you is an opportunity. Everything. Your mind has the capacity and the choice to see opportunities as a setback or as a chance for improvement. Freedom of the spirit leads to everlasting life surrendering. It's beautiful to surrender, just like the bending of a palm tree or the releasing of your arms in peaceful warrior pose. Meditate on the evolving rose quartz infinity loop that travels from your mind, crosses at your throat chakra, and circles back around at your heart. Feel alive as you greet the world daily. Freedom is your release to the sky, like tree branches. Freedom is your breath and your smile, your truth, your birthright. Feel spirited instead of stressed. Be a master of let it go and shift your attitudes towards possibility and purpose, positivity, like the curious sage wants you to see with new eyes and experience life in real time. Think about the burdens that are currently costing you time. This is where the impact comes. This is the biggest impact of a lack of freedom. How, where, and why is it taking place within you? Where are you currently experiencing a lack of freedom and why? Ponder this. Use nature to ask for assistance to heal. Stare upon the sky, the clouds, the birds, and the trees, and ask yourself the right questions, or even the wrong ones for that matter, but ask them now. If there's a lack of freedom in your life, there's an eruption coming like a volcano. Boom! Be the powerful mountain instead and rise up. Become the very top of the mountain that hugs the sky, kisses the clouds, and greets the world daily, freely. The sun will continue to rise each day for all the sunflowers on this earth to face her and say, "Good morning, sun. Thank you." The time is now to be heliotropic. The time is now to free yourself. My love passed 3 days after New Year's Eve in 2020. We danced together and kissed romantically after the clock struck 12. He lifted me up like a child on his hip and we swayed to music for hours as we celebrated. People often approach New Year's Eve and think, where has the time gone? We look back, we make lists, we make promises, and poof. Again, suddenly another year has come and gone. But what have we learned? What have we gained and what have we applied? The decision to create new habits from the work in this book offers you the chance to celebrate life abundantly now, to explore every day, every year as a more joyful, blissful, happier human being. Freedom merits you the chance to change without constraint. The freedom spirit tells outside forces to stop pushing you around. The freedom spirit puts its finger to its lips to gently hush the ego. No more imaginary chains, no more anchors, no clipped wings. It's time to fly and use this work. Using this work is important because today's modern culture can certainly weigh us down to feel like we're never enough. I continue to question myself, my habits, and my insecurities as I live in today's world. I ask myself to be more connected, more united with the Mother Earth, more present to the moment and to my highest self. My love taught me a lot about this world and how it weighed heavily on us, on myself. Even as your author, as the kind communicator, John was a shining light on this earth, a man who many people marveled at, a man who stood strong, spoke kindly, and showed up as humble as anyone could ever yearn to be. He was valiant, like a knight in shining armor. My insecurities and my ego sometimes told me that I wasn't enough. Sometimes I thought to myself, how could I be enough next to his stature? I loved him beyond words, thoughts, or feelings could ever express, and he loved me ever so much more, but there were times that I became my own victim, trying to be better for him, trying to size myself up to be more for him, because my ego told me that I had to, because this world that we live in tells us that we're not enough. We must use the kindness innovation to build our self-belief. John was a world-renowned global citizen. I can't even count how many books he read that he could quote from, or how many countries he traveled to, or how many people who loved him and knew him as he traveled across the globe to make his imprint on the world. He was 17 years older than me, but we were ageless together. I used to use the phrase, our age, when I talked about us, and he would say, I love that you think of us as the same age because you make me feel like I'm in my 30s when I'm with you. That was even younger than my age, and that is how the power of connection can manifest in the heart. His network was expansive. His accomplishments were ever-flowing and abundant, yet he was the most humble human being. He beat me every single time in chess, and he would say, "Oh, I'm just learning. I don't know much." Well, I experienced years of accolades, press, entrepreneurial stardom, and success. There I stood next to him, sometimes thinking, how can I be more for him? How can I make him more proud of me? In the end, and during his last moments, even after his passing, I realized that he was proud of me, prouder than I ever realized. I'm not sure if I ever gave myself the honest chance to see it fully through his eyes when he was alive. Maybe I did, but now I yearn for more time with him, but unfortunately, I am only able to look into his eyes through the spirit that I see in the framed photographs on my shelf. Remember earlier when I spoke about changing your habits so that you can focus on yourself instead of others? I needed to follow my own advice. My mind was focused on trying to be enough for him, but what I actually needed to gain was the clarity of my own self-belief that I already was there. There were several special moments that we shared the night before he passed, the day of his passing, as well as when his soul came back to me after. His spirit made sure to tell me that he truly loved me, that he saw me, that I knew him better than many in his life, and that I was it for him on heaven and in earth. He was a very charming angel. I felt those moments in real time, and it was powerful beyond words to receive. Those special kinships will be revealed in a love story in a coming book. But for now, as you take the freedom spirit personality into your heart, I ask you to call upon your own insecurities, to tap into your self-belief, to fill up the vessel of your spirit with courage and love. My ego told me to believe that I wasn't enough, but soon I learned that my gift to John was that I was more than enough. I was his nature girl. He loved my authenticity and my differences, my I'll never follow the packness. He always admired my flow, my quirks, and my never-ending smile and spirit for life. I held his hand wearing flowered skirts and cowboy boots as an artist, writer, and motivational public speaker, while he, a corporate executive, wore a designer suit. Together we were like magic, like the lyrics of a love song, like a beautiful photograph of true love. I always shouted to him, "John, come and look at the sunset. John, do you see Mars in the sky? John, look at that flower. John, can you see the way the shadows are on those trees over there? John, do you see the way the sun is glistening on the water?" Those moments were more than enough for him to take in my love and my grace, my authenticity and my nowness. I gave him nature and the nature of who I was. I gave him the presence of the moment, and he embraced it with me daily as we smiled and greeted the world. That's the learning. Just 2 hours before he left this earth, I heard him turn to someone and say, Elizabeth sees the beauty in things that we can't normally see. A priceless gift. Silently in my heart, I knew that he truly saw me. It was a moment I'll never forget. It was my own freedom spirit moment. I thought I needed the validation, but it was in me the entire time. People who knew us shared stories of how he gazed lovingly at me when I spoke. But sometimes, somehow, in my insecure ego mind, I often thought he was looking at me to shush me. Because I was always so animated, flailing my arms, telling big grand stories of little things that I made to sound larger than life. My ego told me that he was looking at me to shush me, but now I know. It was my authenticity that created his loving gaze. My gift to him was seeing nature in everything and loving life simply, yet in such a grand way. It was something he had never experienced before from a woman in his life. It was his gift of true love in the moment. Please honor your time, your soul, your authenticity in your relationships. If you find yourself looking for validation in people or experiences, take a pause. You are enough. Your truth is your birthright. Train your self-belief muscles. Acknowledge your purpose and use it wisely on your journey and on your path to finding happiness. The weight in needing to be something to someone else increases guilt and fear, and it slows you down. There's your rusty anchor. Remember, freedom is weightless. You are always enough. You just have to believe in it. Your highest self and authenticity make you you. The you that I told you that you would discover by the end of this book. Remember that you are consistently rewriting your greatness story, and you have the power of possibility within each waking breath. Become present in this very moment, with this very book in your hands, to see freedom as nowness. Take this time to think clearly about your words, actions, feelings, thoughts, and relationships, patterns, habits, mindset. And from today forward, make the changes that you need to make. Ponder grudges, defenses, insecurities, and blocks that can easily be resisted and walked away from, or better said, breathed through and owned. Apologize in real time. Instead of reacting, running, or making excuses, free your soul and surrender to the challenges that you face. This is the dance with the graceful arms that act as wings as you fly towards the freedom spirit. Find the gratitude to say to yourself, thank you. Tell others that you love, thank you. Smile, breathe. You have the right to feel free. You even pointed to yourself earlier in this book through the vulnerability exercise and practiced the idea of self-acknowledgement. Become proudly accountable for your authenticity. It is not, nor is it ever, in the hands of someone else. Instead of imaginary chains, ego, insecurities that make you believe you are not enough, by the way, that's your lowest self talking, I want you to listen to your intuition because it shares with you the truth from your highest self. You are now swaying into the freedom spirit. You have the choice and the chance to dance with freedom. Whether it's bachata, a swing, or a slow dance, clasp your fingers into the hands of your spirit. Take the first step in the sand. Lay your head back. Smile and breathe and become one with the moment as you dip into the earth with the soul that is using your body to dance as you. And as you sway back around, as the wind picks up, fill up your vessel with the energy of self-belief. Fill it up and dance, dance, dance. Fill it up with happiness, joy, and patience, kindness, love, and purpose. You now have your nod as the freedom spirit. It's time to lift your feet in this dance of life and fly. Pick up the anchor in this ocean of life and set sail. The time is always now. When you empty out the vessel, there is a space to fill it up, and you can fill it up with anything. Thank you. Thank you, dear readers and listeners. I'll ask you now, are you a bird flying? Are you rooting yourself? Have you made your intentions? Have you flown above, caught yourself, and spoke your truth? Do you listen more? Have you picked up a shell at the beach? Are you aware of your habits? Are you slightly embarrassed, proud of your shame, perhaps owning it a bit more with vulnerability? I certainly hope so. I hope that you are smiling. Design your mind to be kind as your journey. I wrote this book for you, and although it has healed me through my own life journey that has unfolded with branches turning with sudden growth in new directions, I hope you have taken your events and questions and brought them to life to find happiness. With the courage and insight gained, breath and a smile, your choices can now become decisions. Choose kindness. Your truth is your birthright. It's God-given, or spirit-given, or universe-given, or scientifically explained. Again, yours for interpretation. I, however, believe in the spiritual pursuit. Every page of this book is so very exciting to me as you step into your greatness story in this lifetime and perhaps in the next. The 3 habits and 6 personalities beckon the call for you to know yourself better. Listen to your words, see your actions in real time, and make a positive, lasting imprint on the world at large, otherwise known as your legacy. Time waits for no one. Make it count. With gratitude, Mama Bird. Grow your influence like a tree. Your authenticity will grow and strengthen as you embody and stabilize your emotions, thoughts, and communication when you handle everything in real time. Like a balanced tree grounded in the earth, this practice will result in monumental shifts within your relationships, conversations, and surrounding environments. You can either contract or expand. It's your choice, your mindset, your heart, and your truth as you rewrite your greatness stories. I've been blessed through the years in my life to be in the presence of influencers, mentors, and people whom I admire, respect, and look up to. I've read hundreds of books and have been taught by the greats who have motivated me to become who I am today. I study nature and continue to honor her daily as my guide to peace and happiness. I was able to find and share quality time with the love of my life, who taught me that even though I may call myself the kind communicator, it is I that must succumb to my own insecurities and continue to grow as I teach you through my words and talks. Throughout life, it's healthy to open up and listen to various types of business and spiritual mentors, and then eagerly apply their lessons. Vow to carry on this practice to celebrate your nowness through the rest of this book and well beyond it. Establish the habit to observe your mentors more closely. If you don't have a mentor, find one. Notice their body language and gestures as they share their truths. Lean in and watch patiently for moments to help you thoughtfully and thoroughly comprehend how you can change for the better through their teachings. What I've taken from the valuable experiences of my life is that the very essence of communication, the words and the use of words, as well as quiet listening without words, it's all imperial to the legacies that we can leave on this earth. We are all breathing the same air. Anything that divides us weakens us, while thoughts that unite us can bring us closer together. Words can be powerfully influential. Actions have significance. And listening is instrumental to your daily life presence. How you speak and act offers a direct opportunity for others to connect with you or turn away, to moor together or separate. You can choose to lead with grace or falter with ego. Step forward with your footprint in the sand as a mature adult and let healthier communication offer you a chance to enhance each and every relationship in your life, including the one with yourself. The simplest way to describe this type of influential shifting is to sit on the beach with your pail and place pebbles into buckets that represent the changing of habits. As you discover one bad habit that exists within yourself, replace it with a healthier one in real time. Initiate breath and smile daily as you meditate on your intentions as the world greets you. Ebb and flow with the ocean that tickles your toes and then drags its sea foam back in only to return it again with a glistening white roar. This is your transformation story. With presence on your journey, you authentically become your own bellowing fountain of water, your own vessel that continuously sails with the winds of life using positive actions, kind words, and newly discovered purpose. Let the oceans of your life circle in and out, up and down, again and again, from your mind to your lips to your heart. Ground yourself with influence like a tree that blossoms every year and rejuvenates with sunlight, rain, warmth, and seasons. A tree loses its leaves in winter, letting them go without grasp, as it gently surrenders to the knowledge that a new greatness story will soon emerge and blossom again in the spring. Be like the trees. Be like the birds. Float high in the sky, opening your white feathered wings as the winds of your life take you to new places, sometimes suddenly. Kiss the clouds and soar towards your truth with weightless grace. Similar to the words and actions that you honor from your mentors, you yourself can take on substantial influence. Apply the lessons in this book to your life in real time as you become your very own kind communicator. Open your arms and hug the world as she arrives daily, and heck, even hug a tree in the process to say, "Welcome back, world." Hello, nature. Thank you. The childlike spirit that you can step into, live within, and love is the very essence of how you design your mind to be kind. I suggest planting your own tree of influence after you complete this book. Even if you purchase a small tree, such as a plant for your home, maybe a bonsai, olive, or a money tree. When I host live book readings and events, talk about workshops based on this book, I hand out white feathers. So if you're lucky enough to be receiving this book at one of my live events, congratulations. I personally send signed books with white feathers to customers and clients all over the world, from orders from one book to many. If you desire to send your friend a copy or many copies with white feathers, fake of course, ask and you shall receive. Birds and trees, the dichotomy of rooted and grounded souls and spirits that fly free, that's what this book is all about. If you have access to a yard or a place where you can plant a tree, kneel down to the earth and cradle a tree seed and place it into the soil. Set a powerful intention for growth, both for you and the tree. Embrace the loving soil that will nurture the path. Meditate on the practices from this book as you look at your tree as a symbol for change, as you embody your own nature within yourself. Explore your seasons of change, for they are the greatness stories that are ready to be rewritten and rewritten again, like trees that have leaves that fall in winter and return again in the spring. Please share a photo with you and your tree if you take part in this act, so I can be there with you with your tree. Let's both marvel at the physical and spiritual image of you smiling as we continue our connection together. Influence is a guiding light. Use it well, both from learning from your mentors and then influencing others on your path to finding happiness. I once worked with a CEO to help her write and present talks, seminars, and to communicate with presence and courage for her corporate meetings. I'm going to read to you a story about our influence together. She was a mentor of mine, and then I became a mentor to her. As you can imagine, the seeds of life and growth turn over endlessly as we transform who we are throughout our lives. There's power in realizing that no matter what title you have or what profession you own, it absolutely does not define you or your life. If you feel that it does, that's ego speaking. The moment that you become authentically connected to the self is the moment that you connect with others more freely, leaving ego behind. When you are less dictated by force, control, and demand, and more open to love, honesty, and humility, you rise as a humble human being, a kind communicator. Now, this client, she learned to release her truth, and she learned to hush her ego through our coaching sessions. Her life changed as a result. I share this because she was a mentor to me as I grew into my early marketing business, and then I coached her years later through my coaching practice. We are all one. We are all connected, and not one of us has more or less or is more or less. We are all equal because we all have the power to change. My client wrote me the thank you letter that I'm going to read, and I'd like to ask you to meditate on her words as they speak volumes about influence and growth. When I used to speak to my team as their manager, I felt uncomfortable. I had to talk to employees about painful subjects, such as their ineffective behavior or their lack of progress at work. I became self-conscious and frightened every single time I had to provide critical feedback. I could hardly concentrate or think clearly, let alone that I needed to remember what I intended to say in the first place. Fear made me show up with a horrible, demanding approach towards my teams, and they reacted with defensive behavior because of my behavior. I became a Führer, and they, the victims. It was horrible. I understand it also clearly now because after my coaching sessions with you, based on the essence of communication, I now have the confidence, poise, and freedom to put words into logical order when I speak. I am free to say what I feel, not feeling bad for sharing my thoughts, but feeling confident to provide tools and advice to others with breath and a smile in a more positive way. My voice is no longer shrill or unpleasant. I'm not a victim. They are not my victims. And although I may sometimes feel nervous, I realize that this is normal. I'm not less than, I'm actually more than, because I'm sharing what's inside of me instead of holding it back. I'm helping others now with a more graceful approach, and they are growing because of it. After watching the wildlife documentary several times, I asked to meet the filmmaker. I besought him to bless this book with his nature photography. He gladly accepted, and here we are. It is my honor to showcase his kind communication to you with stunning photography. The birds and trees in the printed book are gifts of his lens taken by a man named John Zunston. You can find him on Instagram at Wild Jersey City. I also recommend looking for his Flickr account. The pencil drawings in the book are actual physical drawings. They were drawings that John LaGrassa made, my love, including the 2 seagulls that he drew for me in a card and gifted to me on our very first date on March 1st, 2019 with his words that simply read, "Elizabeth, I love your energy. John." I'd only spent a mere few moments with him, maybe 3 hours tops, before he gave me that card. His drawings and his words magnificently represent the truth that he immediately saw in me before we even entered into our love story. A bird cannot fly without 2 wings, and a tree cannot grow without a planted seed. So as humans, let's look at the nature of our being in the same manner. What dichotomy can we examine in our lives to feel grounded and fly free? Ask yourself, where am I reacting instead of responding? Where is my greatest opportunity to improve my solutions-based thinking before speaking and acting? What relationships do I need to work on to achieve my life dreams and aspirations? How you spread your wings, how you prune your feathers, how you communicate your bird songs of life, and how you extend your heart with love or hug your arms around the trunk of a tree. I ask that you surrender to what was as you become what will be. Welcome that. This is the journey of your path to finding happiness. It is truly and uniquely yours as you design your mind to be kind. The world has arrived. Greet her with a smile and breath. I love you, John LaGrassa. You are and forever will be the kindest communicator. Let's practice. Practice with birds. Take a moment to listen to bird songs, whether on YouTube, Alexa, Spotify, or outside. Say and repeat.
To listen to Spotify, enable the skill and link your account. I've sent the details to your Alexa app.
That's funny. I'm going to keep it in there. Hope you guys don't mind. Say and repeat the following mantra in your head while closing your eyes and being one with the silence of the moment. My communication can be as beautiful as a bird song. Say that sound out loud to yourself. My communication can be as beautiful as a bird song. Think about the beauty of each bird song. Think of their sounds and listen carefully to feel your joy rise up as you unite with the sounds of nature. It's beautiful, isn't it? Maybe even get creative. Draw shapes of birds in your journal. This task will help you distress. Maybe even close your eyes listening to the bird songs, drawing birds and using a pen and a paper or any type of pad. Align yourself with what you say and listen to the sound of Mother Nature because it all delivers insight to your authentic voice that is ready to shine. Practice with trees. Take yourself to a sacred space where there are plenty of trees. Allow yourself to savor any silence and healing solitude as you surround yourself with their trunks, leaves, and branches. Touch the bark and study it closely. Think of yourself as an uncarved piece of wood, pure and brilliant, strong and vibrant, flexible to be shaped into any state. Let your 5 senses come to life as you smell nature, taste the air, see the beautiful colors, hear birds or animal noises around you, and touch the essence of a tree to feel grounded. Stay with the tree as long as you need. Take a photo and remember that grounding moment. Perfectly imperfect. We're not done yet. I can't leave you just yet. I love you too much, dear listeners, so come with me. Let's take one more drive together because I simply can't help myself to take us on one more journey through nature. This message is really important to receive before you stop listening to this book and close your mind to go on with your journey and to journal ever so more. So please join me. I'm going to pick you up in a convertible. We'll put the top down, let our hair flow in the wind, and let's venture to Los Angeles to see the jacaranda trees bloom during springtime. Look around at the pink and purple jacaranda florals, both on the trees and those that have fallen beneath their shadows. Now let's step into an analogy. For a moment, ponder the word perfection. Use your imagination with me. I have one last tidbit, one last important point to make. Imagine that all the trees are exactly the same. Every single one of them. A mirror image of the next, all in one perfect line. Can you understand the deprivation, the false sense of superiority in this visual? It's too much for the eyes, let alone for the soul to be too in line. Too much of the same thing, too much perfection is a deprivation to humanity that strives to be unique and different. This tree-lined street of perfectionism looks almost as if the trees have to be right. They have to be in order to be seen as beautiful, and there's no other way around it, so they mirror one another with no slight difference to be found. If the jacarandas were planted in one straight line, orderly at most, not to have one single difference in the way that they grow or bloom, it would be a flaw. It would be as if they were planted to be judged. Because it's not normal for every tree to be exactly the same. I judge you, I point at you, and I blame you if you are not perfect. Stand up tall or you'll be in trouble. We have to look exactly the same. If you bend that way, that's not the way that we do it. We have to all think the same, otherwise you're wrong. I think to myself, what a bunch of martyrs, those trees. They hinder their own ability to see beyond the natural attractive ability of non-order and truth. They're living in a constant grading system, grading their seed laying, the way their branches bend, begging to look the same, grow the same, lose their leaves at the same time. Together in unison, they wait for failure, insisting that when and if one of their leaves falls the wrong way, it's time to criticize. Now, this is our imaginary street of jacarandas, and of course it's an analogy because Mother Nature is a spiritual community filled with differences, but it's a powerful message. Before I let you close this book's cover, or as you stop listening, as I stop speaking, of course, I must infuse one last point to you about your truth. What makes you, you, is spectacular. You are beautiful. You're a beautiful jacaranda tree yourself. You bloom, you blossom. I want you to love yourself, especially for your differences, especially for your uniqueness. The analogy here is that any type of uniform life with no risk is not the life fulfilled. That type of existence leads to a measuring stick and judgment every single day. A life without possibility is harsh on the soul. Living with consistent speculation of self-exposure, never wanting to be seen or hardly want to be seen as wrong or flawed or heavy with the need to be right or perfect, it's also unhealthy. It's a stifling, somewhat smothering self-illusion that lives heavily in safety and comfort. The need to be right or perfect must be diffused. Perfection is a falsity. Perfection is like cleaning someone's home and waiting for them to arrive with a white glove, scraping their pointer finger on each and every crevice and countertop, looking, searching, and waiting for that one speck of dust so they can grade it. I can't accept this. Perfectionism is never satisfied. It's like a constant search for the worst, without the option to see the best in oneself. It's traditional, it's boring, and it leads to monotony. Go beyond ego. Be less like the pack. Eugene Delacroix was a great painter. He was a muralist, a French romantic artist. He taught us not to seek perfection. Rather than carefully molded lines and form, he sought bold color and movement. He was on the search for the exotic. He said, "Artists who seek perfectionism in everything are those who cannot attain it in anything." What a wonderful line. Let's read that again. Artists who seek perfectionism in everything are those who cannot attain it in anything. Now think of yourself in the same manner. If there is anything currently in your life that you are holding on to too tightly or with a measuring stick, put that stick away. If you're trying to be in line with others or existing in life in the form of a mold that is someone else is going to place on you, or a mold that you've placed on yourself, or the BS story is telling you that someone placed on you, it's time to paint a different picture, dear listeners. Strive for goals, but never seek to be perfect. That street, that jacaranda street with all those trees in line, it's a dead end. It's an empty canvas. You are enough. I've never really been a perfectionist, but I've known them. And I'm on the search to understand the concept wholeheartedly as I live in my truth, vowing to remain in my me-ness, as I was never fully able to follow the pack. I teach and coach perfectionists to let go. I watch them as they become authentically who they're meant to be, and it's wonderful to watch in the present moment. They bloom like jacarandas, the ones that are not perfect. Our ability to be vulnerable is the path to happiness. Veer away from perfection. Accept flaws and differences. Break rules, take risks, and choose to flow. Work on everything that you need to work on, but love yourself for it. Authenticity is the kindest human quality, and it overpowers any feeling of being right, perfect, or fitting in. I'm beginning to delve into this topic of imperfectionism and its ability for us to become a master of let it go in the kindness innovation. It's healthy to take a step back and enjoy a bird's eye view and fly above to try to understand our lives so that we can find peace within our own idiosyncrasies. And although it's lovely to drive alongside of trees, I'd rather make a left-hand turn towards a tree-lined street of imperfectionism, with a great big tree here and a little tree there, ones with branches that reach far and wide and others with tiny branches, flowers that are vibrant colors, various appearances, brilliances that only the eye of the beholder can see if they look hard enough. Remember, we all see through a different lens. My quote from Delacroix is poignant because Eugene was battling against the clean lines of neoclassicism at the time, and as an artist, he wanted to break free from the narrow rules of perfect lines. He wanted to create expressive moods with paint, not rigid lines. He and his work provide us with a wonderful analogy for life and living with a more carefree spirit in a world that pushes or promotes perfection or the trials and tribulations of trying to be enough. One of the highest compliments of our humanity can be the opportunity to love the uniqueness in ourselves in order to accept and admire more of who we are, like nature. It's the great path to find love in everything around us, especially in ourselves. Your self-belief asks you to honor the love that you have for your whole self. Your courage begs you to know that your truth is the only way to see the world as you uniquely are. Go beyond, think beyond, and look beyond perfection. When one tree sheds its flower earlier than the rest, love the timing and the uniqueness of that very tree, the tree next to it, and so on. And thus fall in love with the nature of yourself, with your authenticity and all the differences that you possess. Be like the trees. Be childlike. Flap your wings like a bird and simply, uniquely be you. Beyond ego and on beyonders. You're now invited to become a larger part of the kindness innovation housed by the Beyond Ego philosophy. You've become my dearest readers and my dearest listeners with idiosyncrasies that I love to love. Seize courage today and join me in Beyond Ego to spark your imagination even further. If you're a dreamer, doer, professional, if you're a leader, an entrepreneur, or a person looking to love themselves to the fullest, let's connect digitally. Please subscribe to my podcast, Beyond Ego. All listeners are lovingly called on Beyonders, a tribe of people who seek to become more of themselves and less like the pack, empowered as authentic leaders of the kindness innovation. Join my Facebook group, Beyond Ego, and become inspired by the daily posts. Follow me on Instagram at The Kind Communicator. I created these digital homes for the Beyond Ego philosophy so that we are always connected and never separate. On Beyonders define themselves as communication innovators. They build confidence and accountability. They create new meaning for the world, change behaviors and patterns. On Beyonders are willing to look within and make changes that create transformation in themselves, in their communication behaviors. On Beyonders never worry or fear their flaws. They believe that what's beyond is beautiful. On Beyonders are never shackled to the past and create a present and future that fits within their new mindset. The Beyond Ego platform houses the philosophy that life begins where ego ends. It shares meaningful secrets that who we are meant to be shines when we are authentic, and who we think we ought to be is manufactured and manifested by the ego. If you listen to the Beyond Ego podcast or join the Facebook group Beyond Ego, they'll share conversations with you and you'll experience a mood uplift no matter what challenge you're facing. Life begins where your ego ends. Let Beyond Ego become a beautiful reminder to get out of your own way. It's time to live the life fulfilled. You can find my podcasts on Spotify, Apple Music, and more. You can even get coached by me, which I'll read my bio to you in a moment. But you can find my podcast, Beyond Ego, at my website, elizabethbarryconsulting.com/Beyond Ego. Let's have one more practice. One more practice. If you still have your journal present, let's finish up with these final sentences to break open into your courage and to move forward with a kindly designed mind. Fill in the blanks. I can be more authentic in my life by. Now, on your piece of paper, write numbers 1 through 5. What are the 5 most important learnings that I can take from this book and directly apply to my life that will help me become a kinder communicator, starting today? And last but not least, what inspiration do I need to share, the new me, with the world? Thank you. Now I'm going to read you a poem that I wrote called The Kind Communicator. They call me EB. I'm the kind communicator. I'm a speaker and an author inspired by Mother Nature. I wrote a poem that shares everything I know about kind communication and how you can grow. Can you share the joy inside of your heart for the beautiful gift of how every day start? Self-love can be found in the colors of the sky as the sun rises and sets, kissing hello and goodbye. There's no time like the present to look deep within, even if today is the very first time you begin. Rediscovering yourself can change who you are and help you recall that your courage is not far. Welcome to what I call the kindness innovation. It's a chance and a choice to seek love and self-loving motivation. Will you join me on this path to happiness and take part in the choice and the change to speak kindly from the heart? Release the ego and speak your truth. It's time to live with more childlike youth. Less stress and dramatic weight that you carry. More happiness and peace. It's where joy and love marry. Imagine and build kindness castles with the sands in your mind. Become kings and queens that speak newly kind. Use your voice in new ways, calmly, kindly, and brave. You must make the choice, courage, or misbehave. That's okay if you fall. It takes time to recall that the importance of life is what you say and how you say it, after all. Respond, don't react. Be brief and intact, and speak kindly and directly with sincere eye contact. Sit up straight with a smile and a childlike spirit. Let's become artists of kindness and never again fear it. Let's paint birds with wingspans and endless mountain tops, flowers and fish as they flip and they flop. This is my movement in nature. It's the kindness innovation, because to innovate is to change, and what we need is motivation. Will you visualize with me tree colors like jasper and sage, for there's a spiritual child in each one of you, no matter what age. What you fear today can go away, so believe in your confidence. Stop getting in your own way. That's ego, you see. It blocks possibility, but when joy arrives within, it becomes your new friend and you begin again. Feel sorrow or pain, stuck or depressed? Go outside, sit on a bench. You are blessed. Go dance in the rain. Let the drops from the skies kiss your head to your toes and breathe wonder at how Mother Nature just knows. This mother, she wakes you up to feel fully alive from the evening's moon to the next morning's rise. If you're feeling unhappy or sad, that's all right. It's temporary. But put down that backpack of stress that you carry. Look into the pack for the frightful feelings you find. Anxiety and fear from the intense daily grind. Well, wait, where's the joy? It's not in the pack. Hey, silly, I told you, happiness is within. And here's a kind communicator hack. Breathe and smile, then pause to see there's so much purpose and possibility. Happiness and love are available each day, so turn to your sadness and say, go away. Do not fear or worry, the sun will still shine. The secret is to discover Mother Nature at play. And hey, if you can't face it, there's always wine. But seriously, folks, the magic of kind possibility is found in a duck wading in the water or a big fuzzy bee. A life pause is available for you to smile and shout, I am confident and joyful. Heck, I'm through with self-doubt. Do you feel Mother Earth? There's a light and a spark. For all of us here, this innovation must start. Universal love is proclaimed from me to you, you to me. I call it kindness electricity. The beauty of kindness can be easily spread when you speak from your heart and get out of your head. Authenticity appears as nature calms the mind. You show up calmer and courageous and surely more kind. The nature of you can be painted midnight blue. Look up to see the pigments in the sky, from trees and clouds filled with every hue. But then remember to bow to the mother, silently whispering, "Thank you." The joy that you seek is found in birds that fly through. The heart is awoken in nature by spanning her view. So look up and look down at the birds in their nests, from seagulls to swans. Start your bird-watching quest. Nature is your teacher. This practice opens your heart to speak kindly and directly and become kindly smart. Smart not by books nor by a degree, but as a kind communicator that says, "I love me." If you're stubborn or embarrassed, you may turn away, but yogis like me, we know the way. Namaste. Hey, put your courage glasses on. Wear them proudly today. Kindness and kind communication is a gift. It's surely not a fad. Will you join me in this innovation and be vulnerable just a tad? Repeat word for word. Sit up real straight, shoulders back with a smile. There's no time to wait. Please fill up your vessel with universal love. We're connected. Let's fly with white feathers of doves. Here they are, the poetic phrases that you can newly share and say. Ahoy, sailors, your vessel is ready. This is the day. Nature is the map. It's the journey. Nature is the way. Trees don't grasp their leaves, so you must learn to let go. Ocean ripples teach you to ebb and to flow. All birds in flight represent your freedom to grow. So, the joy within you is found in earth's sights and sounds. It's all inside. You are beauty. You are your own nature. Do you get it? You are ready to be crowned. Okay, let's do this. Today is even greater because I and Mother Earth give you your nod as the kind communicator. Thank you. I'm now going to give you a little bit of my bio if you're interested. I'm going to read it in the third person. Elizabeth Berry is a kind powerhouse. Elizabeth is an empowerment author, keynote speaker, and performance coach. Her experience in kind communication and compassionate leadership motivates readers, audiences, and clients to charismatically step into their highest self. Hire her to speak, coach, or curate kind communication workshops, talks, and book signings at your office, global conference, organization, school, or university. Elizabeth has published Own Your Vulnerability, The Kind Communicator, and Design Your Mind to Be Kind, with 4 new books coming in the works. Follow her on LinkedIn for professional articles and visit her website, thekindcommunicator.com. Get excited about possibility. Elizabeth has been a trailblazer from the early start of her entrepreneurial career. She ran a successful strategic marketing agency, has curated 17 TEDx and TEDx Women events, and has produced large-scale multi-day conferences for powerhouse leaders. Elizabeth privately coaches CEOs, managers, and teams as a business advisor. She speaks across the globe as a motivational mentor to young leaders. Elizabeth is your go-to if you need a woman's empowerment advocate or speaker, event host or co-host, even a business retreat expert. Affectionately known as EB, Elizabeth inspires everyone around her with her energy. Connect with her and join so many who have been touched by her light, profited from her advice, and transformed from applying her wisdom. Now I'll tell you a little bit about the making this book. This book is an artistic trilogy thanks to Kendra Stoll, John Dunstan, and Frankie DeSaro, because to unite is truly the kindest act of all. Kendra Stoll is a dedicated and caring yoga instructor and designer. She's passionate about supporting people on a lifelong journey of health and wellness through movement, breath, and Ayurveda, and aligning with mission-focused people and brands. Kendra has been alongside Elizabeth since 2017, designing, teaching yoga, and sharing in life's daily blessings. Kendra also designed Elizabeth's second book, The Kind Communicator. She's a loving wife, cat and husky mama, and loves adventuring outdoors. The making of this book included many, many sessions of deciphering notes and sketches and figuring out what thingy needed to be deleted, added, or moved. A magical partnership that helped bring this book to life with Elizabeth. John Dunstan was born in New Zealand in 1961. Ironically, when John became interested in wildlife was when he moved to the United States, residing in the Jersey City area across the river from Manhattan. His urban wildlife films have appeared in wildlife film festivals across the world. He's married with 2 children and has 2 dogs. Frankie DeSaro is the artist who painted Prayerful Sky that graces the book's cover. It's a piece of art that reflects her inner prayer experiences found in the beauty and subtlety of God through the expression of color and light within his creation.